This is a forewarned weather alert.
10:17 here on your early Saturday morning, coming to you because we now have a tornado warning in effect for parts of western Oklahoma, and we still have the tornado watch in effect for all of northern and western parts of the state. This goes until 1 o'clock this afternoon. We have our team of crews fanned out across western parts of the state, and we have Mike Bennett on this storm over here north of Watonga. That one's looking like it's spinning up as well, so let's go and get right into the latest. Statewide view of our storm scanner showing that one tornado warned storm in far western Oklahoma. These storms are moving very fast in this part of the state. This atmosphere, it is primed to produce severe weather, large hail, damaging winds, and that elevated tornado threat. So let's get right into the latest here. We'll start you off looking at this closer storm here, this one that's pushing just to the north here of Longdale. This is where we have Mike Bennett. So we're going to go ahead and go to Mike's shot right now if we have it. So Mike, you're seeing a lowering in your shot right there. Give me an update on what you're seeing. Go ahead, Mike. All right, so we're going to check in with Mike coming in, but you can see right here, this is the structure of that storm. So if it's going to produce a tornado, it's going to produce one here pretty quick. So this is what we're tracking here right now. We're going to have Mike Bennett call in just a bit. We're going to check in with him because this is going to be the shot of the morning, at least here for the next hour or so. Any of these thunderstorms here in central Oklahoma, the one that's primed, and I mean primed to produce a tornado, is this one right here. This is what we're looking at Mike Bennett's stream. Let's go and go back over to radar so I can show you where this is at. This is going to be to the west and to the northwest of Okie. This is continuing to drift its way up to the north and to the northeast. These storms are moving very fast here for us, so I'm putting on the velocities to show you. Whenever we look at tornado signatures on radar, or at least with the velocity, what you want to see is you want to see red and green, very what we call tight and very what we call bright. So the brighter the colors, the stronger the winds. So whenever you get very strong winds here rotating that fast, that shows us that a tornado is possible at any given second. So Mark Dillard, if you see a tornado on his shot, let me know so that way we can bring it up. So we have team coverage here across the state. So this is that storm I'm watching. This is the velocity from one radar, and now I'm going to show you the velocity from another one. What do we got? We got Aaron Sanders' shot. Okay, he's in western Oklahoma. We'll go to him in just a second. So here's the velocity from the other radar. So once again, both of these radars are showing very deep, very intense circulation, lots of rotation here with these storms. So if this storm here for central Oklahoma, if any of them are going to produce a tornado, it's going to be this storm right here just to the north and to the northwest of Okie. And also, not only were we watching out for that tornado potential, there's also that potential for large hail for some of these storms. I mean, look at this storm. It's already producing up to quarter, even golf ball size hail. So for these storms, we're looking at lightning intensity. We're also looking at hail cores because with these storms, whenever they start to pulse up, you can definitely see that on the hail. So this is what we're tracking. If we get Mike Bennett on the phone, we can go back to him. So that's what we're going to be tracking. So here's the radar presentation. You can see that classic inflow notch right there, that hook echo developing here just to the north and to the northwest of Okie. So if any of these storms here in central Oklahoma end up producing a tornado, it's going to be this one right here. So that's what I'm tracking with that. If we end up getting Mike Bennett, we can go to his view. But overall, this is what I'm tracking. Zooming out just a little bit to put the storm track on there as this continues to drift up to the northeast. Hey, pick your town, pick your time of arrival. This is when it's going to be moving in. Pond Creek after 11 a.m. It's going to be pushing into Deer Creek in northern Oklahoma. Northern Oklahoma's Deer Creek around 11:30 here for this morning. That's that first storm that looks like it's going to be very close to producing a tornado. The other storm right now that is producing a tornado is pushing into Leedy across far western Oklahoma. This is where we have our other storm trackers. We'll start you off with Aaron Sanders. We'll show his shot, and if we have him on the line, we'll talk to him. So, Aaron, we're looking at your shot right now. It definitely looks like you have some development going on right now. Give me an update on what you're seeing.
Yeah, Damien, we're going to be sitting just to the south of Morewood, looking to the west. We're looking at a wall cloud formation right now in this storm that's going to be just south of Leedy and Morewood area. We're looking at a couple tags that are down on this formation. We're showing some slight rotation that's popping up on radar, so it makes us believe that it's trying to spin itself together and do something here. But right now, we haven't seen anything touch the ground, but we do have a decent-looking funnel right here in front of us. So we're going to keep our eyes on it and keep moving with it and tracking it and stay on top of it and keeping y'all forewarned. Back to you.
All right, Aaron, all I'm going to say is that if you see something a little bit more aggressive than that, you holler at me and let me know, because if any of these storms are going to be producing a confirmed tornado, it's definitely going to be this one across western Oklahoma. So now we're going to go back to Mike Bennett's shot. He's in that storm that's over by Fairview. We're going to go ahead and go back to him. So this is the future track. Let's go and go back to Mike Bennett's shot. So do we have Mike Bennett on the phone yet? Because if we do, we're going to go to him.
Yes.
All right, Mike, give me an update on what you're seeing. Go ahead.
Okay, Damien, I'm just north of Okie right now. We had to reposition. We were west of Okie, had a developing wall cloud. Right now, I'm looking at a wall cloud that is north of Okie. I'm thinking that wall cloud is going to be about 3 miles north. We're going to try to get up there. I've got to get around some traffic here. We're trying to get up there to see, check on the low-level rotation. Give me just a minute, Damien, while I maneuver around some traffic. But this is a very dangerous storm. I tell you what, this thing is just really very impressive structurally. Got a really good wall cloud developed right up here. I think we got it in our shot. Yeah, you're looking at it. People in Ringwood, people in Ames, Mino, Helena, you need to start to be a heads up on this and be ready to go to your tornado shelters, because this storm, I believe, based on what I'm seeing visually, has some pretty high potential of becoming tornadic, and it's probably not going to be that long. That far away. So back to you.
All right, Mike. So yes, I'm looking at your shot right now. We definitely have that lowering here right there. I mean, this is a classic supercell example of when a tornado is about to form. So Mike, I'm watching your shot. If this thing develops any farther and you start to get a funnel developing here on this shot, you definitely holler at me and let me know, because we're going to be watching this very carefully, because if any of these storms today end up producing tornadoes, there's nothing that's going to block them. There's nothing that's going to stop them. So this is going to be a very dangerous situation developing here near Okie. So we're going to continue to watch that. And if you start to see anything popping up, Mike, you definitely give me a holler on that. So let's go and go back over to radar. I'm going to give you an update on where this is exactly. So this is Okie here, just to the north and to the northwest. That's where Mike Bennett is. You can see that radar rotation right there. You can see that sign of that hook echo right there. So this is what I'm going to be tracking here. The storm motion is up to the north and to the northeast. And this is that rotation that Mike Bennett's talking about. I mean, look at this. This is what we're going to be watching here as the storm continues to drift its way up to the north and to the northeast. And we're also seeing more signs of not only a low-level rotation with this storm, but deeper upper levels of rotation as well. So what does that tell us? Not only is this thing capable of producing a tornado at the low levels, which Mike Bennett is showing us, but it's also capable of producing, look at this, up to about baseball size hail. So we're going to be watching that as well. Whose shot is this right here, control room? That looks like is that Aaron Sanders' shot out in western Oklahoma, or is that Mike Bennett? All right, so that's Bennett's shot. So this is the one we're going to be watching here. We're double boxing right there. So we're going to be watching Mike Bennett's shot. We're also going to be watching Aaron Sanders and Eric Dixon's shot across western Oklahoma. That's where we have that confirmed tornado warning. So Emily, is that going to be the storm that you're focusing on here for this morning that you got pulled up?
We're focusing on several storms that are developing, but
so, yeah. All right, so we're going to go ahead and throw it over to Emily. She's got the update on those other storms, and then I'll check in with Mike coming up on this one right here.
Yeah, we're continuing our team coverage. This is going to be a busy, long day. Let's switch to Max 3 behind me if we can, where we have the latest, a broad view of what's going on. A tornado watch continues for western Oklahoma until 1 p.m. Several severe thunderstorm warnings. Remember, this is a tornado watch, so any of them could turn tornadic. Of course, one tornado warning at this time. We were just talking to Mike Bennett, where the other one to the north is starting to rapidly develop. Let's go ahead and zoom on in to the latest. We're going to keep it on his stream in case it drops a tornado. It looks like it's trying to. All right, so we have this tornado warning moving up through Leedy. Anyone in the town of Leedy, you need to be in your safe spot immediately. This is racing off to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. Switching over to reflectivity, you can see the couplet. That's where we're looking for rotation. Moving up just west of Leedy. Farther off to the north and east, this is the storm over Okie heading towards Ames. It did have this little appendage wrapping up, possible hook feature. Let's take it out full screen to Mike Bennett, who's monitoring the latest on this storm. Mike, we've been watching your stream, and it looked like it was trying to drop a tornado. What are you seeing live in person?
Okay, Emily, right now I'm in the wraparound. I can still see it. It's really right above me, but I'm in the wraparound. I've got a blacktop that's going to go east. It's about a mile ahead of me. So I got to punch through the wraparound. Okay, I'm coming up on the blacktop now. I got to punch through the wraparound here and then get on the east side of it again. But right now, I will tell you this, we had a really low wall cloud, but I did not see a lot of tight local rapid rotation that we see before tornado genesis. So right now, not a tornado on the ground. We might have had a funnel cloud there that came out of the middle of it, but it was fairly elevated at the time. And so I'm looking out my left window right now. I'm starting to get a better view up because we come back out of the rain. This blacktop's going to make my way up towards Ames. And right now, no tornado definitely bears watching because it does have high potential to become tornadic up the line. Back to you.
Okay, thanks for that report. Let's go ahead and take a wider view because we're tracking our other tornado warning near Leedy. This is not officially tornado warned up by Okie, but Mike Bennett is on top of it. He's going to be able to see immediately when it drops a tornado in control room. Take that full screen if that does happen. We have a tornado watch across western Oklahoma that goes until 1 p.m. and that doesn't mean the rest of the state isn't under the gun. We have a moderate risk of severe weather. This is going to be a long-lived severe weather day going all the way into early Sunday with a focus on a flooding risk overnight tonight and into early tomorrow morning. And I'm going to give you a quick track for the rest of the day too coming up because I know a lot of folks trying to plan their day have multiple ways to get your watches and warnings. Big weather alert day. Tornado warning continues for Leedy as this area's circulation is located just west of the town of Leedy. That's what we're watching for the possible tornado. That's racing off to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour heading towards Camargo. Moving off to the east, we're tracking this severe thunderstorm moving northeast towards Ames and Lahoma, switching over to velocity. The area of concern be just north of Okie, and that's where the broad circulation is located. In addition to this, so far, banking on up to 60-mile-per-hour winds as well as quarter-size hail. We've not been seeing any reports higher than that, but of course we'll be monitoring with our trackers as well. Back on the southern edge of this line, more severe storms that'll be moving in from Texas into west central Oklahoma. So western Oklahoma under the gun and north central Oklahoma too this morning. A few showers and storms near Billings and Marlin, but those are not severe. Temperatures right now in the mid to upper 70s. I want to give you a quick recap. I'm sure a lot of people are wondering what's going to happen later in the day. So until about 1 p.m., the focus will be on western and north central Oklahoma. Oklahoma City not really seeing any storm development until later in the day. This shows about mid to late afternoon, could have a few storms, but look at this explosive development forecast out west by late afternoon. These would be supercells, rotating storms with very large hail, damaging winds and tornadoes later today. Latest data pushing most of the action into the metro. Now, we could have some isolated storms this afternoon, but I think the best chance will be late afternoon and evening as a line moves in. With a line of storms, the threat morphs into damaging straight line winds, spin ups along the line, as well as a flooding chance overnight as we will have several inches of rain. See how it just morphs into this big line of storms by midnight and then pushes off to the east. It will move out before race start time, but there's going to be some big time flooding potential as we head into the overnight. Here is the moderate risk of severe weather. We don't see this happen too often when we're under a moderate risk. That just means there's a stronger likelihood of widespread severe weather, and it goes from now all the way through early Sunday with these several rounds of severe storms. So that's why you just need to have ways to get your alerts, be ready to take action and go into your safe spot. 60 to 80 mile per hour winds, baseball size hail, tornadoes, even a few strong tornadoes are possible today. Latest data suggesting that it's the western half of the state that will really see that threat through the afternoon, pushing along the I-35 corridor by late afternoon. Damian, this is going to be an all-day thing. We're continuing our team coverage right now. One tornado warning, but we're monitoring several storms already going up.
That's right, Emily, because any thunderstorms that form today across the state, there is enough spin in the atmosphere to where these storms, they're going to get going like a top. And any of these storms that form, especially across central Oklahoma, will be capable of producing large hail, damaging winds. And as we're seeing, multiple tornadoes here continuing across the state. So the tornado watch continues for northern and western Oklahoma. This goes until 1 o'clock this afternoon. And this is just the first of what's going to be 2 waves of thunderstorm chances and tornado chances across the state as we head throughout this afternoon. So today's definitely one of those days to remain weather aware. You can download our Forewarn. We have to keep you up to date with the latest information. So the statewide view of our storm scanner is showing that we have 2 thunderstorms we're primarily watching right now, and one that's producing a tornado up here just to the northwest of Clinton. So first storm I'm going to take a close look at is going to be this one north of Watonga, pushing over to the west of Enid. This one's moving just to the south of Ringwood right there, and you can see that classic rotation there, that hook echo developing. This is where we have Mike Bennett. If we have his shot, we can show that, and if Mike's on the phone, we can go to him as well. So Mike, We're still seeing this thing on radar, at least showing signs of intensifying. Give me your vantage point of where you are and what you're seeing. I mean, look at this. This is definitely going to be the classic setup for a supercell thunderstorm producing a tornado.
Okay, Damien, I'm west of Ames, just west of Ames, and got a huge lowering right here. But this is a new one. Okay, this is not the one that we were on just when I talked to Emily last. That one kind of became disorganized. We've got a very low cloud base here, but it's a little bit the cloud base is a little bit disorganized, minus except for what you're looking at in my shot right here. And so we're going to sit here on this for just a few seconds. Can't stay with it very long, stationary, because this storm is moving pretty fast to the northeast, and it doesn't take very long to get behind it. So we're going to lose a shot because I've got to get about 3 miles east to Ames and then go north, and then we'll have it back in our shot again. But right now, I do not. It's kind of a broad rotation. I don't see it anything tight or rapid right now, but that could change in a matter of seconds. So anybody in the path of this storm, you got to be ready. You got to be ready for your safe spot and have it ready to get, be standing outside of it, ready to get in it. Back to you.
All right, Mike, thanks so much. So, yes, this is a storm we're watching here. Mike Bennett's on it, and he's got to get going because these storms are moving very fast. You definitely don't want to be left behind. So we're going to have our storm trackers out bringing you the latest on that. We'll switch back over to radar. So this is the area we're watching. It's going to be just to the west, moving to the northwest of Ames right there, and putting on the reflectivity, going from reflectivity to velocity. We're definitely seeing that very strong rotation signature right there. This is from Oklahoma City's radar, and this one right here is from Enid's radar. And you can see not only are we seeing the really strong rotation from the low levels, but we're also seeing the very strong rotation signature from the upper levels as well. And that's showing me exactly this right here. Not only is this thing going to produce a tornado, it's also going to produce up to possibly about baseball size hail. So in addition to the tornado threat, the hail threat's going to be elevated as well. So there's the radar reflectivity. Zooming out to put the storm track on there. This storm's going to continue up to the northeast. This one is definitely capable of producing a tornado. So pick your town, pick your timeline. Right now is the time to start to get prepared to take your tornado precautions. Shelter in the lowest level, center room, no windows. You definitely want to take that into account because this storm definitely has a chance to produce a tornado here, and we're going to go over to Emily with the latest on the other storms.
Well, because the other storm is the tornado warned storm. Let's go to Max 3, where there's been a report of a tornado near the town of Hammond. So this is moving through tornado warning for the storm that's moving through Leedy, up through Camargo near Putnam. Let's switch over. This is the area of concern. In fact, there's a brand new polygon issued for this tornado warning. Let's go to Aaron Sanders, who is on top of this storm. Aaron, there has been a report of a tornado. Brand new tornado warning for the one that Damien was just talking about as well. 2 tornado warnings. Aaron Sanders, let's get a quick update, and then we're going to go back to Mike Bennett for the new tornado warning. Aaron Sanders, go ahead.
We're just to the south of Marie, which is going to be just to the southeast of Leedy. We're looking up right into this structure in the storm at the moment. We got some rotation. This little funnel's been kind of popping itself down and coming back up repetitively, kind of cycling itself through and through. So we've kind of been keeping an eye on it. It hasn't gotten too dangerously low, but it's trying to make its way down towards the ground. This is not a tornado, but it is a lowering, and this is tornado warned storm. So if it's coming your way, it's better to be in shelter and take it safe. But yeah, we're going to be tracking it and keeping y'all forewarned. Back to you.
Okay, thanks for that report. It's vital that we have our storm trackers out with some of these storms that are farther away from the radar. It makes it a little bit more challenging to see the velocity closer to the surface, and that's what we need to know for the tornado. But it is doing a good job of showing the area of concern, and this is what we're watching. So it looks like you had the main area over Leedy and then a secondary circulation south of the town of Leedy, and that's likely why there's a reissuance of the tornado warning. We also want to go back up north. This is now a tornado warned storm, the one we've been showing you for the past 5 to 10 minutes with Mike Bennett, a lowering. It is now officially a tornado warning. Notice that the polygon is more to the east. That's what happens with these storms. They move to the northeast, and when they veer east, That's when the wraparound happens at the surface and a tornado forms. So anyone in the path of this storm, you need to seek shelter immediately. The circulation will be located just west of the town of Ames. That's going to be moving east-northeast towards Drummond, towards Enid, just south of Enid, and towards it's going to be moving towards Wacomas. It probably will be moving just north, but if it manages to turn east a little bit more, we'll be heading towards Wacomas. So more than likely veering just south of the town of Lahoma. Let's go to Mike Bennett right now. Mike, you've been on top of this. You have eyes on the cloud base. What can you tell us?
Okay, Emily. Yeah, we're back on that wall cloud again. We moved north of Ames now. We're about a mile north of Ames. The wall cloud's kind of broadened out a little bit. I don't see anything right now that is screaming, that's getting ready to tornado in the next, minute or so. But that, like I say, this could change really, really quick. But just kind of got broad rotation. We're just looking for an area to tighten up, localize, and increase in speed. And right now it's just kind of broad rotation. And this storm definitely has the potential for producing a tornado sometime in the next few minutes. That's why there's a tornado warning on it. But right now, there is no tornado on the ground that I can see. Back to you.
All right, thanks for that report. Yeah, we appreciate our storm trackers having eyes on the storms, and you can clearly see the lowering. He is right there. So if it drops a tornado, then it's ready to go. Remember, tornado warnings are issued for two reasons. One, there's a tornado actually spotted by a storm tracker, storm chaser, or funnel. Or two, it's radar indicated. In this instance, we've been watching closely the rapid rotation moving northwest of Ames, lifting off to the east, and that is why it has been issued. But also getting very close there. Of course, Mike Bennett right on top of it. We'll be checking in with him throughout the morning. I want to go back real quick and take a look at the other tornado warning to keep you forewarned. This is the circulation over Leedy lifting northeast. It'll be moving just south of Camargo. That is the tornado we're concerned about. There was a report of a brief tornado near Hammond, so this has a confirmed tornado with it in west central Oklahoma. These things are moving fast, so you're not going to have a lot of lead time necessarily with the warnings. You need to make sure that you're ready to go in your safe spot because they are racing at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. In addition to that, we're concerned about some wind and hail so far, about 1.5-inch hail reports with it and 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. But this is just the start of a very busy day. Western half of the state under a tornado watch until 1 p.m. and then the focus will slide into central Oklahoma this afternoon with a flooding risk across the state tonight. Yes, go ahead.
Hey, Emily, this is starting to tighten up here now. Okay, we've got.
Let's take it full screen. Yep.
This is starting to tighten up a little bit and get a little bit more organized. It's not rapid yet, okay, but definitely looks better than just. I wanted to talk to you like 2 minutes ago, and we've already got rapid changes happening with this. So. This bears watching. Just everybody, again, heads up in front that's in the path of this because this storm has the potential to produce a tornado, and that could happen really, really quick. So anyway, I just want to let you know it's got some rapid changes occurring right now. Back to you.
You jump in when needed, Mike, and we want to, stay with your shot because take a look at this. It's getting very close to the ground right now. This is live in Okie. If you are around the Okie area, heading towards Lahoma as well, even Enid, get ready to take action with this storm system. Look at that base. It's really coming down close to the ground. It looks like it's about to produce a tornado. Again, this is with Mike Bennett live. The circulation is tightening up. It's likely going to produce a tornado any moment now if it hasn't already. Let's go back to Mike Bennett. Give us another update.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we may have to. I think this thing's kind of rotating in on us here. I think I'm going to go back to the blacktop and oh, hang on just a minute, Emily. I'm going to get turned around here and look at something just to our north. To bear with me while I get to about a 10-point turn right here. I got on a pretty narrow road. I've got something north of me that's grabbed my attention, and I've got to get turned around here. I'm right now. My view's blocked by trees, and so I'm going to turn around here. Okay, I'm getting right back up here. Looking out my side window right now, and This is back to the northeast of me. Yeah, we got another area here we need to kind of direct our attention to. Okay, all right. Yeah, now that I get a good look at it, I'm not as that concerned about it. So anyway, we're just going to keep watching. We're right here underneath it. If it does something, we're going to be right here. Back to you.
Okay, thanks for that report. That's located just north of Ames. Let's go to Damien right now. He's set up to talk about both of the tornadic storms. Again, we have 2 tornado warnings at this time. This is Mike Bennett on top of the circulation that's located just north of Ames. That's going to be traveling east-northeast towards Lahoma, Drummond, even heading towards Enid. Its current track is heading towards Enid. I would say in the next 20 minutes or so, you need to be ready, take action. This is giving you plenty of warning for the town of Enid if this is heading your way. Mike Bennett's on top of it. We also are really focused on that tornado warning in western Oklahoma as well, where there is still a very strong circulation. It is pulsing up, a little challenging being farther away from the radar, but here's the circulation east of Leedy, another one developing south of Camargo. That's going to be moving off to the northeast at around 40 to 45 miles per hour, moving just west of Tologa. So concerning situation for the western half of the state right now. To give you a wider view, as you can see, we have all of these tornado warnings, 2 tornado warnings. Big watch across western Oklahoma. This is just the start of multiple rounds of severe weather. It's expected to become more numerous as the day progresses and sliding into central Oklahoma, the I-35 corridor later on this afternoon with more supercells developing. But western Oklahoma, especially through early to mid-afternoon, this is going to be the case. More severe weather activity. So let's go ahead and take it to Damien for team coverage. Damien, go ahead and give us the latest. We are keeping a very close eye on both of these storms. I know Aaron Sanders is also on this storm in western Oklahoma, west central Oklahoma.
That's right, Emily. And that west central Oklahoma storm, that one already produced a tornado, a confirmed tornado. Mike Bennett's on that one that's pushing towards Highway 81 between Enid and Wacomas. That one's definitely showing the signs that we look for on radar, at least to produce a tornado. And he's been showing us multiple areas of rotation. The storm's going to produce a tornado here. It's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. So we're going to continue to watch that very closely. Taking a closer look here at that Enid storm, it's now starting to what we call turn a little bit to the right. It's going to be starting to, instead of progress more to the north and to the northeast, it's starting to anchor a little bit. So the direction is now going to shift a little bit farther, moving a little bit more to the east. So if you're in Lahoma, Drummond, Enid, Wacomas, if you're in that area, that box right there, you need to start to take your tornado precautions. Shelter in the lowest level, center room, no windows if you can. That's going to be the best idea to do here as the storm is starting to work its way, move a little bit more to the east. The radar signature, the velocity signature is definitely showing that this thing, the overall rotation looks like it's broadening out a little bit, and that's a little bit what Mike Bennett was telling us. But overall, it's still producing some low level and some upper level rotation as well. So what that tells me is not only is this thing going to produce a tornado, it's also, as you can see right here, it's going to produce some very large hail as it continues to drift its way up to the north and to the east. So if you're in Lahoma right now, you're going to see about up to golf ball size hail pushing in here about the next 10 to 15 minutes. So that's going to be the threat for both tornadoes and for both hail. So as we zoom out just a little bit, you can see now this storm right here pushing through Billings up I-35 just to the west there of Ponca City. That one's losing intensity. So I'm not really worried about this one. It's primarily going to be that storm right there. And putting the storm track on here, as you can see, pick your town, pick your time of arrival. This is what we're going to be looking at. So Pawnee around 12:20. It's going to be pushing into Ponca City a little bit after noon. It's 10:45 right now here on your early Saturday morning heading into Saturday afternoon. And then we have these storms across western Oklahoma. This very dangerous storm pushing up towards Leedy. That one has a confirmed tornado on it right now. And they just reissued the tornado warning there to the north and to the northeast of Leedy, between Leedy and Camargo there on Highway 34. And the velocity signature on this one does show signs of it's broadening out just a little bit. It's not quite as tight as what we were looking at earlier, but still, this storm is going to produce a tornado. Once again, it's not a question of if, but when. And we have our team of trackers out here on the latest. So if we have any of their shots and they're looking any good, we can show those to you right now. But overall, this is going to be one of the areas we're watching. Once again, in addition to the tornado threat, also producing up to golf ball size hail. So we're also watching out for that hail threat as well. Putting the storm track on that one, once again, pick your town, pick your time of arrival. This is what we're going to be tracking here over the next couple of hours. So zooming out, once again, a broad view here, a statewide view. We're watching these two primary areas there just to the west of Enid, and then also just to the northwest there of Clinton. These storms are moving to the north and to the east about 30 to 40 miles an hour. So they are moving very fast. So Emily, these are going to be the primary storms we're watching right now. But as we've been talking about pretty much for the past week, this is not going to be it. This is just the first of what's going to be 2 rounds of potentially severe weather as we head throughout the rest of your Saturday.
That's right, Damien, at least 2 rounds, because we also have to be worried about flooding overnight tonight. There's a big flood watch in effect for the eastern half of the state, expecting 2 to 4 inches of rain, over 6 inches in some places. So if you're just tuning in, maybe the tornado sirens are going off. By the way, Oklahoma City's typical noon siren will not be issued today because of the severe weather. Western half of the state under a tornado watch until 1 p.m. It is the western half of Oklahoma that'll be under the gun, so to speak, all the way through about mid-afternoon. Central Oklahoma, we start to see that risk going up until late afternoon and into the evening. And then overnight hours, it's a big round of heavy rain, as I'll show you coming up. 2 tornado warnings at this time. Let's go ahead and zoom on into the very latest. Western Oklahoma, this one has confirmation of a tornado that briefly touched down near the town of Hammond. Zooming in, you can see the circulation south of Camargo. It looks like it's trying to cycle and bring a new circulation northeast of the town of Leedy. That's going to be moving off to the northeast, eventually tracking its way towards Sealing. Off to the northeast, we are still tracking the tornado warning for this storm that's north of Ames, heading towards Drummond, Lahoma. All right, so switching over to reflectivity, we're watching 2 areas of concern, one circulation over Lahoma, another one north of Ames. That's what's going to be heading towards Drummond, more of an east-southeasterly track. So it looks like that is going to be heading towards just south of Enid. Let's go ahead and take a look at the latest with Mike Bennett. Mike, you're in the heavy rain. The circulation may be wrapped in rain. What can you tell us?
We're having okay, Emily, yeah, the feature we had a while ago, that was completely whisked out. The good thing is this rotation has broadened out a little bit, become a little bit disorganized. That's good news, at least for now. So we're going to take advantage of that opportunity, and we got to punch the core and get up to Highway 412 to get back on the east side of it because of our road options. So that's what we're in the process right now, is punching it and getting east of Mino towards Lahoma on 412. Back to you.
Okay, thanks for that report. Yeah, and this is a developing situation. 2 tornadoes more expected later today. This is why we have our team of trackers to have eyes on the ground for you. So the circulation with a tornado warned storm located north of Ames, west of Drummond. That's going to be moving east northeast. And I want to go back to some of the storms back building into Texas from into Sweetwater, Cheyenne, and heading northeast. And this is not severe near Tonkawa, near Billings, thankfully. Switching over, want to focus also on what's happening later today. I know a lot of people on edge. Just make sure you have ways to get your watches and warnings. Temperatures in the mid to upper 70s. Here's a look at our future track for the storm timing. Storms are expected to increase in coverage across western and parts of north central Oklahoma until 1 p.m. Then this afternoon, depending on how much the atmosphere can recover, especially if we have some breaks in the clouds, that will upper instability, aka storm fuel. More development expected by late afternoon. Look at this forecast of supercells blowing up that would have very large hail, damaging winds, and tornado potential. A few strong tornadoes are still possible today. We want more rain and storms this morning because that will diminish the threat later in the day, but it's still there. Tracking severe storms, a line forming, moving into central and southern Oklahoma, the I-35 corridor approaching more of the classic time frame late afternoon and evening. This could also then turn into a flooding threat overnight as there's training storms over the same place again and again. And then that line's going to finally race off to the east early tomorrow morning. It will move out in time for the Oklahoma City Memorial Marathon. I know there are a lot of people in from out of state. Do a favor, help those people. Let them know tornado safety precautions for today because there is a moderate risk of severe weather, which doesn't happen too often. That goes from now all the way through early Sunday. Threats include 60 to 80 mile per hour winds, up to baseball size hail, and tornadoes, even a few strong tornadoes. So, Damien, this is just the start of a very busy day. We have several different 2 tornado warnings at this time, but unfortunately we could have more later in the day.
Yeah, absolutely, Emily, because if you remember yesterday's risk, Yesterday's risk was nowhere near as high as what we're tracking today. And yesterday we had about 70 to 80 tornadoes produced across parts of Missouri, Kansas, Iowa, Nebraska. And that risk zone is pretty much bullseyed across central Oklahoma. So we are going to see multiple rounds of possibly a tornado outbreak here as we head throughout your Saturday. And it's just now kickstarting. It's 10:51 here on your early Saturday morning. And we already have multiple tornadoes across the state of Oklahoma. The tornado watch continues. This is the first round. Once again, this is only the first of 2 rounds of severe weather we're going to be seeing and tracking for today. In fact, the strongest storms, the more widespread tornado outbreak potential is going to be for later this afternoon. So this is just the appetizer of severe weather we're tracking for today. But the one thing I do want to point out is that if we see more storms this morning, the more storms we see this morning, that'll help limit the severe potential for this afternoon. So that's what we're going to be watching very carefully. Emily talked earlier a little bit about the storm fuel. Well, as you can see, if you go outside, you can just tell it looks like, it smells like, it feels like a severe weather day here across the state of Oklahoma. It is warm, it is muggy, it is windy. So that is why we have that tornado watch in effect right now. A statewide view of our storm scanner is showing that we still have the 2 tornado warnings continuing across the state. Mark, if you get an idea of when these warnings are going to expire, give me a heads up. But overall, we still have these continuing tornado warnings across the state. One just there. Okay, so there we go. So we have this tornado warning pushing into parts of Garfield County. We also have this storm there just to the south of Woodward between Clinton and Woodward that we're going to be watching. We have our storm trackers Eric Dixon and Aaron Sanders. We're going to check in with them coming up, but it's primarily going to be this storm right here that's pushing between Ames, Drummond, and Lahoma right there. So if you're in Enid, Wacomas, they're along Highway 81, up towards the Kansas border, you need to start to take your tornado precautions right now. Shelter in the lowest level, center room, no windows if you can. That's going to be the best idea because as we look at the overall velocity signature on this storm, it's not quite as threatening as what I was tracking earlier, which is a good thing because we definitely want to see that potential decrease. But overall, this storm definitely has all the signs, all the signatures, all the rotation it needs to drop a tornado. And our storm trackers have been on this, including Mike Bennett. So this is the primary storm we're going to be watching here as we head throughout the next couple of hours because this one, there's nothing blocking it. So this is going to be the primary storm. We've been talking about that storm fuel. This is going to be the one that's going to be eating up all that fuel, and definitely with all the rotation out there is definitely going to be capable of dropping a tornado. And this is a different radar showing a different view of the storm and the rotation. So not only is this storm producing rotation at the lower levels that can produce a tornado, it's also producing rotation at the upper levels of the storm because we know how tall these storms can build this time of year. So whenever you start to get the rotation in the upper levels of the atmosphere, that increases the hail threat, and you can see that right here. Here's our storm scanner for our hail core, and this thing's definitely producing quarter up to golf ball size hail, and it's continuing to work its way up to the north and to the northeast. The good news is overall looks like the overall hail zone is shrinking, but unfortunately, as the hail zone shrinks, the intensity, the size of the hail is actually coming up because you can see this dark shade of green. Just a couple of radar scans wasn't really there, but over the past couple of radar scans, you can see that, yes, the hail size on this storm is definitely increasing. So we're going to be watching that. Not only is this thing producing a tornado, it's also producing up to about golf ball size hail, so dangerous hail possible as well. So zooming out to put the storm track on there, there is this storm I've been tracking here north of Billings along I-35 pushing to the west of Ponca City. This one's not severe, but it is producing some lightning, so you definitely don't want to be on the highway with that. But it's definitely going to be this storm right here and putting the storm projection on there as this thing continues to work its way off to the east and to the northeast. Pick your town, pick your time of arrival. This is what we're going to be tracking. Ponca City, it's 10:55 right now. It's going to be moving in, crossing I-35 a little bit around noon. Same thing for Pawnee, Yale, Cleveland, all these towns there. Pick your, like Enid, right now you have about 5 minutes before it moves in. So you need to take your tornado precautions right now. And then as we look across western Oklahoma, this is the storm that confirmed, we had a confirmed tornado on the ground. Taking a close look here, it's pushing between Leedy and Camargo there up to the north and to the northeast. The rotation signature on this one has definitely weakened, which is good because this one did drop a tornado across western Oklahoma earlier. So the overall rotation has come down. And the good news is, in addition to the rotation coming down, as you can see, the hail sizes, the hail core has come down as well. So not only is this storm showing signs of dissipating for the tornado threat, it's also showing signs of weakening for the overall hail threat. And putting the storm tracker on there as well, once again pushing towards Fairview around noon, pushing towards Ringwood a little bit after noon. So once again, pick your town, pick your time of arrival. That's what we're going to be seeing for that. A statewide view, we're still tracking those two primary storms producing tornadoes across the state of Oklahoma. We have our team of trackers out to bring you the latest. And the main thing we're going to be seeing is that this is just the first of what is going to be 2 waves of showers, storms, and severe weather, possibly tornadic weather as we head throughout this afternoon. So we're going to toss it back to Emily. She's got an update for us.
That's right, Damian. We have team coverage. We need multiple meteorologists, multiple storm trackers on a day like today. There's a lot going on. There's still a tornado watch that continues for the western half of the state. Let's jump to our storm tracker, Aaron Sanders, who's been on this storm out to the west that had a confirmed tornado near Leedy earlier. Aaron, go ahead. Tell us your location. You've been watching this storm all along. What can you tell us as it continues to have a tornado warning on it? Go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, Emily, we're going to be heading to the east right now, heading towards Putnam, and we're going to head north towards Sealing. Right now, we're kind of trying to reposition towards the southeast, southwest end of the storm, kind of let it move a little bit to the northeast and follow along with it. We don't have any real view on what's lowering or any rotation in there at the moment, so we're just going to try to reposition, get an eye on it, and see what we can see in there. The rotation looks pretty decent on radar, but like I said, we can't see anything, so we can't really make any decisions based off that at the moment. But we're going to be tracking it and keeping y'all forewarned. Back to you.
Yeah, the circulation is northeast of Camargo, so that's what you need to be keeping a close eye on. Of course, some of these storms are challenging because they're getting wrapped up in rain now. What does that mean for you? It means, I know Oklahomans like to go out and get a view of the storm on their own. In that instance where the circulation is wrapped around rain, you're not going to be able to see it. And that can also be deceiving for anyone driving in the area. Today's a day where you definitely need to be alert, have multiple ways of getting your watches and warnings, especially on a Saturday. There are so many things going on. So this is what I'm talking about. The circulation still persistent northeast of Camargo. It is moving towards just west of Sealing. Its track right now will take it just west of Sealing. We also have to talk about the ongoing tornado warning for the storm that is near Lahoma into Carrier. This is where we have Mike Bennett. Let's switch over to velocity. What's also around here, our surrounding areas of the storm are under a severe thunderstorm warning where you could have 2-inch hail as well. But this is the circulation located east of Lahoma, and that's going to be tracking just north of Enid. So let's take it out to Mike Bennett. I know he's in the middle of the rain. He's having to reposition, and once again, that's being wrapped up in rain as well. Let's go to Mike Bennett for the latest on this one. Mike, go ahead.
All right, Emily. Yeah, well, I'm about 3 miles east of Lahoma on 412. We just punched through it, just coming out now on the east side of the storm. And we've got a feature here. We're just now getting a good bearing on it now since we punched through. But we've got a lowering. I'm not going to say it's a real solid wall cloud, but this will be between Enid and Lahoma. It's going to be more on the northwest side of Enid, probably more north side of Enid. But right now I don't see anything that says that there's, it's going to produce a tornado here within just a matter of seconds. But right now we're just kind of getting our bearings on where we can observe it long enough to see what kind of rotation is in there, whether it's rapid or tight or whatever. So we got the camera on that area, and so we're going to keep an eye on that. I'd say Enid, yeah, definitely Enid needs to be in their safe spots or really, really close to it and ready to jump in at the last second. But right now I do not see a tornado on the ground. Back to you.
Thanks for that. Yes, I mean, he is a seasoned storm tracker. We've had Mike Bennett around for a long time, and he knows what he's looking at. This is also in his neighborhood where you are seeing he's going to be tracking the latest storm path heading into Enid. He is from Enid. So go ahead and take a look at the latest. This is what he was talking about. The circulation located just northeast of Lahoma. It'll be tracking just north of Enid, but you still want to get in your safe spot. Anyone in Enid, especially the north part of town in Enid, as it could produce a tornado at any time. Remember, it's 11 a.m. This is quite impressive that we're already seeing several tornado warnings at 11 a.m. Our typical time frame is during peak peak daytime heating late afternoon and evening. It's all about the timing with this storm system, but this is a very potent jet stream storm. That's why we've been talking about it. That's why there's a moderate risk of severe weather, because it's expected to bring multiple rounds or waves of severe storms pushing across this state today. This is just round one. Now, the good news about morning storms is sometimes it can eat up some of the potential fuel of what could be potentially worse storms later in the day. If we had sunshine in the morning, that would not be as good. However, do not let your guard down. We're still expecting severe storms into the afternoon as well. Back edge severe weather continuing in west central Oklahoma near Enid. That's a severe thunderstorm. These are not severe near Ponca City. And taking a look at our temperatures, I want to brief you real quick about what we can expect later today. We're managing to warm up for Stillwater, 79 degrees already. It is real soupy out, so the atmosphere is still primed and ready for severe weather throughout the rest of the day today. Ongoing storms are expected west of I-35 until 1 p.m. and then more storm development. Depending on how much the atmosphere recovers will determine how high that severity will continue. But any of these supercells this afternoon for portions of western and central Oklahoma could be up to baseball-sized hail, bring 60 to 80 mile per hour winds, tornadoes, even a few strong tornadoes. Oklahoma City Metro, latest data suggests maybe isolated storms possible mid to late afternoon, but the better chance will be later this evening, showing around 6 or 7 p.m. Morphing into a line that turns into a damaging wind threat, and then overnight tonight with training storms, so storms moving over the same areas again and again. We're also going to be throwing in a flooding threat, which is why we're under a flood watch for the eastern half of the state, and then it moves out early Sunday. So ongoing situation, still tracking 2 tornado warnings at this time. Unfortunately, Damian, the way the atmosphere is today, so much spin present, instability in place, we easily could have more tornadoes, and we are expecting that, why we have our team coverage.
That's right, Emily. So as we head throughout today, a tornado watch continues until 1 o'clock here this afternoon. So we're going to be watching this area very carefully because these storms have already produced multiple tornadoes here across the state. So we are going to be watching this here as we head throughout the next couple of hours. We have our team of trackers out to bring you the latest. So here's the latest. A tornado watch continues across northwestern and western Oklahoma, but this is the first wave of what's going to be 2 main waves of thunderstorm chances here across the state today. So this is what I'm calling the severe weather appetizer for your Saturday, because these storms are only going to last until about 1 o'clock. After that, the main show is going to develop across southwestern Oklahoma, and that's going to be the one. These storms have already producing tornadoes, but it's going to be that second wave. That's the one that's going to have the energy and the support from the jet stream to really get things going. So here's a statewide view of our storm scanner tracking 2 primary areas of showers, storms, severe weather, and tornadoes continuing across the state. There's this storm right here pushing just to the west of Enid. We also have this storm that's pushing over towards parts south of Woodward. So we're going to take a close look here at this Enid storm. This is where we have Mike Bennett. If Mike Bennett gets a good shot, control room, let me know, throw him up, and we'll talk to him coming up. But yes, you can definitely see that classic signature, that hook echo signature on this storm here. So if you're living in Kremlin, if you're living over in Hunter, you need to take your tornado precautions right now. Lowest level, center room, no windows, because this storm is definitely capable of producing a tornado. It's not going to be a question of if, it's going to be a question of when. So switching over from reflectivity, showing you the velocity signature. This is the low level velocity, and you can see we're definitely seeing that couplet right there that indicates low level rotation, and it is aggressive enough to where we could see a tornado. This thing's going to drop a tornado at any time. Mike Bennett's on it. He's got the direct shot on it, as you can see right there on the other side of your screen. So if any of these storms produce a tornado, it's going to be this one right here. And on the other side, I'm showing 2 radar signatures from a different radar. This is showing us that not only is this storm producing enough low-level rotation to produce a tornado, it's also showing enough mid-level rotation to support large hail, and this is the hail size right here. So overall, we're seeing that this hail core is maintaining on this storm. It's not diminishing, it's maintaining, if not increasing. The overall the storm zone, as far as the zone, the area of hail is increasing. Also, the intensity is increasing as well. So definitely golf ball size hail, in addition to that tornado threat, will be primary. And also, we've been talking about this a little bit, but we also have to emphasize the flooding potential here for these storms, because these storms are producing a lot, and I mean a lot of rainfall. So zooming out, we also have this storm pushing to the north of Billings there along I-35. Not severe, but is definitely producing some lightning. The storm track right here, Newkirk, Ponca City, a little bit after noon. It's 11:05 right now, so you still have time. You still have time right now to get your tornado precautions taken care of whenever these storms move in. And then we have this storm across western Oklahoma. Looks like the tornado warning on this one has been allowed to expire south of Sealing. So that's good news. Taking a closer look in here, even though the tornado warning has been allowed to expire, whenever you look at the overall rotation of this storm, it's still capable of producing, as you can see right here, large hail. But the good news is the hail cores on this storm have really shown signs of dissipating as well. So the rotation not only supports tornadoes, it also supports hail growth. So that's a good thing that we're seeing right there. So putting the storm track on there, Fairview 11:53, you got about 50 minutes on there, but still you definitely do not want to be caught outside with these storms as they roll in. So the statewide view of our storm scanner, still watching out for these areas of potentially dangerous weather here with tornado producing storms. Once again, Emily, this morning, this afternoon, this evening, it's not a question of if these storms are going to produce a tornado, it's a question of when.
Right, they're already producing tornadoes, so we're definitely keeping a close eye on that one. There is a tornado watch that continues for western Oklahoma until 1 p.m. Just because you're not under one the rest of the state, like Damien was saying, you are not in the clear. We're expecting multiple rounds, so this will likely be extended east as the day progresses. It's always a complicated forecast when you have storms earlier in the day, because what happens later in the day will be impacted. It's actually a good thing to have more storm coverage earlier on, because that limits a little bit, or can take away a little bit of instability for later in the day, aka storm fuel for the other storms. However, in a day like today, where you have a strong enough jet stream storm that will still produce more severe weather later in the day, even with ongoing storms in the morning. And that's what the latest data is still showing: supercell development through the afternoon, and then a flooding risk overnight. Tonight, there's a flood watch for the eastern half of the state. Still ongoing tornado warning for Enid, the town of north of Enid, and the tornado warning out west, no longer the case, but still severe thunderstorms up to 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. What's happening with the storm that was previously tornadic near Tologa? It still has that hail core south of Tologa. But what happened is all the rain is wrapping around and kind of choking off some of that fuel for the storm, and that's what limited the tornado from happening. That's why the tornado warning is no longer in play. However, we have seen it where these things cycle, and it easily could still pulse back up again. But it is a good sign that the rain is becoming more dominant in this storm. We still have the circulation pulsing up south of Tologa. Look at that. So this was the main circulation earlier west of Sealing, and now this circulation is taking over south of Tologa. As of right now, that is mainly a hail core, but this still could turn tornadic again. So anyone near Tologa, I'd be ready to seek shelter with that one, and be prepared for some large hail as well. The ongoing tornado warnings in north central Oklahoma, Enid to Kremlin. Let's go ahead and switch over to velocity for the latest. This is what we really want to keep an eye on. You can see it pulsing up the winds east of Carrier, keeping a close eye. It looks like the main circulation would be moving north of Enid. It looks like it's trying to blow out though, and that would be good, because that means hopefully limiting some of the tornado potential. But ongoing tornado warning continues north of Enid as well as into Kremlin. Let's go ahead and go to Mike Bennett for the latest. He has been monitoring this storm all morning long for us, and he's from Enid, so he knows the area very well. What can you tell us?
Okay, yeah, Emily. Hey, I have to agree with you. When you said the storm, looks like it's.
So there's nothing.
I'm sorry, control room, I'm hearing myself talk.
We're having some audio issues, so power through it, buddy. Do the best you can.
Okay, Emily, there's a little bit of a delay here on my audio, but I have to agree with you on the rotation north of Enid has kind of become pretty disorganized. And so Enid's in the clear, okay? Kremlin, you're not. You need Kremlin, Hills, or Hunter, possibly even Hillsdale. You need to be, in your safe spot. But we're starting to kind of look at another area that's north of me, that's a little bit east of Carrier, that might be a new area of rotation starting to develop. So anyway, right now, from what I'm seeing structurally, it's a little disorganized, and so I think right now we're just a ways away from this thing becoming a tornado producer, but we'll just have to wait and see on that. it can change very quickly. I got serious audio problems, so I apologize.
I know we do too. It's what we're dealing with right now. We're going to move forward with it, but you're doing a fantastic job, and we appreciate our storm trackers' eyes in the field. And it's challenging as of right now as a storm tracker because a lot of these circulations are becoming embedded in rain. Let's go ahead and zoom on into the latest. So he was talking about the main threat would be north of Enid at this time. He's watching the circulation east of Carrier. It looks like it's trying to form something here east of Carrier, and this bowing out indicates some powerful winds heading towards Kremlin right now, likely about 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. So obviously we're focusing, there we go, brand new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued, likely due to those winds that are rushing off to the east. That's another threat. A lot of focus on obviously any tornadic circulations, but we could also have 60 to 80 mile per hour winds. I think there is a greater hail potential later in the day. Haven't seen huge hail reports this morning. The threat is up to 2-inch hail as of right now, but as the day progresses and we have more daytime heating, especially areas that manage to see sun, we could have up to tennis ball, maybe even baseball sized hail with some of the supercells later today. But right now, focusing on the ongoing tornado warning, the circulation would be east of Carrier, moving off to the northeast. There's also an area we're watching perhaps that would be east of Highway 60 here, and we'll be watching those. That's why we have our trackers' eyes in the skies, keeping a close eye on it. A wider view showing the latest storms. We still have severe storms out west. Those are no longer tornado warned, and focusing on severe weather north central Oklahoma. Ongoing tornado watch that remains in effect until 1 p.m. and we're expecting this to expand east as the day progresses with more supercell development. Then in eastern Oklahoma, look at all this clearing now. I want to note that we're seeing some breaks in the clouds in central Oklahoma, so the temperatures continue to jump. I also want to point out, we've been focusing so closely on these storms, new development going down the line into Texas, and that is going to be the trend today. The number of storms are expected to increase over the next couple of hours, and then moving towards central Oklahoma likely later in the day. Could have some isolated storms this afternoon for the metro, but I think the metro timeline is especially for late afternoon and this evening, and then overnight it morphs into a flooding threat. There's a big flood watch for the eastern half of the state. We haven't had a big time flooding event in recent years, but I think that's about to change this season. So please remember, turn around, don't drown for overnight tonight. Damian, we're tracking a lot. This is just the start of what's going to be a very busy day. We've been urging people all along, just make sure you have ways to get your warnings and know where to go and take action.
That's right, Emily. You can always download our Forewarn Me app to keep you up to date and forewarned on the latest. And yes, I just want to point out, this is just the appetizer, folks, of what we're tracking right now. This is the first of what's going to be 2 waves of severe weather, including tornadoes across the state. We're going to see multiple tornadoes across the state of Oklahoma as we head throughout the next 12 to 24 hours, including right now across northern and western Oklahoma. We've had 2 tornadoes already, 2 tornado warning storms, multiple reports across the state. So this is what we're going to be tracking here for right now. Switching over to show you Storm Scanner. One thing I do want to point out is that, yes, we are starting to see more thunderstorms developing on the very tail south end on this storm. Let's go back over to Max 2. I'll show you what I'm talking about. So these storms that are developing here just to the south and to the southwest of the Red River, these are going to be the storms that eventually, because of the storm motion's up to the northeast. These storms right here are going to push into northern Oklahoma and eventually into Kansas. These storms across western Oklahoma are going to impact northern parts of the state. But these storms here developing across the southern part of the Texas Panhandle, these are going to be the storms that eventually work their way into central parts of the state. So these are going to be the storms that we're going to be watching primarily for the overall severe threat and the tornado threat pushing eventually into the Oklahoma City metro. So once again, this is going to be just the appetizer of what's going to be the severe weather feast we're going to be seeing as we head throughout the rest of the day. Taking a close look here at this storm pushing towards Kremlin, Hunter. Mike Bennett was on that one. He's been showing us a little bit, but overall, the overall rotation that we're tracking on these storms has started to diminish a little bit. So it does look like the overall tornado threat, it's still there, but it's maintaining. It hasn't really increased. The storm hasn't really gotten its act together here over the past couple of radar scans. But once again, we've seen multiple times that these storms, they look kind of ragged. They look kind of like they're losing their intensity. And then it just takes a couple radar scans, one really good inflow, and they're right back on there producing and dropping a tornado. So this is what we're going to be watching here as we head throughout the rest of the morning. The overall velocity signature, it's still broad, but it's still everything I need to see for this storm to produce a tornado is right there, and it's still going to continue to do that. So if you're in Pond Creek right now, you need to take your tornado precautions. Shelter in the lowest level, center room, no windows. That's what you need to do here as this storm continues to work its way up to the north and to the northeast. Not only are we seeing that part of the storm, the low levels of the storm producing rotation, the mid levels of the storm are doing it as well. So I've been showing you this because everyone's always focused on the tornado threat, but these storms are also going to be producing large hail, damaging winds, and they're also going to be producing a lot of rainfall. So we will be seeing that flooding potential as we head throughout today as well. So here's the overall hail threat. Whenever you start to see the green on this map for the hail core, that's whenever you start to see the quarter up to golf ball size hail, and that's exactly what we're seeing. But over the past couple of radar scans, you can see that the overall size of that green there on that hail core has actually shown signs of coming down, but we're still seeing up to golf ball size hail pushing into Pond Creek. That's still damaging hail. You definitely don't want to be stuck outside with that. But the overall zone, the area, the size of that hail core has shown signs of shrinking, and also that area of the darker green, that's where you see the golf ball size hail. That looks like that's showing signs of shrinking as well. So overall, we're seeing this storm right here showing signs of dissipating. But once again, if it gets a really good inflow of air, which you go outside, you can just tell that it's going to be a storm day. It looks like it, it feels like it, it even smells like it. So once again, there's nothing down here in central Oklahoma to block that inflow to these storms. So that's why they have been maintaining for as long as they have. So overall, the tornado warning has expired for these storms, but they still have the severe thunderstorm warning because of the large hail continuing to push the way up to the north and to the northeast. Zooming out, we also have this storm right there that was north of Billings along I-35. Not severe, but it is now pushing its way up the highway into Kansas. But we're going to be watching these areas primarily. And also here we have this break right here between the two storms, and that's what we're going to be watching for that one. So putting the storm tracker on there, this one's going to be moving more to the north and to the northeast now. So pick your town. Pick your time of arrival. This one looks like the storms are going to be moving in here across northern parts of the state. And then we have this cluster of storms moving across western Oklahoma. This storm right now pushing between Sealing up towards Fairview. This one is the one that had a confirmed tornado on the ground. Our storm trackers brought it to you live on air here earlier this or morning. Normally we say afternoon, but so far this has just been your Saturday morning. It's 11:17 here for this morning. Sealing to Loga, right now it's primarily going to be a large hail and flooding rainfall event right there. So we're going to continue to watch this. The overall rotation, once again, it is actually coming up here just to the east and to the northeast of Tologa. So if you're in Fairview right now, this rotation signature and storm motion is pretty much red line, center line. So if you're in Fairview, go ahead and start to take your tornado precautions because this storm is definitely showing signs of the low level rotation increasing. So once again, it's not a question of if these storms produce tornadoes. It's a question of when they are going to produce tornadoes. And we have our team of trackers out there to bring you the latest on that. So Sealing down towards Tologa, once again, not a very large area as far as the hail core, but it is small and it's, once again, it's intense. You can see up to golf ball size hail between Tologa and Sealing. So this is going to continue to drift its way up to the north and to the northeast. The overall radar signature as far as the rotation, once again, it's pretty impressive. And the storm timeline here as it continues to work its way up to the northeast. Pick your town. Pick your time of arrival. That's when it looks like it's going to move in. Lahoma a little bit after noon, which is in about an hour from now. It's 11:18 here on your early Saturday morning. So overall, this is what we're tracking. Two primary storms across northern and western Oklahoma. But once again, Emily, this is going to be the first of what is going to be 2 rounds of severe weather. This is pretty much the appetizer because the main area as far as the jet stream supporting these storms and the heating that's going to support these storms is actually going to be happening this afternoon. So people, the folks here, you need to remain weather aware, not just right now, but as we head throughout the rest of the day. And we'll have our team of trackers out to bring you the latest.
That's right. Oklahomans know on storm days, right? And it feels like a storm day. That's what I hear a lot of times from people. You can tell that it's a storm day. It's real muggy out. And the fact that we already have ongoing storms, the atmosphere is primed and ready. Think of it as a fire, a campfire that has all the fluid on it and it's ready to ignite. That's the atmosphere right now. The good news is the more action we can get this morning, the more that could eat up a little bit of storm potential later in the day. Tornado watch continues until 1 p.m. The bad news is look at the breaks in the clouds, okay? We're heating up. The atmosphere is becoming very unstable. So it's warm It's really humid and temperatures are already surging to the upper 70s and low 80s. So ongoing storms to the west, yes, that will reduce a little bit of the severe weather threat, I think, later in the day because it's ongoing, especially northwest. But that is not the case from central to southern Oklahoma. Later this afternoon, we're expecting more rounds of severe storms. Let's go ahead and zoom on into the very latest. So this storm is now severe. It was previously tornadic. We have Mike Bennett on it, up to golf ball size hail, 60 to 70 mile-per-hour winds with these storms moving off towards Pond Creek. You can see that hail core pulsing up north of Kremlin, and that's where we're continuing to watch some strong winds out to the west. Notice some of these are yellow and some of these are orange. So this has been updated over the past year or two, I believe. But the orange means there's a tornado tag. That means that there's a tornado possible out of this severe storm. Really, if you're under tornado watch, you need to be prepared for any storm to potentially drop a tornado. But out to the west, a severe storm, so a little bit lower of a threat, not as much circulation. But this one that was previously tornadic near Leedy and Hammond, now that continues to move off to the northeast. There's still a broad circulation south of the town of Sealing. Another one trying to form northwest of the town of Sealing. Let's go to Aaron Sanders right now, who's been in this part of the state tracking this storm. They're moving pretty fast off to the northeast. Aaron, go ahead. What can you tell us?
Yeah, Emily, we're going to be heading northbound on Highway 183 at the moment. We're just north of Tologa, heading towards Sealing. We're going to be just behind this storm at the moment, so we're kind of watching on radar. It's still showing that there's some pretty decent rotation in there, but we still haven't come across anything that is really a heavy designator that this is going to produce a tornado. But there's definitely some radar-indicated rotation up in there, so we're going to try and reposition ourselves and get good eyes on it. We'll be out here tracking it. Back to you.
Thanks for that. Yeah, and it's crucial that we have our trackers out. We're thankful for our big fleet of trackers on a day like today because the radar, yes, it does a great job. Our computer models, they have come a long way, but we also need eyes on the ground. And we appreciate your viewers' storm reports as well. Safety first, always. But then after the storm strikes, if you have storm reports, please share it on social media. So here is the circulation located south of Sealing, moving off to the east. This is severe back through Cheyenne into Sweetwater. This is on the lower end of severe. So I'm saying up to 1-inch hail, 60 mile-per-hour winds on the tail end of this. Another thunderstorm south of Eric that is not severe. Off to the northeast, still tracking some showers over Bremen and Blackwell, but that severe storm is heading towards Renfro and Deer Creek in north central Oklahoma with still the threat of up to 2-inch hail potentially. I'd say up to golf ball size hail with that core now moving through Pond Creek. That's veering. It looks like it's tracking a little bit more to the north now. So in between Medford and Deer Creek for the latest track. Let's take a look at our temperatures. We're currently in the mid to upper 70s right now and climbing. I want to point out Stillwater, 79 degrees. Altus, 81 degrees. That is not good on a day like today because the more warmth we get, with this dew point in place, the amount of moisture that's present, and this powerful jet stream storm, yeah, the atmosphere is primed and ready for ongoing severe weather today. So let's take a look at the latest timeline. Oklahoma City, I'm not expecting storm development until later this afternoon. Still under a tornado watch for parts of western and north central Oklahoma until 1 p.m. You can see why. Ongoing showers and storms, right? In the meantime, the rest of the state, still upping temperatures, storm fuel for the next round that develops. So isolated severe storms are possible, including the metro central Oklahoma. That would happen about mid to late afternoon. But the greater potential, as you can see, development, rapid development by late afternoon, explosive development, especially in southwestern Oklahoma, of supercells late this afternoon. These are the storms we're really concerned about for the very large hail, up to baseball size hail, 60 to 80 mile-per-hour winds, as well as tornadoes. And there could be a few strong tornadoes. So latest data still suggests isolated severe storms for the metro. That is not good if we get one of those discrete supercells. It's called an isolated storm moving overhead, because that will have all the threats. Heading into the late afternoon and evening hours, morphs into a line. Whenever you have a line of storms, it turns into a damaging straight line wind event. That's where we could have up to 80 mile-per-hour winds, sometimes spin-ups along the line. And then overnight, watch what happens. Look at the explosive development. This will bring not only the threat of large hail, damaging winds, mainly damaging winds at this point, but also flooding. And there's a flood watch in effect. And I can't stress it enough. We haven't had big flood events in a while, and we could see that tonight and early tomorrow morning. Now, the line of storms will move out before race start time for anyone doing the half or full Oklahoma City Memorial Marathon. However, I'm hoping a lot of stuff isn't washed out before then with some of the forecast rain totals. So there is a flood watch in effect now all the way through Sunday for the eastern half of the state, where we're expecting widespread 2 to 4 inches of rain, some places 4 to 6 inches of rain overnight tonight. In addition to that, there is a moderate risk. We don't see this too often. Remember, the risk is not only for the severity, but also the confidence in the number of storms. So we're expecting a high number of storms. I mean, it's 11:30 a.m. and we've already had several tornado warnings. One confirmed tornado near the town of Hammond earlier. So again, with another round developing, we are still expecting the threats, especially this afternoon as daytime heating picks up, of up to 60 to 80 mile per hour winds, baseball size hail, and more tornadoes, including a few strong tornadoes overnight tonight that morphs into the flooding threat. So Damian, this is just the start. Of course, our plan is to cut in as needed. Of course, if there's a tornado warning, we will continue to go wall to wall, but we'll be cutting in as needed with our trackers. That's right, Emily, and we have a brand new tornado warning in effect for northern parts of the state. So we're going to continue our coverage right now. This is the risk for today. Here's the watches and warnings across the state. We have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. We have a new tornado warning in effect for northern parts of the state. So the tornado watch extends until 1 o'clock. And as I've been saying all day, this is just the appetizer of what we're going to see. But the one thing I do want to point out here for today, as far as the overall structure of the storms across Oklahoma for your Saturday. The stronger the storms right now, the weaker the storms later, because there's only so much fuel available outside. And yes, there's a lot of fuel, because as you go outside, you can tell it looks like, it feels like, it smells like a severe weather day. But once again, the more storms we have this morning, they're eating up some of that fuel that's not going to be available later. So the stronger the storms we have right now, the weaker the storms will be as we head throughout this afternoon. But yes, once again, we have a brand new tornado watch or tornado warning in effect across far northern Oklahoma. So let's take a look at the latest. Let's go ahead and take a zoom in here. So Pond Creek, Deer Creek, northern Deer Creek up towards Bremen. If you're in that area, red line, center line, take your tornado precautions right now. You need a shelter in the lowest level, center room without any windows here to keep yourself safe as we head throughout the rest of this morning. If we have Mike Minnick, we can go and show his shot and check in with him, because he's our storm tracker that's on this part of the state. So Mike Bennett, we're looking at your storm right now. Looks like you're looking at a base right now, some modest clouds. Give me an update on what you're seeing.
Yeah, okay, David, I just looked over here to my left. We're coming in on Hunter right now, okay? We're going to get on way up to Lamont, all right? I am seeing a lot of right now. I cannot see a wall cloud in there, because I believe that mesocyclone is embedded back in that rain, or rain has wrapped around it and cut off my visibility. But what I do see is a lot of dirt getting kicked up from the ground, blowing from west to east, and so that's probably RFD, pretty strong RFD coming around on it. So right now, this thing doesn't really look all that impressive, you know, as far as tornadic-wise in the immediate future. But with that RFD kicking around there, that could actually start spinning something up in there. So we're gonna make our way up there as quick as we can get there and see what's going on. But I will tell you this: these storms are just, I mean, they are moving fast. It's all we can do to keep up with them. And we've had some pretty decent road options and still having trouble keeping up with them. So but anyway, it's everybody in path of it. Pay attention, because, again, tornado warning on it once again. Damien.
All right, Mike, thanks so much. So this is what we're tracking. So once again, lots of rain with these storms. A very dangerous situation developing across northern parts of the state that we're going to be watching out for. Switching over from reflectivity, the intensity of the storm, to the velocity signature. As you can see, the low levels of velocity on this storm definitely showing everything I need to see to produce a tornado there with this storm. And then switching over to a closer radar, once again, you can just see that low level rotation. Very strong winds pushing across northern parts of the state, and Pond Creek into Deer Creek right there. Heads up, you need to take your tornado precautions right now. In addition to the tornado threat, we're also watching out for that hail threat here from Pond Creek up towards Medford up towards Renfro. That's what we're going to be watching here for this morning. So the overall rotation signature, you can see these things, they're just spinning up there. There's nothing to prevent these things from growing and showing us what they can do. This thing's going to drop a tornado pretty much at any time right there. We're going to have our team of trackers to bring you the latest on that. So zooming out just a little bit, this storm is going to cross into Kansas here, I'd say, in the next 15 minutes. These storms, as Mike Bennett was telling us, they're moving very fast here for us. And as you put the storm track on there, once again, they're going to be crossing over the state line here in about 30 minutes, so we're going to continue to watch that. But that's not the only show in town. We also have these storms here across western Oklahoma, not producing any tornadoes right now, but they definitely are spinning, so they can produce a tornado. Right now, they're just primarily looking like hail and wind and rainfall primarily here for Cleo Springs up towards Fairview. If you're in the path of these, you're definitely going to see some rotation moving in. The overall rotation signature from Sealing up towards Cleo Springs, not very impressive right now, but once again, these things cycle. Right now, it's on the low end of the cycle, but just like a roller coaster, they go up, they go down. So right now, it's at the bottom, and it's going to start to slowly inch its way back up to the top, including the size for the hail core right there that we're going to be watching very carefully. And putting the storm track on this one, once again, pick your town, pick your time. This is when it's going to be pushing in. If you're along Highway 81, Enid down through Hennessy, Dover, Kingfisher, about 12:30, about an hour from now is whenever it looks like it's going to be crossing the highway. So this is what we're going to be primarily looking out for that. So overall, 2 primary areas of severe weather across northern and northwestern Oklahoma. But once again, one thing I do want to point out, these are the areas we're watching right now, but as you look on down the line, these storms that are not severe across western Oklahoma, these are going to be moving eventually into northern parts of the state. So those are the storms that will impact there. For central Oklahoma, the storms I'm watching are going to be the ones way down here south of the Red River in the southern tip there of the Texas Panhandle. Those storms are going to be the ones that eventually lift their way for that second May wave of severe weather towards the I-35 corridor and central Oklahoma. So, Emily, we had an early start here for the severe weather, but we are by no means done. We're going to be checking with our trackers throughout the entire afternoon to bring you the latest and keep you forewarned.
That's right, Damian. It's just telling us to how primed and ready the atmosphere really is. The fact that we've had 3 tornado warnings happening before noon today. So a tornado watch continues until 1 p.m. I will not be surprised to see this expanding east with that next round that you were alluding to. Let's take a look at the latest. I was eyeing the current temperatures near Altus. We're already in the low 80s. So even though these storms are not severe in North Texas yet, I am expecting more explosive development throughout the afternoon. And it will be moving into an atmosphere that is very unstable, where you have warmth combined with the high humidity. And of course, we have plenty of spin in the atmosphere thanks to the powerful upper level jet stream storm heading our way. So we all need to be on alert in the state. For Oklahoma City, latest data suggests isolated storm development by late afternoon, but the greater chance, well, by mid-afternoon, the greater chance will be late afternoon into this evening. Let's go ahead and take a look at the latest tornado warnings. Sirens likely going off. By the way, the Oklahoma City tornado sirens will not be issued today because of the impending severe weather threat. So there's a tornado warning for north of Pond Creek. That's going to be racing off to the north-northeast. This thing, it actually looks like it's trying to veer more to a northerly track at this time. So if that's the case, it's going to be eventually making its way towards Renfro. Let's switch over where you can see the circulation. This is located, the circulation's located just north of Jefferson, and it looks like it's occluding north, about to move in. It's moving into Medford, and it is going to be eventually heading more towards Renfro. It's moving at about 40 miles per hour. This is where we have Mike Bennett. He's been out since early this morning. Mike, this is typical of these storms where we see it recycle. So it pulsed back down, kind of wrapped up in rain, and now it's pulsing back up again.
Yeah, Emily, we're east of Hunter right now, getting ready to turn north towards Salt Fork and Lamont. And if, yeah, you're right. Right now we had a good track on it as it's moving northeast. But like you say, if it's moving, it's starting to turn left, that's turning away from us. And, what I've got, let me just kind of describe my features here. Just turn north there. We're getting the camera adjusted. We had I got into some an area where I could see structure pretty well. We had a great big horseshoe feature, okay? And on the left side or the middle of that horseshoe feature, we had RFD winds kicking up a lot of dust blowing to the east. And so I thought, okay, here we go. This is starting to maybe get a little bit serious here. But right now, we've kind of lost some of that. But we're closed in on it. I thought it was going to be tracking towards Lamont. It could turn right again. If it anchors itself, it could turn right again and come towards Lamont and Deer Creek. But right now, we're just going to have to wait and see where that mesocyclone tracks to. And if it does move to the right, we're going to be right there with it. If it moves to the left, goes up to Renfro, then we're going to be out of position on it.
Hey, that's all right. We're glad you're on top of it. It is a challenging storm day. I mean, we have to position our trackers for multiple rounds of storms. It is going to be a marathon as we're tracking waves of showers and storms. I mean, we may be doing wall-to-wall weather coverage all day on a day like today. So we want to keep you forewarned. Ongoing tornado warning in north central Oklahoma. Our tracker is right on top of it. So he's mentioning a mesocyclone. You're probably going to hear a lot of weather buzzwords today. That is just a rotating storm, and that's where we look for tornadoes to form. A mesocyclone is the entire storm is rotating. This is the rotation we're looking for on velocity, where the red meets the green, the yin and the yang. That is the couplet we're watching for moving through Medford. Now he's talking about if it turns right. When the storms turn right, typically that's an indication that it's producing a tornado or about to produce a tornado. So that's what we're keeping a close eye on. In this instance, it looks like it's occluding or kind of wrapping a little bit north, which happens when storms cycle. So earlier this had a tornado warning on it, had a break, and it's issued again. So the latest track, based off of, remember, we're now casting, we're doing this in the moment. Latest track north of Medford, it looks like the track, even though the polygon's more northeast, it looks like it's going to be heading a little bit more to the north based off the current track, but it still could end up turning right, and that's when it would likely produce a tornado. We have our storm tracker on top of it. In addition to that, we still have the threat of 60-mile-per-hour winds as well as up to golf ball size hail. So you can see the hail core would be located east of Sealing. This is going to be moving towards Fairview and Cleo Springs. Now, this severe storm previously had a tornado with it. We're still eyeing the velocity as it could cycle, but it's looking more encouraging. Not much of a very broad circulation, so still hail producer and strong winds, but I'm not seeing an imminent tornado threat on that storm at this moment. Doesn't mean it'll change. We're still under a tornado watch in all of western Oklahoma until 1 p.m. Back building into Cheyenne, still tracking severe storms there. Again, here's that tornado warning from Medford to Deer Creek. You need, and Renfro, all of you, I'd get in your safe spot. Deer Creek likely, unless it turns right, it could head your way, but likely in the clear from that as it is veering more towards the north. Let's take a look at our temperatures. Look at the temperature for Altus, okay? This is what I'm concerned about. 81 degrees. We're starting to see the sunshine peeking through in central and eastern Oklahoma. 79 for Stillwater. Why does that matter? We want the temperature to be lower. The higher the temperature is, storms feed off of warmer, moist air. That's the updraft that feeds the storm. And that gives a more unstable atmosphere. So the instability is there. We have the jet stream storm, and we have plenty of spin in the atmosphere, and that's why more explosive supercell development is expected later in the day today. This is at 1 p.m. showing continued storms. Any of these they'll likely be severe. The question is how many more tornadoes will happen. I am expecting the potential for more tornado warnings, but the greater chance will be with this next round. Look at this explosive development. There could be an isolated severe storm, tornadic storm for the metro, so be on alert mid to late afternoon. Isolated meaning a lower number. Notice most of it will be west of I-35. The stronger likelihood for the metro timing-wise would be late afternoon and evening, so about 6, 7 p.m. or so for a line of storms moving in. Whenever you have a line of storms, it's a damaging wind threat. It will also be a big flooding threat overnight tonight, and that really morphs into a flooding threat with training. That's where rain moves over the same place again and again all the way through early Sunday. It looks like the rain's going to move out of the metro by 4 or 5 a.m. for anyone running the half or full Memorial Marathon, but there may be some cleanup with the amount of rain we're expecting, about 2 to 4 inches widespread across the flood watch that goes all the way through Sunday. Some spots could have 4 to 6 inches of rain locally in a short time span, so it's concerning. There's a moderate risk of severe weather for today. We don't see that too often. Look, that is in the higher end of the scale. Remember, this is issued not only for severity, but the number of storms we're expecting. This goes all the way through early Sunday, expecting especially this afternoon as the atmosphere is juicier. We have warmer air in place. That's when we're going to see the potential for larger hail, up to tennis ball, maybe a few baseball size hail reports forecast, and 60 to 80 mile per hour winds. Tornadoes, a few strong tornadoes are still possible. So, Damian, this is why we're spreading out our meteorologists. We're getting all of our crews into place. This is going to be a marathon with several different rounds. Everyone, all you need to do is make sure you have multiple ways to get your watches and warnings. We're going to do our best to keep you forewarned all day and night.
That's right, Emily. So today is the weather marathon before the running marathon here for tomorrow. And I will just say, Emily pointed out, training couplet, and mesocyclone. So if you have your Oklahoma weather bingo card ready, we're knocking some of those off here already for today. So this is what I'm tracking right now. We have a tornado watch in effect still until 1 o'clock this afternoon. The primary area we're watching is across northern and northwestern Oklahoma. We've had a couple storms that have already produced tornadoes across the state, and we still have one tornado warning that goes until 12:15 here, about another 30 minutes across northern parts of the state. But once again, this is just the severe weather appetizer for the main show that's going to move in later this afternoon. And that main show later this afternoon, that's going to be the storm system that has not only the support of the low levels, but it's also going to have the support of the upper levels from the jet stream. So that's why we're primarily focused on not just this morning, but this afternoon as well, because once again, today is not a question of if there are going to be tornadoes, but when there are going to be tornadoes, including the I-35 corridor. There will be a tornado warning somewhere between Wynnewood and let's say Guthrie on I-35 here as we head throughout this afternoon and this evening. It's going to happen here for today. That's the kind of setup we're tracking here for severe weather. So this is why you need to remain weather aware and forewarned here for today. You can also download our Forewarn Me app to keep up to date with the latest information as we head throughout the rest of this afternoon. And as of right now, it does look like that tornado warning, Emily, did they just cancel that tornado warning across northern Oklahoma? It looks like it. So this might be
correct
what we're watching. Okay, so that's good news. So the overall rotation signature on that storm has come down. We've had our storm trackers, including Mike Bennett, up there to bring you the latest. And he's been telling us that over the past couple of radar scans, the past 15, 20, 30 minutes, that the overall rotation at the low levels has been showing signs of weakening. So that's good. So the northern storm here, no longer tornado warned, even though it is producing a lot of rotation at the low levels, it's still producing some strong hail. Some large hail, I should say, some strong winds and large hail. But once again, the overall tornado threat has come down here for this morning. Here are the mid levels of that storm, still showing, once again, the rotation signatures have really come down on this one. So it is still producing hail, but that looks like that's going to be about it. The low levels of rotation, once again, the radar is just to the north of Enid right here, Vance Air Force Base. And as you can see, it's very close to this storm. So it is sampling the very lowest level of this storm it can. And once again, I'm not seeing anything right there that's producing a tornado. This primarily to me looks like a hail and lightning producer, and that's exactly what it's doing. Here's the hail size. So we have a hail core directly over Medford right now, up to about quarter size hail. I'm not seeing the golf ball size hail signatures with that storm anymore, so that's a good thing. Thumbs up for that. So overall, here's the latest view. So we still have that severe thunderstorm warning from Medford all the way up towards the Kansas border here for us. So zooming out, that's not the only show in town, putting the storm tracker on there. Pick your town, pick your time of arrival. This is what we're going to be tracking for that. And then across northwestern Oklahoma, there is still, looks like 1, and then a new updated 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect here for these isolated storms that we're watching. So this first one right there, pushing into Cleo Springs and Fairview. This one is showing me primarily a wind threat right there, even some small hail, because overall the rotation on that one, not very impressive as well, but it could be producing up to quarter size hail, which once again, you don't want to be left outside for that. The storm track on that's still going to be up to the northeast, so pick your town, pick your time of arrival. No tornado warning storms right now in the state of Oklahoma, but overall the latest is going to be northern, northwestern Oklahoma here for the severe thunderstorms, but the area I'm watching is primarily going to be here across western Oklahoma and this little faint line of thunderstorms down across the Texas Panhandle south of the Red River. These are going to be the storms that with the storm motion eventually work their way towards central Oklahoma and the I-35 corridor. So Emily, right now this is just the appetizer. The first round of severe weather is what is going to be a very long and possibly a very dangerous afternoon here across the state of Oklahoma.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd call it appetizer because it's not delicious. Nobody wants to order this one. Let's go ahead and cancel the order, please. We don't want to eat any of this. So let's go ahead and take a look at the tornado watch that remains in effect until 1 p.m. Now, you may be thinking in the rest of the state, oh, we're good, right? No, guys, there's a moderate risk of severe weather issued for a good portion of the state. Plus, there's a big flooding threat for overnight tonight for the eastern half of the state. This is going to be a marathon with several different rounds of severe weather expected today. The fact that we've already had 3 tornado warnings before noon is telling as to how primed and ready the atmosphere is. So tornado watch continues until 1 p.m. for western Oklahoma. We still have ongoing severe thunderstorm warnings, and your main threats will be 60-mile-per-hour winds and potentially up to golf ball size hail. We have not been seeing those reports. A lot of this is up to quarter size hail at this time. Out ahead of it, we're watching very closely. The fact that the clouds are breaking up in central Oklahoma is not a good thing. That means that the instability in the atmosphere is going up with every degree and the temperature going up. That is potential storm fuel available for very already potent atmosphere with this powerful jet stream storm. Zooming in, we are tracking the severe storm lifting northeast of Medford towards Renfro. This is about to zip off into Kansas. It still could produce up to 2-inch hail. Let's go to Mike Bennett for an update. Mike, you've been on top of this. Of course, that storm's moving out, but there's another severe storm lighting up right behind it. What can you tell us?
Okay, yeah, Emily. We let that storm go. It's going up into Kansas. They dropped the tornado warning on it. It has been struggling, rotation-wise. It's been struggling for quite a long time now, and it's just racing to the northeast and mainly a hail producer. And it's going to be into Kansas here in a short period of time. So we're going to drop back southwest and redirect our attention on the storms coming into Garfield County and Grant County back in there. Back to you.
Okay, we appreciate your work. Our storm trackers are going to be working hard today out in the field. We're going to be cutting in as needed throughout the day. Let's go ahead and take a look. So heavy rain over Lamont. This is kind of feeding into this storm, which is a good thing because that's cutting off some of the inflow, some of that warmer air feeding the storm. That is still severe from Medford. That's where the hail core is going to be located south of Renfro. Switching over to velocity, not anything concerning. However, some of these storms could cycle. Remember, anyone with a severe thunderstorm right now, you are under a tornado watch. So it could produce a tornado at any time. But as of right now, we're not seeing that imminent threat. Severe storm continues. This one is lining up west of Fairview, heading towards Cleo Springs, towards Carmen, eventually towards Helena. Switching over, we are seeing some broad, really not disorganized circulation west of Fairview. For me, that just indicates probably a hail core pulsing up. Still could have some 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then forming more of a line now going down through Cheyenne. This is marginally severe, so 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. Lifting off to the north again, still recapping that severe thunderstorm warning for Renfro. That's about to race off into Kansas. These storms are moving pretty fast off to the northeast at around 40 to 45 miles per hour. Temperatures right now surging. So we're still 74 for Oklahoma City, but 79 for Stillwater, 79 for Altus. It really does matter how warm it gets today. So I want to take you through the rest of our day for the forecast. We are expecting supercell development, really explosive development later this afternoon. More of the typical time frame. This is at 4 p.m. Future radar lighting up from Enid to Clinton, and especially concerned about any storms that develop in the more ripe atmosphere in southwestern Oklahoma, and that eventually would be tracking towards the metro late afternoon and evening. So notice could have some isolated storms in central Oklahoma. Oklahoma City, I'd say about mid to late afternoon. Be ready. But the better chance will be closer to about the 6 to 9 p.m. time frame as this line of storms moves off to the north and east. Once it forms a line, the threat is more of a damaging straight line wind threat. Could have still large hail and tornadoes into the evening hours. And with a Boeing line segment like we found out early Friday morning, brief spin-ups are possible along that line. Watch what happens, though, by midnight. This future radar lights up, and we are looking at a flooding threat heading into the early morning hours on Sunday. The rain will move out of the metro before race start time for the half and full Memorial Marathon, but there may be cleanup along the track of the race as there will be some very heavy rain expected, maybe even some severe weather. We are under a flood watch all the way through tomorrow. Cannot stress enough the threat of flooding as well tonight. We haven't seen a big flooding event in the past couple of years because we've been in La Nina, but that's about to change. 2 to 4 inches of rain expected locally. 4 to 6 inches of water in a short time span, and that would be very concerning. Moderate risk of severe weather that's issued for not only severity, but the number of storms. So we are expecting a high number of severe storms, several rounds. Round 1 is still ongoing at this time. Tornado watch out west until 1 p.m. But next round, that's going to be moving in, bringing us more storms across the western half of the state. And then the evening round, all the way into early in the morning hours. This afternoon, especially 60 to 80 mile per hour winds, baseball size hail, tornadoes, a few could be strong. At this time, we are not seeing any tornado warnings. We are going to be cutting in as needed. We will do wall to wall, so nonstop, no commercial weather coverage whenever a tornado warning is issued, and we'll be cutting in for new severe thunderstorm warnings, regular cut-ins to keep you forewarned with our team of trackers. Go ahead and download the Forewarn Me app. It's completely free. Have multiple ways to get your watches and warnings. We have our eyes on the radar and the skies. We will keep you forewarned.
Already on. This is a Forewarn Weather Alert.
Good afternoon, Oklahoma. We continue to track severe storms in the state. Before noon, already 3 tornado warnings. A report of a tornado near Hammond that happened around 10 o'clock this morning. The atmosphere is primed and ready for another wave of severe storms. That's what we're gearing up for this afternoon. And then overnight tonight, a prolonged flooding threat that we're concerned about. A flood watch for the eastern half of the state.
This has been breaking news from Oklahoma's News 4.
All right, let's jump ahead, guys. We are still tracking a tornado watch across northern and western Oklahoma that's in effect until 1 p.m. today, gearing up for another wave of severe weather. I want to point out where the clouds are breaking up. That's not a good indication here. It's still water in the 80s at this point. In southwestern Oklahoma, we're also eyeing a new severe thunderstorm warning in North Texas that'll be heading towards Altus, where we've had sun earlier, managed to climb to the upper 70s. Why does that matter? Because the warmer we get, the atmosphere is already unstable. That is going to create bigger severe weather later in the day, something we're eyeing very closely. Powerful jet stream storm. That's why we're still seeing severe weather at this time. The main threat at this hour, large hail and damaging winds. There's still the potential of any of these producing a tornado, technically under a tornado watch until 1 p.m. Watching this severe storm over Cleo Springs that's moving off to the north and east. This one could have up to golf ball sized hail with it and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Switching over to velocity, there is a broad circulation located north of Cleo Springs, and that's going to be tracking northeast towards Helena. Moving farther south, we're tracking this line of storms severe back through Camargo and Aleti. Any of this could end up producing still some large hail, although I think that hail core is a little bit farther to the north. We have our storm tracker, Aaron Sanders, in this area. Let's go ahead and talk about what's the latest.
Yeah, Emily, we're going to be here on Highway 183 heading southbound, just south of Tologa. Right now, we just punched through a hail core of this storm. We're in some heavy rain. We can only see probably about 50 to 100 yards in front of us. So if you really do need to get out and travel these roads, take it slow. You really can't see much in these storms. There's a lot of hail. Honestly, if you can, I would recommend just staying home, staying out of it completely. Honestly, this is a pretty dangerous situation when it comes to the road. So, but yeah, we're going to make our way down south, and we're going to reposition for this next round of storms. We'll be out here tracking it. Back to you.
Okay, what size hail? You said you were in the hail core.
It looks to be probably about dime, nickel-sized hail.
Okay, yes. So far, I haven't seen any verification of larger hail, but the potential is there today. This morning, I would say, well, now early afternoon, the potential is up to golf ball size hail, but as the day progresses and we have warmer air in place, it could be potentially tennis ball to baseball size hail. We're not seeing that at this time. Out to the west, tracking some showers and storms near Elk City, and of course, watching this new severe thunderstorm that will be eventually crossing over into southwestern Oklahoma and heading towards Altus, and that's the start of the next round of storms. Here's the hail core I was talking about, located over Cleo Springs. That's going to be drifting eventually towards just south of Helena. That's where we could have a quarter to possibly up to golf ball size hail. Look at the rain cooled air for Woodward. Everywhere else warming up quickly. 79 for Lawton, 81 for Stillwater. We're still sitting at 73 for Oklahoma City. Here's a look at the latest timing. So explosive development later this afternoon. Supercells developing, and all of those will have the potential for very large hail, damaging winds and tornadoes. Oklahoma City, we could have an isolated severe storm mid to late afternoon, but the better threat will be towards that 6 to 9 p.m. time frame as those storms from the southwest build, possibly merging into a line. Whenever you have a line of storms, damaging straight line winds are the main threat. Could have some spin ups along the line, and then overnight, watch the explosive development, and it moves over the same areas again and again, something called training. That will result likely in flooding, and that threat will stick around through early Sunday. I do think the rain will move out in time for race start for the Oklahoma City Memorial Marathon, half and full. It will be dry, but there could be some cleanup along the route from overnight storms and flooding. Flood watch remains in effect through tomorrow for the eastern half of the state, expecting widespread 2 to 4 inches, local spots 4 to 6 inches of rain in a short time span. That will cause some big issues, especially at nighttime when you can't see where you're driving into floodwaters. Today's risk, there is a moderate risk. We don't see that all too often, so severe weather is likely. I mean, we've already had 3 tornado warnings before noon. 60 to 80 mile-per-hour winds, up to baseball-sized hail, tornadoes, and even a few strong tornadoes will be possible later today. We're going to be cutting in regularly until, of course, there is a tornado warning issued. Then we will be doing extended wall-to-wall coverage. We have our team of trackers out. Chief Meteorologist Mike Morgan is here. We'll keep you forewarned.
These last few weeks.
This is a forewarned weather alert.
Good afternoon, Oklahoma. We continue our team coverage of severe weather. We are tracking the next round of severe storms moving into southwestern Oklahoma. I'm calling it the previous round that happened this morning. It's still ongoing in northern Oklahoma with new severe thunderstorms issued, including one west of Enid. The main threat with those storms will be up to ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile-per-hour winds. We are concerned, though, with the rotating storms in southwestern Oklahoma, and we're monitoring for a tornado risk. Also, there is talk about a new tornado watch being issued. It's not officially out yet. I'm keeping a close eye on it. Let's go ahead and take a look at the latest. Here are the current warnings across the state. Previously, we had a tornado watch that went until 1. A new one is being worked on. Of course, we'll give you the latest. It's going to be a PDS tornado watch. That means a particularly dangerous situation. PDS tornado watches are not issued lightly. That means we are expecting tornadoes, maybe even some strong tornadoes later today. We have Chief Meteorologist Mike Morgan here. We have all of our trackers out in the field. We are going to have team coverage not only for the afternoon and evening, but through the overnight hours as well. This is going to be a long time severe weather event, including the 3 tornado warnings we've already had for noon today in northern Oklahoma, and a confirmed tornado near Hammond that happened earlier this morning around the 10:30 a.m. time frame. Right now we're tracking ongoing showers and storms. I also want to point out the flood watch has been expanded west to include most of the state. There are ongoing flash flood warnings in northwestern Oklahoma. So please remember, turn around, don't drown. We have not had big flood events in recent times because we've been in La Nina. We're in El Nino now. That's changed. So flooding is going to be a growing concern, especially overnight with training storms. A look at the latest cloud cover filling in across central Oklahoma. That's a good thing. Could help limit some of the severe potential for later in the day, but it is still there. We're expecting this is a powerful jet stream storm. The atmosphere is primed and ready to ignite. It's already igniting in northern Oklahoma. Let's go ahead and zoom on into the latest as new severe thunderstorm warnings are being issued from Nash. This is Nash. You're seeing we're not really worried about any big circulation as this time, mainly up to quarter-size hail there and 60 mile-per-hour winds. But this is the new severe thunderstorm warning issued south of Clio Springs, heading towards Lahoma. 2 hail cores here, actually, where we could have ping pong ball size hail. Switching over to our hail tracker, you can see the hail cores over Fairview, and it's really pulsing up over Ringwood. I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe golf ball size hail developing near Ringwood. Let's go to our storm tracker, Mike Bennett, who is in that area. Earlier, he was tracking a wall cloud earlier this morning with a tornado warned storm. And Bennett, now we're still focusing on the hail threat and flooding risk in northern Oklahoma.
Yeah, okay, Emily. Yeah, we're heading back east towards Lahoma. We were sitting at Mino, watched a wall cloud try to develop just northwest of Mino, and then rain folded in on it and cut off our view of it. And so we're repositioning right now. We're going to get to Lahoma and get north. We're just staying. I mean, the hail core is just right behind us, so we're just staying just ahead of it. And we've got, really kind of have 2 supercells, the one in the Fairview area and then this one here. And both of them are showing some signs of rotation off and on, and even in lower levels, but it's not really tightened up. So we're going to keep a close eye on it as it moves northeast. Emily?
Okay, thanks for that. We have trackers all across the state because the risk continues all across the state. Tracking south, we have severe storms that continue. All right, let's Switch out of that. There we go. If we can go back to radar real quick. Okay, you can see the severe storms continue from Leedy down through Hammond. Still, there's that flooding box up through the northern storms. New stuff going up near Kingfisher. That's not severe, but some showers and storms going up near Kingfisher. Not severe. Could turn severe. Something we'll be watching as well. This is our big concern. These storms moving into southwestern Oklahoma. They are spinning really fast. They could produce a tornado. Not seeing imminent tornado at this moment, but we're watching it. It's moving into a very favorable storm environment. This is where in the morning we've had a little bit more clearing. It's clouded back up a little bit. We had clearing earlier, so definitely an unstable air mass in place. There's the rotation over El Dorado. That'll be moving off to the northeast. We're also tracking this severe storm that's rotating, moving through Chattanooga, rapidly moving north towards Geronimo and Lawton. This one, if it holds course, would be heading towards the Oklahoma City metro eventually. But right now I want to take it out to our tracker, Connor Toon, who's on top of this storm. Connor, this is our next wave of storms developing. We are concerned about these discrete supercells. They could have very large hail, damaging winds, tornadoes. What are you seeing right now?
Yeah, Emily, we are in Elgin, targeting southeast, kind of towards this storm that's moving up through the Lawton area. Visually right now, it's kind of ramping up. Nothing too crazy at the moment, but definitely, like you said, moving into a more favorable environment. So we're going to stay ahead of it, keep our eyes on it, and we will let you know if it does anything crazy. Back to you.
Okay, thanks for that report. Yeah, focus is on southwestern Oklahoma for the new area of development. So be on alert. Really, anyone statewide, you need to be on alert for a day like today. Temperatures in the upper 70s in southwestern Oklahoma. So definitely instability in place. We have the moisture, we have the warmth here, and we certainly have the jet stream storm that's already produced widespread severe weather today. A look at the latest for the timing. Could have isolated severe storms for the metro this afternoon. The better chance will be across the western half of the state, possibly a line developing through the evening hours. So I think the metro threat really goes up towards the evening. And then overnight, this merges into a big line of training storms moving over the same places again and again. And that would end up producing flooding, and why we have a big flood watch. Moves off to the east out of the metro before the Memorial Marathon, but there may be flooding on the course of some severe weather damage. I hope not, but it will be possible. Flash flood warning across northwestern Oklahoma where those storms are ongoing. And this is why the flood watch has been expanded to include most of the state all the way through Sunday evening. The moderate risk covering most of the state for today. 60 to 80 mile per hour winds, baseball size hail and tornadoes, including a few strong tornadoes. So a high number of severe storms, several rounds expected. We're going to be monitoring with our team coverage throughout the day today. I want to go back up, recap, see if there's a new watch that has been issued yet. Okay, it's about to come out. The latest is that they're about to have the official watch out here momentarily, expecting a PDS tornado watch, particularly dangerous situation watch. And we'll be eyeing that closely. For now, no tornado warnings. We are especially watching for tornado potential in southwestern Oklahoma. So far, this has been flooding and a wind and hail threat with the severe storms in north central and northwestern Oklahoma. Our trackers are spread across the state. We are going to have the weather center completely staffed all the way through early tomorrow morning. For now, we're going to cut in as needed with new warnings, and of course, if there's a tornado warning, we'll be doing extended wall-to-wall coverage. We'll keep you forewarned.
This has been breaking news from Oklahoma's News 4. This is a forewarned weather alert.
Good afternoon, everybody. We have a tornado warning in effect for Garfield County up near Carrier, Hillsdale, and Enid. Our storm trackers are up there. Of course, a busy day out there today. We have a PDS tornado watch in effect for all areas west of Oklahoma City, including the western side of the Oklahoma City metro. Let's go right over to Mike Bennett right now and take a look. I'll go to Max 1 to show you where the tornado warning is located. So on the big view here, here's the tornado watch, PDS here until 8 p.m. this evening, covering all areas to the west of Oklahoma City. We are 77 degrees outside. The tornado warning up by Hillsdale. So let's go to Mike Bennett right now with a live update from that storm. Tornado warning, Garfield County. Mike?
Okay, Mike. Yeah, we're punching into the south end of it here. We're south of Carrier. just south of Carrier. We'll get on the other side of Carrier, and we'll be south of Hillsdale. And I will tell you this, it's what we're seeing right now, it's embedded in rain. This storm is very difficult to keep up with, as they have been all morning, because they're racing off to the northeast. But we may have to punch the hail core. I don't know how we're going to avoid that to get up there. I tell you, Mike, I think we're going to have to go find our east option. We're going to be have the camera off of it until we get up Highway 81. But we're trying to get up there and get on it. Back to you.
Okay, let's go over to Links 1 here. So you folks around Carrier and Hillsdale. So Enid area here, tornado warning. The rotation here is very close to Hillsdale. Coming up into Grant County right now. So near and south of Pond Creek. So northeastern, northern Garfield County and northwestern Garfield County up into Grant County. That is a tornado warning. Circulation there's picked up very quickly in the past 5 minutes. So north of Enid here, just about ready to approach Highway 81, just to the southwest of Pond Creek, very close to Hillsdale right now, Garfield County and southern Grant County. You see right there near and south of Medford. So the Highway 81 corridor heads up all around the Pond Creek area. That is a tornado warning right there. Let's go back over to Mike Bennett, get an update from him. Ground truth right here, storm tracker right on it. Mike.
Okay, Mike. Yeah, we're just turning east down Highway 45. We made a decision. We got to get to Highway 81 as quick as possible and get north, get back out ahead of it, because right now we're just completely obscured by rain. It wrapped around on us, and the mesocyclone that's up in there, that rotation, is up in the rain from where we are right now. So we're going to try to blast east, get up Highway 81, but it's going to take us just a few minutes to get there. We'll try to get there before it gets to Pond Creek. Mike?
Okay, let's go ahead and go over to Max 1 here. So you folks around Pond Creek, take your tornado precautions. Rotation here really picking up very quickly. It's got a hook right here, indications of a tornado on the ground very close to Hillsdale. Might be on the eastern side of Hillsdale right now, very quickly approaching the Highway 81 corridor here. So Kremlin up to Pond Creek, Highway 81 corridor. That is an immediate tornado warning. The velocities here are getting quite strong, very close to Hillsdale, heading up toward Pond Creek. This is northern Oklahoma, north of Enid, tornado on the ground. Yes, thank you, Emily. Tornado on the ground right now. With that, let's go back to Mike Bennett. He's coming out of the rain right here. Should have a visual here momentarily. Again, you folks around Pond Creek, Highway 81 corridor. That's Kremlin up to Pond Creek. Seek shelter immediately. Tornado precautions right now. Go, Mike Bennett.
Okay, Mike. Yeah, I'm looking out my left window here, and right now I do not have a view of it. I'm coming up on Chisholm High School here shortly, so it won't take me very long to get to Highway 81 and get north. But right now, I will tell you this: we were on that storm at Mino when the rotation we tried to form a wall cloud just northwest of Mino, and we've been chasing that thing ever since. But it's just we've got some decent road options, but it's really moving fast. It's very hard to keep up with. There are no road options north of Enid. The only thing is the roads. You do not get on those county roads when they're wet on the north part of Enid. So we're going to get over to 81, get north, and we should be able to get up there probably as it's coming or before it gets to Pond Creek. But we're trying our best. Mike?
Okay, yeah, confirmed tornado on the ground now, very close to Hillsdale. Let's hope that it has not actually struck portions of Hillsdale, because it's awfully close to Hillsdale right now and it's on the ground. Let's go back over to Max 1 here. So this spun up very fast. Mike Bennett's right here on the scene. So Hillsdale over to Kremlin, Highway 81 corridor, Pond Creek. You see the hook right there. Strong indication of a confirmed tornado, and ground truth confirmed as well. Extremely close on the northeast sides of Hillsdale, moving rapidly toward Pond Creek. So storm cellar or basement, interior closet or bathroom up in the Pond Creek area. That's a tornado right there, moving quickly to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. So it won't take long. Back over to Mike Bennett here. Highway 81 corridor, Kremlin north to Pond Creek. Seek shelter, tornado shelter, interior closet or bathroom. Go, Mike Bennett.
Okay, Mike. Yeah, we're at Chisholm High School right now. We're about, I think we're going to be about 5 miles from Highway 1 before we turn north. I will tell you, we just had a very, very close call with a deer crossed right in front of us, just about took us out of the chase. Deer's okay. We're okay. We're looking. I've got a good view of it out here. I do not see a tornado on the ground, but I'm just in the wrong position right now to be able to look back up in there and see it. But we're going to be in pretty good shape here in about another 3 or 4 minutes. Mike?
Okay, so we're going to stay with you here. Obviously, it is a tornado on the ground right now. And the point to make here for you folks in Pond Creek, north of Kremlin, Highway 81 corridor right there, it is moving very fast. 45 miles an hour confirmed on the ground. Let's go back over to Max 1 here. Check back with Mike Bennett. He's right there on the scene. Clearly a tornado, and it looks like it's reasonably strong. East-northeast side of Hillsdale. It's located clearly right there, just now crossing Garfield County into Grant County, heading directly for Pond Creek, and it's literally just minutes away. That is the tornado vortex signature, clearly right there, just past, basically right over Hillsdale, now crossing into Grant County from Garfield County. This is northern Oklahoma. That is a tornado warning with a confirmed tornado on the ground. Let's go back to Mike Bennett. He's on the scene right now, northern Oklahoma. Mike?
Well, okay, yeah, Mike, still looking up there, looking over my left shoulder here. I do not see anything. I just don't see anything up in there. It's just my view is obscured by rain. Right now, it's obscured by a lot of trees too. But we are closed in on Highway 81 here. Whenever I turn north, I'll be able to take instead of glancing over the left, I'll be able to stare at it and possibly get in there and see something. But I think it's going to be if it's at Hillsdale now, it's probably going to be a pretty close call when it crosses Highway 81. We'll probably be right there as it crosses Highway 81.
Next one here, ongoing tornado warning. Here's Lynx, and Lynx shows the tornado vortex signature. Went right over Hillsdale. Tornado came down. Looks like it's still on the ground right now, coming out of Garfield County into Grant County. There's Pond Creek under the tornado warning with a confirmed tornado. It's moving very quickly, 45 to close to 50 miles an hour. It's really flying along. So it'll be here in the Pond Creek area here very soon. Highway 81 corridor. Mobile homes are not safe in tornado strength winds. Storm cellar, interior closet or bathroom, still strong indications now coming into Grant County out of Garfield County. Let's go back over to Max 1. And this is northern Oklahoma here north of Enid. There's the hook, and even showing a little donut there inside of the hook, indications of a strong indication of a tornado there, and it could be pretty reasonably strong as well.
Up on our debris tracker.
Debris tracker showing debris signature. Let's go ahead and go to Lynx 1 here. So
yeah, it's not good to see, Mike.
So right here, just coming out of Hillsdale.
Yep.
Right on up toward Pond Creek. So you folks in Pond Creek, pretty much red line, center line for Pond Creek. So this is confirmed on the ground. Back over to Mike Bennett. He's right there on the scene. Again, tornado warning, tornado precautions, Highway 81 and Pond Creek. Go, Mike.
Okay, Mike. Yeah, we just turned north on Highway 81. Right now, I've got some trees in front of me. Those trees are going to be cleared on my view here in a minute, but we're looking right up towards Hillsdale, and I do not. I'm just kind of looking at cloud features right now, trying to see if I see any tornado on the ground. Okay, I got a lot of trees right now. Give me just a minute here. We're
part of his screen.
About 2 miles north of Highway 45 now on Highway 81, so we should be getting a view of it here shortly.
Max 1 here, and take a look at what's going on right now for you folks in Pond Creek. So here's your time of arrival. This is a confirmed tornado moving very quickly. So there's your time there. Pond Creek coming up literally here in the next few minutes, well under 10 minutes time from right now. Pond Creek up toward Jefferson, and then near and to the south and east of Medford. So everybody up here in Grant County, this is a confirmed tornado. We show a debris signature as well on Doppler. So this is actually lofting debris up in the air, and this is a fast moving tornado. You see a little curly Q there with a donut hole, and it formed right over Hillsdale about 6 minutes ago, and now it's making fast tracks up toward Pond Creek. Let's go back over to Max 1. So you see the motion there taking it quickly up to the northeast, and a strong indication of an ongoing tornado right there. The hot red, the hot green coming together. So now it's in Grant County, just southwest, due southwest of Pond Creek, moving rapidly to the northeast. So everybody in Pond Creek should be taking their tornado precautions. That is still, no doubt about it, that is still a tornado right there. The gust front's coming around, so it's wrapped up on the northwest side of the gust front, and that is still, no doubt about it, a tornado on the ground. Back over to Mike Bennett here live looking at it. Go, Mike.
Okay, Mike. Yeah, we're northbound on 81, and it's coming in. Something should be coming into view right now for us, if it's on the ground, I'm looking at a feature that's just west of Highway 81. I'm probably about 2 miles south of it. I do not see a cone on the ground. Oh, power flash. We just had a power flash, Mike.
Tornado on the ground. It's wrapped around that little curved feature you see right there. So it's kind of in the middle and right-hand part of your screen, wrapped up around that wrapping gust front. So that's a power flash. It's on the ground still. It's been on the ground here for about 5 to 7 minutes from Hillsdale. Now it's more than halfway to Pond Creek. So tornado precautions, Pond Creek. It is red line, center line for you folks in Grant County and Pond Creek, Highway 81 corridor. Go, Mike.
Okay. Yeah, Mike. I see a cone that's about halfway to the ground. It's just the cone is halfway to the ground. There's probably a debris cloud underneath that. I do not see that right now. The debris cloud just had another power flash. It's coming up on Highway 81. That's going to probably cross. It looks like it's going to cross north. About north of the Hillsdale Kremlin Blacktop. It's going to be north of that, probably 2 to 3 miles north of that. I'm at that intersection right now, and but it's still I believe it's still just west of Highway 81, but it's going to be on Highway 81 in just seconds, as fast as it's moving.
So, folks, this is serious for Pond Creek. Let's go ahead and take a look at what Mike Bennett is seeing right here. So he's looking north. This is Highway 81, and this highway goes right into Pond Creek. He's just south of the Garfield-Grant County line. So this curved feature is the wrapping gust front. The tornado is back behind this rain that is sweeping out ahead. It's back behind, and it's sitting right back in here. This is where the power flashes are. Again, that's due north right there, up Highway 81, and down this road is Pond Creek. You folks in Pond Creek, tornado precautions. Mobile homes will not be safe in tornado strength winds. Interior closet or bathroom away from windows, storm cellar or basement. Go, Mike Bennett.
Okay, yeah, Mike, your description you just gave is spot on. That's one reason we cannot see a cone feature of it, because it is got rain wrapped around it. It's kind of embedded back in there. But I've not seen another power flash, since I just reported that a minute ago. But I've got a lot of emergency lights flashing up ahead of me here. So, but right now it's probably just about to cross Highway 81. I can't see it crossing Highway 81, but based on where it was just a few minutes ago, it should be either on 81 now or on the east side of it. And so I'm just going to have to make my way. I'm going to get around some traffic here. And now we're starting to get into precipitation right now. So that's going to hamper our view. But also, the only thing we're going to be able to do is look for power flashes. Because right now we can't see any cone feature or any condensation, and I'm just looking straight out the windshield right above us.
Here for you folks in Pond Creek. Let's go back over to Max 1. So this is Garfield County. This is Grant County. This is northern Oklahoma. The tornado very quickly developed. We had a debris signature confirmed on the ground very close to Hillsdale. It's now lifting on up basically right to the southwest of Pond Creek. And Mike Bennett now is north of Kremlin on 81. So he's looking right there at kind of the front part of that circulation and still a possible tornado. So you folks in Pond Creek, your time of arrival basically is right now. So everybody, I'm sure in Pond Creek, is aware about this. So mobile homes would not be safe in tornado strength winds. Interior closet or bathroom away from windows.
Hey, Mike.
And the really hot velocities here are coming down. See this? The hot red and the hot green, they're coming down. It looks like the tornado's still there, but it looks like it may be roping out or making an attempt to rope out. The velocities are coming down quite a bit, so just kind of take that and track it to the northeast. You're looking at very close to Pond Creek, up toward Jefferson. If it were to turn to the right, it could still definitely impact Pond Creek, damaging winds, by the way, on the south side of that circulation. Looks like it's making an attempt to rope out, and it's smaller than it was. It may still be on the ground, but again, Pond Creek, tornado precautions. Jefferson, tornado precautions as well. You're under a tornado warning with a confirmed tornado here.
Hey,
Mike Bennett.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, Mike. Okay, they got Highway 81 blocked off here, so they'll probably let me around here. But right now, I mean, I can't see. Oh, yeah, okay, we got damage right here. I see looks like I think that might be I can't confirm that. It looks like maybe a power pole down over there, or that may be something old. I can't tell. But the power lines over Highway 81 are not down. So, but the emergency vehicles have got the highway blocked here. So, we're just gonna have to keep making our way. If I can get north of here and get around these guys, we're going to make our way back to get into Pond Creek. But I haven't seen any power flashes since I reported that last. Mike?
Okay, Mike, thank you very much. There are storms, by the way, some severe now on the western sides of Oklahoma City. Emily's got an update right now on that.
Yeah, that's right, Mike. We're tracking a new severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for the West Metro. It is now moving north of Mustang into Yukon, heading towards Piedmont and Cashin, moving north at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. This has been issued for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. Remember, Oklahoma City proper is not technically under the PDS tornado watch, but tornadoes are still possible anywhere statewide today. Oklahoma City tracking some showers and storms lifting north, so this is isolated activity for what we're expecting out ahead of the main round. Still tracking severe storms out in west central Oklahoma as well, from Sayre to Elk City up through Hammond, places that had a tornado warning earlier today. And of course, we are monitoring the latest as a tornado warning continues over Pond Creek. We were looking at our debris tracker earlier, and unfortunately it did pick up on some debris near Hillsdale. Let's go ahead and go back to Mike Bennett right now, who's been on top of this storm, really all of the tornado storms in northern Oklahoma since early this morning. And go ahead and tell us what you're seeing. Difficult to see this tornado as it's wrapping up, but we were seeing debris on our debris tracker, something absolutely heartbreaking you don't want to see. Mike. Okay, he's in the thick of it right now. He's probably pretty busy. He's trying to reposition himself at this time. Let's go back to Max 3 so we can take a look at the latest on the storm timing. So you can see the area of circulation, the tornado, it had a hook with it as it moved through Hillsdale and produced damage. Now moving northeast towards Pond Creek, the general motion will be taking it eventually towards Jefferson and towards Pond Creek. So anyone in the path of this storm, you need to seek shelter immediately. Already a confirmed tornado with this storm that likely produced damage as it moved through Hillsdale. And very concerning situation. Switching over to radar, you can see with the loop how it hooked east of Hillsdale, and now it's kind of merged into the storm over Pond Creek, lifting north and east. So that's why we're keeping a close eye on the velocity. We have that tight couplet. It's still there west of Pond Creek, but not as well defined as what we had earlier. And this is what we've been seeing since the early morning hours. These things will cycle, drop a potential tornado, and recycle again. So if we have Mike Bennett on the line, let's try again. Mike Bennett, what's your location? What can you tell us?
Okay, Emily. Yeah, we're just south of Highway 64 on 81. We're in driving range. The rotation, we're basically right with the rotation, right under it. It's weakened a little bit at least on low level velocities. Looks like it's weakened, so we're going to go ahead and take a chance and punch on through this and get east. Try to get east into Pond Creek and get ahead of it. But you know, nothing too crazy right now. Had that power flash just a few minutes ago. Got some pretty strong winds right here. I'm trying to figure out our winds are out of the west right here. So anyway, it doesn't look like there's a tornado on the ground right at this second, okay? But that spun up so fast a while ago. Pond Creek needs to be ready. Lamont needs to be ready. Deer Creek, be prepared. Back to you.
Okay, thanks for that report. Yeah, this is quickly evolving. It has already been a busy morning. We had several tornado warnings earlier this morning. You're seeing on the side of your screen some QR codes. If you hold up your phone over it in picture mode, it'll pop up a link. You can get the Forewarn Me app completely free, but this indicates that we are streaming live, which is good to know in case you lose power. You can watch us at KFOR.com/live or streaming live coverage on your weather app. We are watching a severe thunderstorm thunderstorm warning that is over Yukon at this time. That's where the hail core is located as well. That's where we could be looking at potentially up to quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds as it is racing towards the north towards Piedmont. Notice the storm coverage increasing across the metro. This is not severe from Oklahoma City to Edmond, but a very potent atmosphere for today as there is a PDS tornado watch. That means particularly dangerous situation for the western half of the state today. Also want to point out some storms in southwestern Oklahoma from El Dorado up through Duke and Altus. This is mainly for wind and hail. Looking at the velocity, not seeing any concerning areas of circulation at this time, but that quickly could evolve. Geronimo to Lawton also tracking the severe storms that are lifting north towards Elgin. Keeping a close eye on our temperatures because definitely primed and ready in the atmosphere. If we go to Lynx 1, we have meteorologist Aaron Brackett here as well with our team coverage. He's going to be driving the radar for me on Lynx 1. But this is an overview of all the severe storms. We'll start out with Oklahoma City and then go back up to the tornado warned storm. So this is the severe thunderstorm warning. You can see it pulsing up right over Yukon. That is the hail core we're concerned about. Moving off to the north. Also tracking, oh, he's going to put a track on it. Excellent. So it's moving off to the north around 40 to 45 miles per hour. So here's a look at the track. Moving into Yukon right now, moving into Piedmont 152, reading 204, Cashin 206, and it's going to be moving, there you go, caching at 206. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. And if we can go to the tornado warned storm now in north central Oklahoma. So tornado warning continues. Oh my goodness, look at all the lightning with that one. And you're looking at the area of rotation popping up on there. Motion right now is still towards Pond Creek. If we could switch over to velocity for the latest. So we're keeping a close eye on the velocity. You could see without the loop, there was a big couplet as it moved northeast of Hillsdale. That was the tornado that touched down. Unfortunately, we did pick up on debris on our debris tracker. It's now moving off towards Pond Creek, and at this point, it looks more like damaging straight line winds as it is kind of occluding. But that's what can happen. These things pulse up, possibly drop a tornado, and then it cycles back again. The atmosphere is just too potent today that we are going to have several different rounds of storms, including a tornado risk all the way until the evening hours. That PDS tornado watch goes until 8 p.m. today. And this is going to be tracking off to the northeast. Thanks to Aaron for putting a track on it. Medford 1:55 p.m. Deer Creek at 2:08 p.m. So anyone in the path of this storm, even though we're not seeing that tight rotation that we had earlier, still concerning that there could be a tornado at any moment. So keeping a close eye. Looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. There you go for this whole leading edge of the line that's racing off to the northeast. So Medford included as well for damaging winds as well as some large hail. Let's go ahead and take it to Mike Bennett for the latest, who continues to track this tornado warned storm in northern Oklahoma. I'm sure the sirens are blaring and a lot of people on edge, especially this part of the state. You were tracking tornado warnings here just a few hours ago. Bennett.
Yeah, Emily, it's been a long morning, getting to be a longer day and afternoon and evening. But, okay, that storm, the rotation has become pretty disorganized on it. And we are actually dropping south now to intercept more weather down by Wacomas, coming into Wacomas.
So Mike Bennett, thank you very much. Let's go ahead and back out of this a little bit. That tornado has lifted up there around Jefferson and Pond Creek. It has lifted. There's some damaging winds with that right now. So here in Oklahoma City, we have some supercells that have been forming here over the west and northwest sides of the metro. You might hear lightning and thunder out there. And there is some nickel to quarter size hail now coming out of these supercells now that are in the west Oklahoma City metro. They're lifting to the northeast. So they're heading up into Logan County and the northwest and north metro, and then from there they're going to head up into Noble County. So that's a bit of a heads up. Again, important to point out here that this is a really fast evolving situation here. Here's the big view. So we have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. You see all these orange polygons here. That one tornado warning up there in the Pond Creek Jefferson area, that tornado has lifted and is no longer on the ground. So that's good news there, but the tornado warning continues. Southwest Oklahoma, west central Oklahoma, north central Oklahoma here. Severe thunderstorm warnings in orange, tornado warnings in red. These storms are supercells on the west side of the metro. We are under a tornado watch. Emily, verify for me whether or not the PDS tornado watch has or has not been extended for Oklahoma County. Verify that.
I saw that.
It has
Yes, it has
Okay.
extended it east.
Okay, so just a little clarification on
That's an
this.
important update, yeah.
30 minutes ago, the PDS Tornado Watch, which is for an especially dangerous situation, was for Kingfisher and Canadian and for Grady counties, but has now been extended to include McLean, Cleveland, Oklahoma, Logan, and Payne counties. Okay, so it's been shoved to the east to include now nearly the entire Oklahoma City metro. That is a PDS Tornado Watch, 3-inch diameter hail, 80-mile-per-hour winds, tornadoes, some potentially long-tracked and strong. So again, we're looking just at basically the beginnings here of an outbreak of elevated severe weather. And let's go ahead and take a look here at radar here. We got our storm trackers out there. Kevin Cosby, we can check in with our trackers here as we zoom on in. Supercell now near Lawton, lifting to the north-northeast up the Bailey. So this is one reason why Oklahoma County has been included in the PDS Tornado Watch. That's until 8 p.m. this evening. Another supercell out here on the western side of Altus. We've got Connor Toon here down in this area looking at these rotating updrafts coming out of Lawton. These will generally move up the I-44 corridor. So Anadarko, Chickasha area, heads up on that. Let's go to Connor here and get an update. Connor?
Yeah, Mike, we're approaching Lawton from the east. I know it's kind of hard to tell because it's real hazy down here. There's so much moisture, but we're looking at the southern flank of that Lawton supercell. And I know there's been a few times here recently it's gotten a little bit of curvature to it. It kind of looked like it was ramping up. But we are approaching that storm right now. We're going to get really close to under it and keep an eye on it. Back to you.
All right, that is the update for the Lawton area. Supercell there. Back over to radar. So important here, when these are approaching your area, really be heads up on this because conditions are very favorable today for tornadoes, and some could be strong and potentially some long-tracked ones. So even with severe thunderstorm warnings, stay very weather aware and very weather alert. The hail could be as big today as 3 inches in diameter. So here's the general motion and movement of these supercells coming out of Lawton with your timed arrival, Fletcher, Cement, Surreal area. So heads up for you folks. Again, stay weather aware and very tuned into this. Velocities here, nothing out there too organized. There's a little bit of weak wind shear, but nothing really out of sight on that. So we've got some supercells out here west of Elk City. These are severe. This is going to be southwest of Hammond. We had a tornado earlier this morning near Hammond, much earlier this morning. So supercells there, and those are lifting to the northeast. Lots of heavy rain with flood warnings. Flood warnings in through here. Major County, Alfalfa County, up into Grant County. Flood warnings. Rainfall rates are very, very heavy with these. And again, the tornado warning now has been outright canceled. It's been outright canceled. It's just a big gust front right now. That happened very, very fast. But for you folks up here around Bremen, stay very weather alert here because still there's an open wave on the south side of Medford, and that open wave is still feeding. It's still feeding. So as long as it's still feeding, heads up for Bremen. These can cycle down quickly. They can cycle right back up very, very quickly. So stay very weather aware from Medford, Deer Creek, Nardin, up to Bremen. That's going to be the theme today. If you have supercells approaching your area, you got to stay very weather alert and very weather aware. But that tornado warning has been outright canceled. There is your time of arrival up there toward Deer Creek and Nardin. So Deer Creek around 2:06. It's now 1:48. That's a big gust front right there with some pretty good wind with it, damaging winds. They are severe. Now there's also activity down south toward the Wacomas Enid area. Yep. So that one's down the line and it's becoming a supercell as well. So here's the damaging wind. Again, no tornado warning with that, but damaging winds, Grant County up into Kay County with a rapid motion to the northeast up toward Bremen. There's your time of arrival. So heads up there, severe weather, damaging straight line winds. Now this is a developing supercell right here with a big time hook. So again, really heads up on this. The conditions today are very, very prime for tornadoes, and these supercells form very fast. This is a hook forming. Mike Bennett we actually turned him around, and he's now heading back down south of Kremlin. Let's go to Mike Bennett right now. What you need to know is east of Enid, east of Woodring Airport, Breckenridge, west through north of Billings, and then up into far eastern Grant County, you need to stay alert because this supercell is developing a hook very fast. It is a supercell and it is severe. No tornado warning right now. However, it's got a lot going for it. Go Mike Bennett.
Okay, yeah, Mike. Yeah, we're just north of Enid. As we're driving down here, we're figuring out our routes to get on that storm, and I think we're going to probably, by the time we get there, we're going to intercept it probably about its time it's crossing 412, I believe, the way the timing is going to work out. So we're going to work our way around Enid, get to 412, and get east. And we got lots of good options. Stay with it. Mike?
Okay, so we are going to obviously be staying with you. So right now, the most potentially active storm is this one over here on the east side of Enid. So Garber heads up. Breckenridge heads up, Breckenridge Blacktop area, west through north of Billings heads up. Right there, you clearly can see the hook for yourself. That's a big supercell with a hook very rapidly forming. We'll pull on in here a little bit. So Breckenridge heads up. So even though there's not a tornado warning on it, it's forming so quickly that you could have very severe conditions forming in a really big hurry. So tornado precautions here, stay very weather alert on this. That hook is coming up very quickly now, just on the west side of Fairmont, heading right for Breckenridge. Let's go back over to Mike Bennett on a visual on that. Mike has turned back around, and I think he's back down very close to Kremlin. He's gonna jump over here toward the Hunter area and then down toward Breckenridge with an update here. Mike?
Okay, yeah, Mike, right now, I do not have a visual on it. We're going to have one here shortly because I'm going to be coming into North Enid, taking the Breckenridge Blacktop east towards Breckenridge. But right now, I don't have anything. It's just nothing but rain between me and the hook, where, per se, where the rotation is. But it's not going to be very long. We should have a visual of it, at least for the backside. That we're going to work our way around as it crosses Highway 412. We're going to work our way around and be on the east side of it and parallel it. Mike?
Okay, so
Mike, just a real quick update.
Severe storms here as well. Let's go back over to Max 1 here. So on Max 1, so the mesocyclone here is forming quickly down here by Fairmont. So again, heads up Breckenridge up toward Hunter. Now we're going to go ahead and take a look at the metro. Lots of heavy storms here. These have been severe, and they are severe, lifting to the north at around 35 to 40 miles an hour, some nickel and quarter size hail. Kevin Josephy is actually in the Northwest Metro right now. Let's go to Kevin Josephy here and talk to him. He's going to be up here not too far from Mercy Hospital. So this is the Northwest Metro right here. He's tracking that carefully for you. Go, Kevin Josephy.
Yeah, Mike, I'm eastbound on the Kilpatrick, coming up on Highway 74. We're going to take that north, experiencing some very heavy rainfall here, some gusty winds going on vehicle left or right. Got the dangers out here of hydroplaning. Nothing anything too crazy for us here in the metro, but, you've always got to stay on your toes with this Oklahoma weather as it pushes through your area. Could have some little localized flooding with this heavy rain that comes through. So anybody that's out and about or trying to get somewhere and those flood-prone areas, you might just take a little bit of precaution out there. That could come up really quickly on you and hydroplane you. But, just monitoring the situation out here, and got the big flag that's blowing it. A big flag that's blowing straight to the north out here. That's a really indication of very strong winds out here as it pushes through the metro. Mike, back to you.
Okay, Kevin, thank you so much. Back over to Max 1. We're going to go ahead and zoom on in here to the West Metro here and take a look. So this is the prime area for supercells going forward through 7 o'clock. You see it right here with that PDS tornado watch in effect. 3-inch diameter hail. Damaging winds to 80 miles an hour and tornadoes, some possibly strong. So we're tracking this carefully for you, and we zoom on in. These are supercells right here, very close to Piedmont right now, lifting to the north and to the southwest of Guthrie, Cedar Valley, Lake Lottawada, Lake Liberty, Lake Guthrie area, and Edmond, a supercell there as well, lifting to the north. Let's go to Emily Sutton with an update. Emily?
Yeah, I just had a quick update for you. Norman Music Festival has been canceled due to severe weather. The Edmond Prom, all of it has been canceled as well. So you're taking a look. That storm is racing off to the north. I also want to point out, we're talking about some newer development storms lighting up over Moore, over Norman, down through Dibble as well. But yeah, it looks like the latest reports coming into our newsroom, the Norman Music Fest and Edmond Prom have been canceled. So we are looking at a wider view update. There is a particularly dangerous situation, PDS tornado watch, that is in effect until 8 p.m. Notice all the severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's go to Max 3 if we can on the big board real quick. So PDS tornado watch that's in effect until 8 p.m. across now. It includes the metro. Earlier it was just west of the metro. Several severe thunderstorm warnings. Here's a look at the latest, a wider view. Severe weather continues to charge across the state. This is just the start of what's going to be a very active day. We had several tornado warnings this morning as well, and a confirmed tornado near Hammond. And now we had the confirmed tornado near Hillsdale with damage, unfortunately. So this severe storm continues over Medford and Renfrew and Deer Creek, moving northeast. Sometimes these things tend to cycle and then drop another tornado. So we're watching the velocity very closely. Also from Hunter up through Billings, you can see the wind bowing out, so this is likely going to be 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. We're looking for the couplet as well to see if there's any potential of tornadoes. Not seeing it at this time, but these things escalate quickly. For example, look at this east of Enid. It's trying to create this little appendage, this little hook trying to form east of Enid right now. So we're going to be monitoring that very closely. We have Mike Bennett, eyes on the storms as well. Severe storms continue over Tologa. Also flash flood warnings. The flood watch has been extended west, include most of the state. That flood watch goes all the way through tomorrow morning. Hammond, a severe thunderstorm. That is for marginally severe wind and hail, and a severe thunderstorm warning continues for Piedmont as this is lifting northeast, and we could have winds to 60 miles per hour, quarter-sized hail with that one. These storms are pulsing up over Edmond. It looks like a hail core is starting to try to form. And then also the East Metro moving over Jones into Choctaw. Storms now forming over Moore and Norman. Those storms are not severe, but they could turn severe. So monitoring that very closely, not seeing anything yet right now on our velocity. Southwestern Oklahoma, severe storms continue. This is near Duke and Altus for 60 mile per hour winds, possibly up to ping pong ball size hail there. Moving off to the east, still tracking a couple of severe storms over Lawton, lifting northeast into Elgin. So temperatures surging to 82 for Stillwater. Not good to see that. Our severe weather threat continues. Here's a look at the latest timing, and I still think we'll have more development, and rapid development continues. And then by this evening, it merges into a line that's going to turn into a flooding threat as we head into the overnight hours and tomorrow morning as it races east. I do think it'll move out of the metro before the Memorial Marathon start time. Flash flood warning for northwestern Oklahoma with those storms ongoing. This is a big flood watch that goes through Sunday evening. Of course, we have our big moderate risk PDS tornado watch out until 8 p.m. We're going to be looking at this very closely. Let's take it out to one of our storm trackers right now. How about back to Mike Bennett? He has the latest. Mike, what can you tell us?
Okay, Emily, yeah, we are right behind the hook. We're giving you a view of the rain-free base, and I'll tell you this about the best view we've had all day long. Right now, there is not a wall cloud. It's got a nice, very firm rain-free base. It's a pretty large rain-free base. So what we're going to do now is start looking for a development of a wall cloud on it. And actually, matter of fact, as I look at the north end of that rain-free base, there may be a wall cloud in there. It's not very low to the ground. It's fairly elevated at the moment, but we're just going to start. We're right here. We're in perfect position on it now. And as it tracks north, we'll come around on the other side of it. But right now we're on the back side of it. We've got a perfect view of it. Nothing right now that is extremely alarming. Emily?
Okay, thanks for that report. Yeah, we're zooming in. We're looking at that little hook feature that you're talking about south of Breckenridge. Let's go to Max so we can take a look at that. It's moving off to the north and east. Here's that little hook feature towards Breckenridge. So east of Enid, it's going to be lifting off towards Hunter. Also keeping a close eye on the velocity potential on that one. Still tracking some severe storms off to the west. I'm going to go back to our velocity really quick. So we're still tracking the latest velocity in northern Oklahoma. You can see the bowing out. That's going to create 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Hold on a second. Let me move a little bit farther north of Fairmont, watching for that little hook feature to see any rotation, any circulation there. That's going to be located west of Garber, moving near Breckenridge. There we go. I can see it on the southwest side of Breckenridge. Let me zoom in a little bit closer here. Doing this on the fly. Tracking this rotation. There you go. Zoomed in view, a little couplet northeast of Breckenridge, moving northeast. It's on the looser side, but Mike Bennett has a clear view of it. Let's go back to his stream and talk to Mike. What are you seeing?
Okay, yeah, Emily, this rain-free base is actually southwest of Breckenridge. Might have a wall cloud trying to develop there at the interface, real close to the interface. Not very organized. It's potentially the beginning of a developing wall cloud, but we're gonna have to we're right here with it, so we're just gonna kind of have to let it pass in front of us now, and then we'll be on the other side of it, and we'll be paralleling it for a while. But right now, right now it's everybody in the path of it needs to be ready. For the potential of this thing to develop and become the rotation to become stronger, possibly to be tornadic further down the road. But right now, we're a ways from that. But it's got potential, Emily.
Yeah, it looks like the winds are pulsing up near Lamont. Let's go back to Max 3. I'm watching this really start to pick up near Lamont, kind of bowing out a little bit. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some 70-mile-per-hour winds along that line as well. Farther out to the west, still tracking the flooding rains, some severe weather, meaning up to quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds from Helena to Cherokee. And then that line continues to Fairview, another storm over Hammond that had a confirmed tornado earlier this morning around 10 a.m. We were live on the air with that one. Going back to the metro, we're just getting in from the newsroom that Yukon prom has been rescheduled to tomorrow, so people are adjusting accordingly, especially now that the metro is under the PDS tornado watch. PDS meaning particularly dangerous situation. That's issued when tornadoes are likely, including the chance of a couple of intense or strong tornadoes. This is why we have our trackers across the state. Storms lighting up the radar from Choctaw to Moore. Those are not severe. We still have a severe thunderstorm that continues for Piedmont, but it doesn't look quite as strong anymore. But this is a swath of very heavy rain. Looks like a hail core trying to form, moving up into Guthrie as well. Storms back building down through Moore into Blanchard and Dibble. Of course, there's so much going on around the metro. We're talking about Festival of the Arts, the Oklahoma City Memorial Marathon is going on tomorrow. So there may be some people from out of state visiting. Please do a favor and help them out in this situation, knowing that we have a big severe weather day today. We're doing our part to keep you forewarned. Of course, we are streaming live, so in case your power does go out, you can watch us on your app, on your phone, or KFOR.com/live. Severe storms continue in southwestern Oklahoma over Duke, north of Altus as well, and then moving off to the east, still tracking the severe storm moving up through Elgin. These don't look quite as potent as what we're seeing in northern Oklahoma right now. We also have to remember that these storms by Enid are moving east into a more favorable environment. Oklahoma City, 71 degrees, that's a good thing. It's going to hopefully limit some of that severe weather potential as it's moving through for now, right now. But 82 for Stillwater, that is storm fuel available and ready for those storms as they move east. So Stillwater, I would definitely be on alert as well. So timing-wise, continued development through this afternoon, and then it becomes more linear into the evening hours. That's more of a damaging wind threat and flooding threat in the overnight hours. And then it continues to charge off to the east, western Oklahoma. Then we start to clear out. Let's take it to one of our other trackers we haven't checked in with in a while. Who do we have here, Dillard, that we can pitch to? Eric Dixon. Let's go ahead to Eric Dixon because we're covering the entire state. It is a very busy day today. Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, Emily, I'm down here in Altus right now, watching these storms come out of southwest Oklahoma. These storms down here have the potential to move into the city a little bit later on. There's a tornado warning just south of the border currently over near Benjamin, Texas. Guthrie, Texas. So that, those are going to be the start of a very bad evening, across Oklahoma as these storms come into the PDS watch area, particularly dangerous situation. But currently we are on the storm that's north of Altus right now. We're watching it closely, but, it's impulsing up. It kind of pulsed down. Top's going up, got about 65,000 foot, and I think we're running about 50,000 right now. So, they're kind of getting themselves together here. But again, there's, like I said, there's a tornado warning already down in Texas, North Texas, and that activity is moving into southwest Oklahoma. So, things are going to start going downhill, and, it's very wise. These proms and musicals that are going on, people are starting to cancel. They're getting the word out that, hey, large gathering of people, we need to take caution that, the weather's going to go downhill this afternoon. We're keeping you forewarned down here in southwest Oklahoma. Emily?
Eric, thank you very much. Yes, ongoing severe weather coverage right here. We have severe storms now in the metro. Here's our view from Rose State, and this is producing some hail, dime and nickel size. These are severe, though. A lot of these are very heavy rain as well. This is the wave ahead of the main wave that comes in late this afternoon and this evening, really beginning a really stormy stretch. So as of this very moment in time, we have no tornado warnings in effect. There are a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. Southwest Oklahoma near Elgin, west central Oklahoma near Hammond, and up toward Putnam and Tologa and Camargo, and then also over through Major County near Bouse Junction, just west of Fairview. Severe storms there. Helena, Goldtree, Jet, Nash. Severe storms there. Severe storms near Breckenridge, on down to near Fairmont in Garfield County. And some damaging wind now, pretty high velocity damaging winds out of the west and out of the southwest, related to that mesocyclone earlier and that Hillsdale tornado about 25-30 minutes ago. Pretty high velocity damaging wind coming into Kay County. So you folks in Kay County, you want to stay away from windows. Here's southwest Oklahoma, so up into Anadarko and Caddo County. There's west central Oklahoma. Here is north central Oklahoma with all the severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, and that one severe storm now just to the north of Four Corners on the northwest side of the metro. So flooding rainfall continues up here in northwest Oklahoma. Motion is to the northeast at 35 to 40 miles per hour. Zooming on into the metro here, we have heavy storms producing some small hail, a lot of thunder and lightning in south Oklahoma City, very close to east side of downtown Oklahoma City, just west of downtown Midwest City, on up into Spencer and Jones, lifting almost due northward here. Small hail with that torrential rainfall, thunder and lightning, and severe storms now basically from North Edmond up into Logan County, and also out around Lake Lottawada and Lake Liberty and Lake Guthrie. For you folks up there in Logan County heading into Guthrie, a lot of heavy rain and storms there. So a supercell back down southwest of Hobart, and a supercell near Elgin right now. Lifting to the northeast, and here's your time of arrival. That storm is severe with quarter-size hail and 65-mile-per-hour winds. Up here in Caddo County and Grady County, your time of arrival for that. No indications, no strong indications of any significant rotation there, mid-level rotation. And then we have activity up here north of Hammond. That storm is severe. South of Leedy, tracking up toward Putnam and Tologa, moving to the northeast right there. And then northwest Oklahoma, flooding rainfall here. Some rainfall totals already 2 to 3 inches of rain, with flash flood warnings in effect from Grant County back through Alfalfa County into Major County. And we have a lot of high-velocity wind here punching out into Kay County. So Tonkawa, Blackwell, Bremen, points northeast. Winds could be 75 to 80 miles per hour. That wind will be out of the west and the southwest, punching to the northeast. You want us to away from those west and south windows as that comes on in. Still a hook out here by Hunter, although it has weakened just a bit. There is no tornado warning with it, but it is severe. And stay alert on your time of arrival on that, because it spun up pretty fast there. Had a pretty deep mesocyclone there for about 15 minutes. It has weakened just a bit, but Tonkawa by 2:37. And here's your high velocity winds, Narden, Deer Creek, just punching through Lamont, Tonkawa, Blackwell, and Bremen. These winds locally 75 to 80 miles per hour. Great big Boeing gust front right there. There's still a mesocyclone near Deer Creek. That's what's left of the Hillsdale tornado earlier today. But on the south side of that, damaging winds coming out of the west and the southwest. Let's go to Mike Bennett. He's going to be not too far from Carrier with an update on that one supercell now in eastern Garfield County. Mike.
Okay, Marky, Mike, we're just exiting Garber right now. I'm in a little core that built up right over Garber, so I'm in some heavy rain. We'll be driving out that here in about 30 seconds. I've got a pretty good view of that storm that we were on that had the hook earlier. Right now, I don't see anything real organized with it. We're going to go ahead and stay with it for a little bit longer, just see if it kind of ramps up. But right now, as far as low-level rotation, a wall cloud or anything, we don't see anything organized with it right now. But we're just going to be, we've been pretty close to that hook for the last 15, 20 minutes. And it tried to develop one wall cloud, but that didn't last very long. And so now we got a good view of it, and we'll go ahead and track it as it moves northeast. Mike?
Bennett, thank you very much. Back over to Max 1 here. So we're talking about northern Oklahoma here. Carrier and Garber up toward Billings, and there's your time of arrival on that. Again, had a pretty significant mesocyclone, but is now weakened, so damaging winds with that and a severe thunderstorm warning. You see the motion there kind of lifting on up toward the northeast. And this is going to be eastern and northeastern Garfield County. So west of Billings there up to around Hunter and then up toward Tonkawa is where that's heading right now. Another little supercell near Garber kind of lifting up into all that torrential rainfall as well. So here's the metro. We'll go to Kevin Josephine next, guys. So a lot of heavy rain, some small hail, Guthrie area, and still a severe thunderstorm warning around Cedar Valley and Lake Lottawada. There's a little bit of rotation there crossing Waterloo Road west of Broadway in far north Edmond. A little rotation right there. Everything lifting to the north. Let's go to Kevin Josephine, who's up in this right now, tracking through the far north metro up into Logan County. Kevin.
Northbound on Highway 74, 5 miles from Highway 33. Going to take that back into Guthrie. But the main out here is ponding on the road. This area just got soaked about 20 to 30 minutes ago. And you can see on the side of the road, let me pan the camera over. You can see that it's just gathering and ponding on the side. So you've got to be real careful out here traversing these highways that had this torrential rain come across them. And any type of a muddy road that that just gets stopping, soggy with a little bit of rain, it's going to be just soaked right now as these storms push through their area. Racing away from me, but trying to get back in some of this, see if there's any hail in there. Don't think it is, but just a lot of torrential rainfall out there, heavy rain. Stay at home, folks. Don't get out in this stuff because you still want a chance of the hydroplaning. There was one near 150th and Highway 74 car trying to exit. It spun around and was stuck in the grass. One of its tires was just sunk in the grass. So that's one of the dangers out here of this stuff that's pushing through this area here. But you've got to be aware of that PDS situation that is happening through the evening hours. That the situation just changes with Oklahoma weather. And you've got to be on your toes out here, so people need to be weather aware. That's why we're out here tracking this stuff, letting you know what's going on, where it's at, trying to give you pinpoint accurate locations of these storms as they push through. Mike, back to you.
Okay, Kevin Josephine, thank you very much. Let's go back over to Max 1 here. So take a closer look here at the metro. A lot of heavy rain here, some hail, a little severe storm up there north of Cashion. A lot of heavy rain, some hail, Midwest City lifting north through Spencer and Jones, near Frontier City as well. Let's go to Mason Dunn, Chopper 4. He's located very close to Mustang, the southwest Oklahoma City metro, looking at these storms live. Mason?
Well, you're looking live from McIntyre Law. Chopper 4 as we're flying across the ground. We're on the probably the west side of Will Rogers Airport. Mustang headed to the north to this storm that's just passed through Edmond and headed up to Guthrie to check that storm out. We have other storms to our right over here to the east that are forming right over Oklahoma City and Edmond. We're going to keep an eye on those, so we'll stay on top of it. Mason Dunn reporting from McIntyre Law, Chopper 4.
Mason, thank you very much. Let's go ahead and go back over to radar here. So he's going to be tracking this Midwest City storm here, lifting basically due north. So here's Edmond, southeast Edmond. There's Frontier City right there. There's the zoo back down to the Dallas Junction on I-40. So basically lifting up through the northern side now of Midwest City on up through Spencer, Jones, and Lake Arcadia. A lot of heavy rain with this. Let's go back over to Dylan with an update on all the goings-on. Such a busy Saturday afternoon.
It has been, Mike. It's getting pretty serious out there. So if you're following us so far, Emily Sutton, I think, mentioned it earlier. We've got a couple of prom cancellations as well as prom reschedulings. We know Oklahoma City postponed prom for Emerson North High School. Northwest Classen as well. Yukon pushed it back until tomorrow. And we have lots of schools that are basically on edge, waiting to see what happens a little bit more as this progresses. And we've got more of that information on our webpage, KFOR.com. We've got all of our trackers out right now for you. The time is 2:13. We're going to continue tracking this, get you the latest. Of course, you can always download our Forewarn app. It is free in the App Store, sends updates constantly. As soon as the rain started coming in, I was getting updates on my phone. We've got Mike Morgan, Emily Sutton, our entire team tracking this. We'll have more for you in a bit. I'm going to pitch it right back over to Mike. Mike, what are you seeing?
Dylan, thank you very much. Here's kind of a broader view right here. So we have that PDS tornado watch in effect until 8 o'clock tonight, basically from Oklahoma City and I-35 corridor to the west, 3-inch diameter hail. Tornadoes, some potentially long-tracked and strong. That's a possibility today. And winds up to 80 miles an hour. There's our QR code for our app right there. You can scan that on your phone and download our Forewarn Me app, a really useful tool with live radar as well. So let's go over to Eric Dixon here. Go down in southwest Oklahoma. That supercell is strengthening very close to Altus Lugert Lake. So Eric Dixon, southwest Oklahoma, coming out of Jackson County into Kiowa County, looking at that live. Eric?
Yeah, Mike, we are in Blair, so we're going to, jog east with this over here. We're going to go over towards the mountains here. It is strengthening here. We're noticing a little bit of a lowering. It's not really a wall cloud quite yet. Get out of these trees here and kind of see it a little bit better. But we've been following this as it crossed the border here. It's starting to slowly, gain strength on it. But we'll follow this, as far as it needs to go here. But again, there's a lot of activities going on this evening and afternoon that I mentioned. Like a lot of people need to start considering, buttoning up things and, heading home. Know where you are. If you're in a mall, where's the shelters at? If you're in a big building, where do you go? What do you do when something happens? So it's better to get to the safe area right now because things can change in a matter of moments. Again, we're down here in Blair right now. We're watching that storm moving northeast. Mike?
Okay, Eric, thank you so much. Let's go back over to Max 1 and show you the moderate risk. You probably have heard about this. Moderate risk is in effect. It's in the red shaded area right here. 80-mile-an-hour winds, 3-inch diameter hail, tornadoes, a few potentially strong and perhaps even long tracked. That's in the elements today, and also flooding rainfall. That's already occurred as well. Up in northwestern Oklahoma, the moderate risk includes most of Oklahoma right here. The entire Oklahoma City metro is in the moderate risk. Lawton down toward Elmore City and over through Chickasha and Anadarko on up through Moore, Norman, and El Reno and Yukon, Kingfisher and Guthrie, moderate risk. And that includes the entire Oklahoma City metro. Again, that's the rest of today. General progression is going to be west to east. So here's future radar. Here are the storms near Oklahoma City now. This is a computer model estimate. Here's all the activity up in north central Oklahoma, and here's all the activity in southwest Oklahoma. The evolution of this, the southwest Oklahoma activity comes up into Oklahoma City as the main wave, and that appears to be in that 7 to 8 to 9 p.m. time frame this evening. And the wave may stall, potentially producing some heavy rainfall. That's why we're under a flash flood watch as well. Here's 3 o'clock in the morning. By that time, Sunday morning, the rain should start to taper off, and by tomorrow morning, the storms are totally out of here. Let's go back over to the chopper here. Mason Dunn is in basically South Oklahoma City, tracking these heavy storms now, lifting due northward through the central and northern side of the metro. Mason?
$2970 chopper 4. Yeah, we're looking for the traffic, chopper 4. Yeah, you're looking live from McIntyre Law, chopper 4. We're headed east to catch up with these storms that are on the east side of downtown. I'm actually looking for some traffic. It's pretty hazy out here. I actually see the traffic, so I'm going to have to make a turn to the left here and let him go by. We'll go behind him, but we are headed to the east to catch up with these storms that are moving through the metro on the east side. Mason Dunn reporting from McIntyre Law, chopper 4. Back to you.
So there's our current watches and warnings here on Max 1. We have that tornado watch in effect till 8 p.m. It is a PDS tornado watch. There are no tornado warnings in effect right now for any Oklahoma counties, but quite a few severe thunderstorm warnings. Emily Sutton has the very latest. Emily?
That's right. We're continuing our team coverage. Mike Morgan, we have Aaron Brackett out checking out the storms near the metro as well. We have had our crews out since early this morning. There were 3 tornado warnings before noon. That shows you how potent this atmosphere is. There's a live view right now. Let's go to Max 3. Take a look at our PDS tornado watch. What does that mean? It stands for particularly dangerous situation. Essentially, you're taking a normal tornado watch and ramping it up, meaning that tornadoes are likely today. Not only that, but we could have a couple of strong or intense tornadoes. Multiple severe thunderstorm warnings at this time. I think the largest hail potential I've seen is up to 2-inch hail. It looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for the Ponca City area. It is a little concerning. I was looking at the temperatures. They're up to the 80s by Stillwater. So these storms are moving into a more favorable environment for intensification. In addition to that, we're eyeing closely these severe storms in North Texas tornadoing. This is going to be eventually, models are showing the latest high-res data showing it eventually making its way into southwestern Oklahoma, but it's going to take a while for that to happen. So likely later this afternoon and then into the evening hours pushing into central Oklahoma. You need to be on alert, though, on a day like today with this many storms going up and how quickly they can tornado. You need to have multiple ways to get your watches and warnings. Of course, we are streaming live at KFOR.com and on the Forewarn Me app. In case your power goes out, you can watch us there. You can see the severe storms continuing to push east over Bremen down through Tonkawa and Billings. This is heading towards Ponca City, so heads up. You could have 2-inch hail as well as 60 to 70 mile-per-hour winds. Earlier, we were looking at a little hook feature here. This storm has a history of producing a tornado earlier near Hillsdale. You're seeing on the side of your screen, by the way. There you go, that way. You're seeing a QR code. So you just hold up your phone, use it on camera mode. It will give you a link to go ahead and download the Forewarn Me app. It's completely free and you can watch us streaming live there. So we're watching the winds closely. There is some rotation west of Blackwell, a little broad circulation there we're eyeing. It's on the northern end of this little segment that's bowing out. So sometimes you can have little spin ups there. That's something we'll be eyeing very closely. Let's take it out to Mike Bennett. He's been working hard since early this morning, tracking multiple tornado warnings. And we're still eyeing this line for damaging straight line winds. I know you're a little bit farther south on the line. What can you tell us? Mike Bennett.
Oh, Emily, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you're coming to me. Hey, we're at Salt Fork. We're going to go ahead and stay with this storm that's moving into Kay County. You know, these storms, as they're coming through Garfield, Grant County, are coming through an atmosphere that's been worked over, okay? But it's moving into an atmosphere east of I-35 where the temperatures are much warmer. And so we're just going to kind of stay with this as it moves across I-35 into Kay County. We got two storms that are merging right now, right where we are, and we're on the backside of this complex that just came through Garfield County. So we're going to stay with this just in case it does something crazy, and till instructed otherwise. Emily, back to you.
That's right. Yeah, a day like today, you need to be alert because we've seen tornadoes happen even in the cooler air, so to speak. The atmosphere is ripe and ready for continued development, and that's why there's a big PDS tornado watch that continues until 8 p.m. Let's go back to the radar, back to the maps. We're still tracking a flash flood warning as well for the area highlighted in green. That includes Cleo Springs down through Okie. There is a big flood watch in effect out to the west. Tracking the latest severe thunderstorm continues out of Hammond. That one's really weakening though. And then off to the east, look at this development. This is what moved through the metro. It's racing off to the northeast. I have to tell you though, I'm a little concerned about these storms moving closer into that environment like Mike Bennett was talking about east of I-35. If we've managed to have sun earlier in the day, warmer temperatures, so higher instability, better storm fuel environment. We're going to be watching that. Several appendages coming out here near Crescent and Guthrie. These are not severe over the metro. Farther south, very heavy rain from Edmond to Luther to Choctaw, and then some weak showers near Moore. That's what we're looking at right now. Severe storms continue near Hobart. That's lifting northeast. That hail core really pulsing up west of Roosevelt. So could have 2-inch hail there. There's also a little weak couplet located northeast of Blair, east of Granite. We're going to be eyeing closely on that one. So a wider view showing the PDS tornado watch until 8 p.m. for the eastern half of the state, including the entire Oklahoma City metro. There's a flash flood warning. That's for the entire northwest part of Oklahoma almost. We have a big flood watch that has been expanded initially just for the eastern half of the state, but it's expanded across most of the state through Sunday evening. So here's a wider view of the storms that are really increasing in coverage, and that's what the models have been showing. This coverage increases. All this stuff in North Texas moves up into southwestern Oklahoma, and then a line forms overnight, and it morphs into more of a flooding threat. Know where to go. Here are some safety tips. I have to say, a lot of events going on in Oklahoma City in particular this weekend, the entire metro, including the Oklahoma City Memorial Marathon, things where people come in from out of state. And so if you're not from the area, you're not familiar, know where to go in case of a tornado. You want to go in a certified storm shelter or basement. We don't have a lot of basements here in Oklahoma because of the soil. But if you don't have a basement, go into an interior room away from windows. There's many walls in between you and the tornado. But the big thing is you want to be away from windows because it's not just the tornado winds. It's what the tornadoes pick up and throw with any simple object can turn into a missile. Tornadoes and road safety. Today is not a good day to be out on the roads because these things are evolving quickly. You do not want to be caught out in one of those storms. If that happens, this is what you need to do. You need to safely exit, find a storm shelter. If you can't find a storm shelter, you want to go somewhere that doesn't have windows, an interior part of a room. Know that a lot of gas stations, when there's a tornado warning, they lock the doors. So just be aware of that. And then a look at underpasses, overpasses. Do not park under an overpass when there's big hail. We have the potential of large hail later this afternoon. Do not park under an overpass that will block emergency vehicles. Treat a mobile home like a vehicle, never a safe place to be during a tornado and really during any high winds as well. So make sure you have a safety plan in place. Let's go ahead to one of our other trackers right now. Maybe we can go to Kevin Josephy, who's been tracking the latest in the Oklahoma City Metro. Okay, he's in the Guthrie area. Go ahead, Josephy.
Yeah, I'm here at in Guthrie on 33 at the intersection of 33 and 77, headed east. Lots of heavy rain come through this area. Got a lot of ponding. Haven't seen any evidence of any hail that's come through here. No leaves or anything on the ground. No windows broken or windshields cracked or anything like that. But we're just keeping an eye on it out here. This is a volatile situation. We've seen multiple tornadoes already today. Just reiterating what everybody says. Be weather aware, and any evening activities you may have a date night or something. Go ahead and call that off. Schedule it for another night, folks. It's just not worth it to get out in this stuff. You got to err on the side of caution with this. I know it's a pain, it's a headache, but severe weather is severe weather. It is dangerous, folks. You've got to take it seriously. But lots of ponding, on the highways and stuff where this heavy rain has come through. Haven't seen any wind damage from anything. No tree limbs down or anything like that. But just trying to keep everyone weather aware as this system moves through the area. Emily, back to you.
All right, thanks for that report and good advice. Yeah, there are a lot of cancellations going on right now. Edmond Prom, Yukon Prom has been rescheduled, and a lot of people adjusting accordingly. It's Oklahoma life in springtime, really. So safety comes first today. It's a Saturday. A lot of people don't have to work. Hopefully you can avoid being out and about and out in the roads. It's better to be closer to a safe spot where you can take action on a day like today. So we are tracking this severe thunderstorm warning. I really want to point out this is developing north of Billings. A big hail core is pulsing up. This could be developing into closer to tennis ball size hail. Right now, probably 2 to 2.5 inch hail, but that's heading towards Tonkawa. See how it's pulsing up north of Billings? So could have some very large hail trying to form. In addition to that, we're watching the velocity picking up. This is just south of Bremen, so it's on the northern edge of this line segment that's bowing out, and sometimes on the northern edge you can have a spin up. So this is an area of concern south of Bremen. These things can change very quickly. We can have a quick little spin up. So eyeing that closely for the town of Bremen. Off to the west, you can see the line of storms continuing from Helena to Cleo Springs to Fairview, down through Okie, out farther to the west. Severe thunderstorm northeast of Hammond. That one's really weakened west of Putnam. Still could have 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. This is not severe. The storm's racing out of Guthrie up through Mulhall into Stillwater. They are not severe at this time, but it is more favorable storm environment east of I-35 where the temperatures are a lot warmer. Tracking some storms moving out of Edmond into Luther. If you're hearing rumbles of thunder, these are not severe at this time. The good thing is I've been closely monitoring the temperatures around the Oklahoma City Metro. It's been in the low 70s because of persistent cloud cover earlier today, and that is a good thing. We want the temperatures to be lower for any potential storm development. Off to the southwest, tracking this strong storm moving up through Hobart. I believe this is where we have our storm tracker, Eric Dixon. If he's available, let's go ahead and talk to Eric real quick.
Yeah, Emily, are you there?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Hey, yeah, I'm over here near the Roosevelt area right now. I'm moving north with this storm here. It's just kind of been pulsing back and forth. I had a little bit of I wouldn't call it a wall cloud or anything. It was a significant type of a lowering, a little bit of weak rotation in there as I was kind of getting to the south of the Altus Lugard Lake. We're following north. We're going to get on 183 here shortly here, but it's kind of that area has gone into the rain core that we've seen, so it's kind of getting wrapped back in there, kind of occluding that a little bit of the inflow. So, we're keeping an eye on it. It really hasn't produced any funnels or anything like that, but, that can change in a moment. And, including like the city, things can change in a moment. And I stress that if you have to get out, like, if you're in these big, buildings, the shopping centers, where are the tornado shelters? Know where they are. If something happens that you don't have to think, if all of a sudden a tornado warning comes up, where are you at? Already know where to go, where the safe places are. And if you don't have to get out, really don't. Today is not a day to be venturing out. If you can be near a safe area, just kind of hang out there and just be ready for things to pass on by. We all want to stay safe out here, and but we're going to keep out here and keep you forewarned.
Okay, thanks for that report. Eric Dixon, our trackers are going to be out for the long haul. This is a marathon when we have several rounds of severe weather. There's the broad circulation southwest of Hobart. Still keeping a close eye on that one. Here's a wider view. You can see the PDS tornado watch continues until 8 p.m. Multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. At this time, no tornado warnings in the state. However, we're keeping a close eye on the threat as the day continues, and there's a big flooding risk as we head into the overnight hours, even through early tomorrow morning. Let's head over to the news desk. It looks like a lot of people are planning accordingly because of this tornado watch.
Yeah, Emily, thank you. It's been a jam-packed day right now. If you're watching, this is our continuous coverage. We've had thunderstorm warnings, tons of trackers out there. Saturday, when the marathon's going on, the Arts Festival was happening, and then proms were planned, right?
Yeah, and the Norman Music Festival was also canceled. We have a list of those at KFOR.com. We are also getting some images that are coming into the newsroom of some of the hail that we are seeing. We have pictures from McWillie, Oklahoma. Take a look at this. This is golf ball size hail there. This is west of Helena. You can see the comparison to the golf ball and the hail there.
Out near the Panhandle, kind of McWillie. Yeah, he grabbed a golf ball of that. That could do some damage. If it's not that or larger, could do some damage. And I'm sure we saw a bunch of that today. Possibly could see more as well.
Yeah, we are expecting the storms to continue throughout the night, as Emily and Mike have said. They are going to be very active throughout the evening. Let's go back over to Emily and get an update from her on what we're seeing weather-wise.
Emily.
Yes, we continue our team coverage. We have been doing cut-ins and warnings and coverage since 10 o'clock this morning when our first tornado warning was issued. That's a lot when you already have 3 tornado warnings before noon. And we've been warning all along that this was going to be different waves. Sure enough, severe thunderstorms continue, and there is a concern for tornadoes throughout the rest of the day. During the overnight hours, it morphs more into a straight line wind and flooding threat. So we're going to have several different threats. That's why we have team coverage through the overnight hours and early tomorrow morning. So severe thunderstorms continue across northern western Oklahoma. Let's go ahead and zoom on into the latest. This is probably one of the strongest storms in the state right now, as a hail core is pulsing up west of Tonkawa, where you're seeing the whites there. That is high reflectivity spiking. That's an indication of about 2-inch hail or greater. That's going to be moving eventually towards Bremen, kind of grazing Ponca City. And tracking the latest with velocity, was concerned earlier about this couplet on the northern edge of this line bowing out, moving through Blackwell. So this just indicates 60 to 70 mile per hour winds making their way towards Newkirk. Sometimes on the northern edge of the line, you can have a brief spin up. So it looks like a circulation was trying to form just southwest of Bremen. So something we'll be watching very closely. Out to the west, tracking storms over Helena, Cleo Springs, down through Fairview. This is a big flood warning that continues over this part of the state. I've already received several inches of rain covering the northern part of the state. We've had Mike Bennett. Mike Bennett, we're going to check in with you again. I know you've been repositioning, getting ready. What can you tell us? Go ahead, Mike Bennett.
Okay, Emily. Yeah, we're in Lamont right now. Right now, we're waiting on this little bit of a rotation that's up there north of Billings right now, and it's going to cross the Highway 64 here. So we're kind of getting in position on it. And just in case it does something and ramps up a little bit, but right now that's it doesn't look extremely promising. Back to you.
Okay, thanks for that. We appreciate your report. Let's go back to the maps. We're still tracking some stronger storms moving north from Mulhall and Stillwater, now getting some rain, but it is not severe. These storms are not severe east of the metro, moving north through Luther. If anything, this is a good thing. We want more rain and storms around to eat any potential energy as the rounds continue later in the day. Just some weak showers by Moore and Norman. Severe thunderstorm continues in southwestern Oklahoma near Hobart and Roosevelt. We had that hail core pulse up southwest of Hobart, and now it looks like it's going down a little bit, but still could have 1.5-inch hail here, so maybe up to golf ball size hail. Also a broad circulation located south of Hobart. So a wider view showing the PDS tornado watch. This continues until 8 p.m. Severe thunderstorm warnings across north central Oklahoma, and then we have the one severe thunderstorm warning in southwestern Oklahoma. We're also monitoring the tornado warnings in North Texas. Why? Because it's likely going to eventually push into southwestern Oklahoma. I think it's going to take a couple of hours before that happens, though. A look at our flood watch continues all the way through Sunday evening. We have a flash flood warning to the northwest. Flooding is going to be a growing concern into the overnight hours. Here's a look at the latest. I'm going to skip through the safety graphics as we recapped that. Want to go into interior part of your home away from windows. Look at the temperatures. So this is good news. The brief severe storm we had in Oklahoma City and the rain that's pushing through right now just dropped our temperature to 69 degrees. We want to see that. That's going to lower potential instability or storm fuel for later in the day. 82 for Stillwater, though, that is still favorable for storm development, seeing the upper 70s for Lawton. So this has been a factor all along. We've been cautioning that the morning storms, that's going to impact what happens later in the day. We have a very powerful jet stream storm. So here's the latest data, still showing widespread storm development across the western half of the state. Looks like those storms will build in from Texas into southwestern Oklahoma, and we'll have a line forming, possibly moving into the metro, not until this evening, the line of storms. I think the more potent part of that storm will be to the south, and really the big threat overnight will be flooding. See how this train, it's called training, moves over the same places again and again. Big flooding threat into the overnight hours and into early Sunday morning. I think the rain will move out of Oklahoma City closer to about 5 or 6 a.m. before the Oklahoma City Memorial Marathon moves off to the east. There may be some wet issues, a lot of ponding on the roadways and on the race course for runners out there. So just know that'll be clearing out then for the rest of the day. Moderate risk continues. Let's go ahead to one of our trackers. If we have Aaron Brackett, meteorologist Aaron Brackett, he's been out in the field. Aaron, you've been tracking the rain, you know, upper 60s in Oklahoma City right now. That is a great sign. That's what we want to see.
Yeah, that's some real good stuff. We loved hearing that. This rain cool air came through here and at least temporarily cooled our temperatures down. That's really good. You know, we've been watching the activity that's moving through the northeastern metro, and you know, really not a ton of lightning. There have been, you know, on radar things that look like a little curly Q, or really nothing on velocity ever showed up. Of course, you know, with the volatile conditions that we have today, the PDS tornado watch, particularly dangerous situation is what that means. We're going to be out here following it. We've got our army of trackers all over the state. We have them across the metro too, along with McIntyre Law Chopper 4. So we're in Edmond right now. It's passing off to our north. You can see skies already kind of clearing out as you look off to the south right here. But you know, this little dose of rain was good to at least give us temporarily less of that storm energy and that storm fuel to hopefully help us later on in the day. So wet roads, very heavy rainfall. We had no hail with this storm. It never did go severe on the east side, the northeast side of the Oklahoma City metro into Edmond. And right now we're doing okay in this part of the state.
Yes, great report there. Let's go ahead and do a quick overview. PDS tornado watch for the eastern half of the state. Notice, though, it includes Payne County as well, where temperatures are still in the 80s. Let's go ahead and recap some of the storms. We are still tracking a severe storm with a hail core north of Tonkawa. That hail core is going to be lifting north-northeast in between Bremen and Newkirk, where we could have at least 2-inch hail, 60 to 70 mile-per-hour winds. Farther south, another area of showers moving in. That is not severe. Covington and Perry. You can see that we're tracking some winds blowing out. This is just the 60 to 70 mile-per-hour winds near Newkirk and Ponca City. And then farther out to the west, heavy rain, maybe 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds from Helena down through Ames. And then these are not severe in west central Oklahoma. Oklahoma City, we're still tracking some rain through Guthrie. This is not severe over Luther. If anything, it's doing us a favor, giving us some rain-cooled air in place. Weak showers over Moore. And in southwestern Oklahoma, Hobart, that hail core is pulsing up. So I'd say some golf ball sized hail, if not larger, possible for the Hobart area where we have a broad circulation. That is the hail core in place right now. Once again, an overview. PDS tornado watch goes until 8 p.m. We're tracking 3 severe storms in the state. Tornado warning in North Texas that will be lifting north. We're going to be cutting in regularly to keep you forewarned, and we will be streaming with live continuous coverage as soon as there is a tornado warning. Stay tuned for the latest. We'll keep you forewarned.
This has been breaking news from Oklahoma's News 4. This is a forewarned weather alert.
Back with you this afternoon at 2:42. We have a tornado warning up here in northern Kay County. This is going to be coming right up on the Newkirk area, so tornado precautions here in Newkirk. So you see the rotation there quickly coming into Newkirk here, literally in just a couple of minutes here. That is a tornado vortex signature right here. Newkirk, perhaps, well, pretty much red line, center line for Newkirk. This is in Kay County in northern Oklahoma. It's east of I-35. Due north of Ponca City is where this is. That is a tornado warning right there. Let's go to Mike Bennett here. He's tracking that in Kay County. Mike?
Okay, Mike. Yeah, we just we're just at Tonkawa. We just crossed under I-35 at Tonkawa, and so I had a feeling this might happen. With this storm moved into some better atmosphere, but right now it's well northeast of us. We're going to try to get up there as quick as we can. But I will tell you, these things are just racing. They're very, very difficult to keep up with. So you don't have a lot of time to react to it. Back to you.
Let's go back over to Max 1. You folks in Newkirk, tornado precautions. This is up here north of Ponca City, northern Kay County in northern Oklahoma. And the motion is east-northeast at about 50 miles an hour. There's also some 75 to 80 mile per hour damaging straight line winds with this on a gust front pushing out through Kay County. You see the tornado warning there, and it is red line, center line for Newkirk. And your time of arrival here, literally just in the next couple of minutes in the Newkirk area. Northern Kay County, this is northern Oklahoma, up near the Kansas-Oklahoma border. Time of arrival here, basically right now for Newkirk, and then from there, it goes across into Kansas, up north of Kaw Lake. So we're talking about 3:15 up here, up in southern Kansas. So let's go back over to Mike Bennett here, get an update here on Kay County. Again, damaging straight line winds to 80. Tornado warning for Newkirk. You folks in Newkirk, tornado precautions. Go Mike Bennett.
Okay, yeah, Mike, we're looking up that way. We just got a lot of rain between us and Newkirk right now. In fact, we're actually punching through the southern part of this storm right now, and we'll be out of it here in just a few minutes. But yeah, I just don't have any visual of anything up in that area. Just a little bit too far south of it right now, but we'll try to get up that way. Try to skirt around Ponca City. Mike?
Okay, very good. So you folks in Ponca, other than a damaging wind threat nearby, you're in good shape, but Newkirk, tornado precautions right now. Here's the big view. So Oklahoma City, thunderstorms now have cleared most of the metro here, lifting up through eastern Logan County, around Meridian, heading up into Payne County. Temperatures are still near 80, just to the south of Oklahoma City. Supercells down here west of Wichita Falls with tornado warnings, and a supercell also in southwest Oklahoma, and one tornado warning up just right now coming into Newkirk. So tornado precautions there in Newkirk, along with 80 mile per hour damaging winds. So we'll go ahead and zoom on in here just a bit. Here's Oklahoma City again for the time being. Storms have cleared and they're now moving up into Logan County, Guthrie over to Meridian, Coyle and Langston, Perkins and Stillwater, lifting north-northeast at 35 to 40 miles per hour. Southwest Oklahoma checking in with Eric Dixon here next. A supercell near Hobart. Let me tell you, the atmosphere here in Caddo County, Grady County, and the metro here is just prime for additional supercells. The winds are gusting from the southeast at 45 miles an hour, and temperatures are up near 80 degrees with very thick humidity. So as these continue to track to the northeast, they'll likely continue severe, and additional activity will also likely develop as well. So this is a supercell down here with golf ball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds, basically either side of Hobart. There is some rotation west of Gotebo. There's some weaker rotation just southwest of Hobart. Let's go to Eric Dixon, who's still tracking that in southwest Oklahoma. Eric?
Yeah, Mike, we're right over here just to the southwest of Hobart. I got the camera ported over towards the Gotebo area, where that kind of a weak rotation is. Don't really have anything pronounced, not really a lowering in there. It's kind of a inflow area for all of this, heat and, high winds to feed into these storms. The atmosphere is prime, and in a matter of moments, these storms, they kind of cycle. This one's been back and forth. But right now it seems to be a little bit more on the uptick here. I haven't experienced any, major hail in this area, but again, there's a lot of wind just blowing into the sea that's kind of backing into these things, and that it wouldn't take much to really get these things to spin up as they're, kind of approaching the metro here. So all these storms are going to start gathering in southwest Oklahoma and start moving up into the city here shortly. So we are monitoring it, and we will keep you forewarned.
Okay, Eric, thank you so much. Here's your time of arrival for you folks in southwest Oklahoma, coming out of the Hobart area right now, moving northeast at around 40 miles per hour. So you're looking at Gotebo and Carnegie, and up here to the west and northwest of Anadarko, up toward Coger and Binger eventually, and also Fort Cobb Lake, Corn Colony area near Weatherford as well. That's where these are going to be tracking. So stay very weather aware here with a PDS tornado watch in effect and a supercell still in progress there. No real organized rotation. There is some lower level spin trying to form west of Gotebo, so heads up on that for Eric Dixon, who's likely still monitoring. Looks like the lead circulation there is quite a bit stronger than the back circulation. So this is going to be moving down through the Mountain View area over into eastern sections of Ouachita County. All right, so here's northwest Oklahoma. There's been 3 to 4 inches of rain. There's widespread flooding up here. Temperatures are in the low to mid 60s right now, and there's a wind shift line now in northern Kingfisher County. It's closer to 75 here, closer to 60 here. So continued threat of damaging winds here, hail and flooding in that cool weather up here in the low to mid 60s. Up here around Canton and Longdale and up toward Ringwood and Ames and Fairview. So here's the supercell near Newkirk. Tornado warning continues. Now the tornado has lifted more to the north just in the past couple of minutes, so it looks like it's going to be lifting up on the northern side of Newkirk, but there is a tornado vortex signature with it. So you folks in Newkirk, stay alert and take your tornado precautions on up into southern Kansas right here. There's the velocity signature there. Northern side of Newkirk, that does show a TVS right there. It appears like there's a tornado in progress. Again, northern side of Newkirk. Let's go back over to Mike Bennett with an update. K County. So Newkirk damaging winds, strong circulation now on the north and northwest side of the immediate Newkirk area. Here's a live picture from Mike Bennett.
Yeah, okay, Mike. Yeah, we're east of Ponca, or west of Ponca City, blasted to the east. Yeah, it's going to be up in Kansas before we can get up there. I will tell you this: we had a report just a minute ago that Hillsdale's without power. So I don't know if that's a result of. Yeah, I haven't heard anything about any kind of what kind of damage might be there, but apparently maybe some power lines or something down because apparently Hillsdale's without power. Back to you.
Yeah, that's likely from that tornado, as we know earlier, that looked like it formed basically right over Hillsdale. Let's certainly hope there's nothing more serious than just power outage up there in Hillsdale. That was about an hour ago back to the north of Enid. This is basically the same circulation from that tornado by Hillsdale about an hour ago. So north of Newkirk here, still strong indications of looks like a very broad circulation, but is pretty strong. So there could be kind of a loose tornado in that, the way it looks right here, north of Newkirk, but definitely damaging winds swinging through northeastern K County. There's Call Lake right there. So that's going to be lifting up here into Kansas here pretty darn quickly. Tornado warning does continue. There's the shear tracker, and you see the shear there associated with the tornado showing up in red on the leading edge of the tornado with the wrapping gust front, red wrapping down right there. So the tornado's up there on the northern side of Newkirk. Newkirk. One more update here from Mike Bennett up in Kay County. Again, damaging winds around Newkirk. Tornado appears to be north of Newkirk, moving northeastward from there. Go, Mike Bennett.
Okay, yeah, Mike, we're at the Marland exit here, just west of the city. Get up in there and really there's a lot of cloud debris between me and where the tornado would be. And I see a lot of light there. But right now I don't have there's no way to have any kind of a visual of it. Just got a lot of low clouds. I think we've got some of that in our shot. I'll pan over a little bit to the left there so you can kind of see that cloud base. But we're on the south edge of the whole storm system, on the storm cell, and looking up in there, I don't see anything. Back to you.
Okay, let's go back over to Max 1. It does appear to be a tornado on the ground. Mike Bennett is down here in the Ponca area here, so a lot of heavy rain looking north, but it does appear to be on the ground now just to the north of Newkirk. So it's going to be going from there up into southern Kansas here, like Maple City, for example, up here in southern Kansas. Not too far from the Winfield, Arkansas City area. So northeastern Kay County lifting up into Kansas, but we'll zoom on in. Velocity data, that now is a stronger circulation. Could be a significantly large tornado at this point, confirmed here on the ground. Again, just immediately to the north of Newkirk, right there, big TVS. You see it's kind of spinning over on itself, kind of folding over on the velocities there as you see it loop. So that is a big tornado, I think, in progress right there on the northern side of Newkirk, right there on the highway north of Newkirk. This is far northeastern Kay County, very close to the Kansas border. This is Call Lake right here. So that looks to be a big tornado. You can see it strengthening here with time. Mike Bennett, tell us where you are again. It looks like now this looks like a large tornado here on the ground. The velocities are really coming up incredibly fast now, and it looks to be a big tornado and also quite strong. Go, Mike Bennett.
Yeah, Mike. Okay, we're just coming into Ponca City. I'm gonna go around the west edge of Ponca City and get north. One thing I'm concerned about, they've got the big casino up there. I can't remember the name of the casino, but it's probably, I think it's 5 or 6 miles north of Newkirk. You've got a big casino up there, so there's going to be a lot of people up in that area. In fact, there's now 2 casinos up there, and so we'll probably go ahead and get on up there, even if we are not going to be able to catch up with a tornado. We'll get up there and at least do a survey damage, and hopefully everybody in that casino is taking tornado precautions, and they're aware of this thing, because this thing spun up, said pretty fast, and so we're gonna get up there just as quickly as we can and see what happened. Mike?
Yeah, so Mike's going to be heading northbound right there on the highway, and we're talking about the Oto Travel Plaza and Casino. It's maybe just to the south of that. Let's go back over to Max 1, the Oto Travel Plaza and Casino, but this is a big tornado right here on the highway. Now north of Newkirk. Newkirk's on the edge of the tornado circulation. It's large. And that Travel Plaza, the Oto Travel Plaza, is up here by Chilocco. So we're talking about right just south of the Kansas border here. There's the highway going down into Newkirk, but that is a big tornado on the ground. There's no doubt about it. It's getting literally stronger by every single scan that goes by. So this is going to be a big deal right here. So damaging tornado, I think a large tornado on the ground up here. North of Newkirk, north of Ponca City. It's going to be traveling right on the Kansas-Oklahoma border here in the next few minutes, but there is the Oto Travel Plaza, which is now on the edge of the circulation. No doubt they know about this, but that has all the telltale signs of a large tornado in progress, and it could be a violent tornado. This is a very big deal right here. Powerful, powerful signature right here. North of Newkirk, getting stronger literally by the second. Let's go back over to Mike Bennett with an update. Mike? Yeah, wow.
Yeah, Mike, we're coming up on the airport on the west side of Ponca City. I don't have a visual of that area up there right now because I've got a lot of neighborhood trees and houses and buildings between me and that area. I'm just really concerned about that. I can tell you, I know for a fact there's a row of homes up there and the casino too. I know a couple people that live in that area, so right there in that area. And so I just hope and pray everything's okay up there, because it sounds like it's not, it's a bad situation. we're going to get up there just as quick as we can, but we just got to get around Park City first.
Okay, so I think there's obviously a damaging tornado in progress very close to the Oto Travel Plaza and Casino up here north of Newkirk. This is a life-threatening situation. Big tornado, looks violent, looks to be very large as well. So the motion here is to the northeast around 25 to 30. It's so large it's slowed down, which is an ominous sign. These things slow down. They often are in contact with the ground, which causes drag and forces them to slow down. That appears to be going on right now. That is a big tornado right there. North of Newkirk, it has definitely cleared Newkirk, and it's now east of the highway, the very far upper reaches of Kaw Lake up here, traveling now just east of the highway. Mike Bennett is between Ponca City Airport and Kildare, so he's just to the south of this. He's going to go on up there and check this out, and hopefully there is nobody in the path of this. Looks like it might be near or just to the south of the Oto Travel Plaza and Casino up here in northeastern Kay County, just south of the border. But that is a powerful signature right there. Over to Lynx 1, show you the shear rate on that. This is the wrapping gust front right here, that curl. There's the tornado right there. Again, there's Chilocco, the Oto Travel Plaza located right here. So it's very close, about halfway between Newkirk and the Travel Plaza and Chilocco up here in northeastern Kay County. So this is a damaging tornado in progress. Back over to Mike Bennett with an update, and then we'll take a look at other parts of our state here coming up as well, but a life-threatening situation up here north of Newkirk. Go Mike Bennett.
Okay, yeah, Mike, I'm in northwest corner of Park City now, getting ready to turn east. I'll be able to hit that highway that goes straight north up to Newkirk. It's not going to take us very long to get up there. I don't have a lot of traffic I'm dealing with right here right now, but I can tell you I'm not seeing any power flashes. Of course, I may not be able to anyway with all the rain that's between me and where the tornado would be. But we're looking hard up in there, keep an eye on it, see if we get a glimpse of anything. But right now, nothing to report. Mike?
Okay, very good. Let's go ahead and go back over to Max 1 here and check this out. So it's now east of the highway. That's still a big tornado in progress. There's a lot, looks like it potentially could be multi-vortex. Looking at how that velocity signature is becoming more scattered in nature inside of the tornado vortex signature. So this is a powerful tornado up here. Just to the east of now the Oto Travel Plaza and Casino in far northeastern Kay County. This is the Kansas-Oklahoma border right here. And this is going to be Osage County here. That's the upper reaches of Kaw Lake right there. There's Newkirk, still getting even stronger now. So this, you see signatures like this when you start talking about EF3 tornadoes and higher. You start seeing signatures look just like this. So this is likely a big tornado still in progress. Very high velocities here starting to fold over just a little bit in terms of the velocity signature, showing extreme winds inside of that tornado, and the signature itself is also quite large. So Mike Bennett is now approaching the Kildare area, coming north on the highway. It has cleared Newkirk, and it's over here in far northeastern Kay County, just to the south of the Kansas-Oklahoma border. And there's a broad out view there. There's Ponca City, so it's north of Ponca City, moving to the northeast. Quick update again from Mike Bennett, then we're going to check out the rest of the state here for you. Go, Mike.
Yeah, okay, Mike. Yeah, we're turning north right now. Got a red light here. So as light turns green, we'll be pointing north. Chase Partner said it looks like there's rotation increasing at Kildare also. And I haven't looked at that, but if that's the case, that's, we're gonna be on Kildare here pretty shortly. So we'll see what happens with that. Back to you.
Okay, let's go ahead and continue on. We're going to check back with Mike Bennett here momentarily. So again, life-threatening situation up here in far northeastern Kay County. This is north of Ponca City, so it's right here on the Kansas-Oklahoma border, but that is a violent tornado signature right there in northeastern Kay County. Thunderstorms now back down through the Perry area. Velocity-wise, nothing too special there. There's a lot of weaker mid-level rotation, and back down here toward the northern side of the metro here. This is going to be Perry. Lifting north through I-35 right there, scattered heavy storms, and also Langston, Coyle area to the west of Stillwater, Lake McMurtry, Lake Carl Blackwell, a severe storm there with some weak to moderate mid-level rotation there, but quarter size to approaching golf ball size hail possible. The metro, things have cleared out here for a little while. Still a volatile atmosphere feeding in from the south right now with very high winds outside, but we're going to see a break here for a short period period of time in the metro, as there are no storms right now nearby. Now, eventually, these will be coming in from the southwest. Let's go to Eric Dixon. This area prime for continued supercell development. He's down here by Godibo and northeast of Hobart near Highway 9 with an update. Go, Eric.
Yeah, Mike, I'm fixing to pull into Godibo. I'm moving east right now. Fixing to turn north. I'll get a pretty good view of it over there. This storm, it's kind of pulsing. It's kind of pulsing back up right now. So this storm that we're going to talk about here is the one moving into Rocky. So that's going to be to the northwest of the Godibo area, generally moving towards, the Corn, the Colony area, and eventually, maybe the Weatherford area. This storm, it bears watching, and also a new one going up kind of to the southwest of Fort Cobb. It's coming really quick, and that's what's going to happen. These storms are going to start coming up really quick and affecting the metro, as we get into like the 6, 7, 8 o'clock time frame, kind of a wall of water, until people getting out, just expect that, not only that we got tornado chances, we're going to have a lot of rain out there, a lot of flooding potential, and perhaps a lot of flooding. People can die from flooded water. So, we got to get the word out about that it's just going to be some torrential rain. Don't get yourself caught out in that. I'm fixing to turn north here, kind of get you a little bit better view down here. But, things are, changing ever so slowly out here towards the worst. So we got to be vigilant about it and just keep up with it. These storms are racing, but once they start, if they start circulating, they kind of anchor themselves like you were talking about, and sometimes they'll turn to the right. So if they're moving northeast, they'll turn a little bit to the east unexpectedly. So we got to be vigilant about that. Just know where you are if there's a tornado warning or there's a tornado watch. If you're in that tornado watch area, know where to go if something happens, if there's tornado warning issued. We're going to keep you forewarned down here in southwest Oklahoma. Mike?
Okay, thank you so much, Eric Dixon. Let's go back over to Max 1. So here's the storm that Eric is on right now. This is coming out of Kiowa County. So it has golf ball size hail with it, winds 70 miles an hour. It is a supercell rotation there on the eastern side of Hobart. So it's been a long-lived supercell. Have to watch that very carefully. Coming into a prime atmosphere here. Also, a new supercell has formed very quickly on its southeastern flank. And this is going to be very close to Mountain View and Carnegie. This will be traveling up toward Fort Cobb. So Caddo County heads up, Fort Cobb area, Coger, Binger, and eventually up into Canadian County and the west side of the metro, this entire area under a tornado watch. So Mountain View, Carnegie, Binger by 3:40, Bridgeport Hydro by about 4, Gary by 4:06, and you'd be talking about generally El Reno, Calumet on the western side of the metro in that 4:20 to 4:30 time frame, a little bit over than an hour from right now. That storm has gone up very, very quickly, and the back storm there also moving to the northeast with your time of arrival right there. So this is a rapidly changing situation up here in this part of the state. These are both supercells here, and they should be really tracked very, very carefully heading towards central Oklahoma. A lot of flooding, temperatures low 60s up here, with some folks have had 3 to 4 inches of rainfall. Flash flood warnings are widespread, and there's a bunch of hail up here as well. Most of it's going to be smaller hail, dime, nickel. Might get a couple of quarters out of it, but continued flooding rainfall. And that confirmed tornado again north of Newkirk, very close to Chilocco and the Oto Travel Plaza. Now just on the Kansas-Oklahoma border with a very large tornado signature here that is quite violent in nature. So the motion there is going to take that right up into the Maple City area in Kansas. And you see the really hot colors. Looks like it may have just spun out some. It may have just spun out a little bit, and but it's still indicated right there on the Kansas-Oklahoma border. Let's go back over to Mike Bennett on that. Mike, it looks like it's now lifting into Kansas, damaging winds still on the south side of that. How about an update from you in K County?
Yeah, Mike, we're in some pretty strong. I'm just south of Newkirk. I think I'm only about maybe a mile or maybe two south of Newkirk, moving north, getting some really strong west winds. I'm gonna guess they're probably 50, maybe 50 miles an hour. So the heavier, higher winds are probably going to be still just a little ways to my north. But we're going to be up on that. We're going to be coming into Newkirk here in just a minute. And had a lot of emergency lights flashing up ahead of me here, but they have right here on the highway, but they've disappeared. So I thought maybe we might come across some damage here, but I don't know where those lights went now. But anyway, we're just coming into Newkirk, and we'll be north of Newkirk shortly. And, okay, there's the emergency lights again. So we're coming to Newkirk. We'll look for damage as we're passing through Newkirk as well.
Okay,
Mike?
the tornado crossed the highway there, it looks like about 3 north of Newkirk is where it crossed the highway here. So Mike Bennett is now coming into Newkirk here. Here's one of the rural water district towers. So this is going to be the Newkirk area. Notice traffic's backing up right here. This is the highway the tornado actually crossed, about 3 north of Newkirk. And Mike is coming into Newkirk right now. Traffic is backed up. He's got emergency lights off here in the distance. So we'll see, what evolves here as he heads on to the north side of Newkirk. Looks like about 2.5 to 3 north of Newkirk's where that big tornado crossed the highway. And Mike Bennett is literally in Newkirk, Oklahoma right now. The tornado has lifted across barely into Kansas now. The tornado itself is up here in Kansas, high velocity damaging winds just on the very, very, very high end here, the upper reaches of Call Lake, way north of Washunga Bay, for example. But pretty good wind here, 75, 80 miles an hour. The tornado's up there near Silverdale up there in Kansas. Ongoing tornado warning there. But this was a big tornado. There's no doubt about it. It was large and powerful, and it peaked pretty much near the highway and on the eastern side of the highway about 3 miles north of Newkirk. Let's go back over to Mike Bennett. This is the only tornado warning, by the way, in the state right now. This is the only tornado warning currently in the state. Go, Mike Bennett.
Okay, Mike. Yeah, I'm behind Sheriff's Department vehicle right now. Okay, he's turning off, so I'll be able to get on up through here. There's a little bit of street flooding going on in Newkirk. That's understandable. I think this is probably the second round of storms they've had to pass through this area. I'm not seeing any damage right here in town right now. We're getting ready to turn north onto, I guess we're going to turn north here in a minute. But right now I don't see damage. I think the law enforcement back here is just kind of slowing everybody down on the just because of the severe weather, in town. I don't know what they were doing, to be honest with you. But we're turning north here now. And we'll be. It's not going to be long. We're probably going to be north of Newkirk in the damage path. In another, there's probably going to be about 3 or 4 minutes. We'll be there, Mike.
Okay, let's go back over to Max 1 as we monitor the situation up here in far northeastern K County. Here are the current watches and warnings that we do have. Until 8 p.m., we have a PDS tornado watch in effect for tornadoes, possibly higher end tornadoes, potentially with long track. I think we just had a high end tornado, or at least very close to it, up here north of Newkirk in the past 10 minutes. And that's now lifting up into Kansas. All of these are severe thunderstorm warnings here, and they're tornado warnings down to the southwest of Wichita Falls right now in northern Texas. The tornado watch does include Logan, Oklahoma, Cleveland, McLean counties, Grady County, Canadian County, and Kingfisher County as well. A couple of supercells down here near Hobart and also near Mountain View and Godebo. Got a supercell here in the Ceiling area. Flash flooding is widespread up in this part of our state. Golf ball size hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds around Enid, Breckenridge, Billings, near Hillsdale and Carrier, over through Nardin, and near and east of Medford and Renfro and Pond Creek. The tornado warning up there northeast of Newkirk, moving into Kansas. And for Oklahoma City, there are no active warnings in effect right now, but the tornado watch does continue. Here's the broad view. So the atmosphere is prime in this area from near the metro to the west and to the southwest. And with these ongoing supercells in progress, and we're now heading into the peak heating of the day, and temperatures are near 80 degrees with really high humidity. We've got pretty prime conditions here for these supercells to sustain themselves, and that's why this tornado watch continues. But for the time being, the storms have cleared the metro, so we're going to have a break here for a little while, and then these will be coming in from the west, and the Carnegie supercell is strengthening very quickly. And the trend, what we don't want to have happen, the trend could be that these will strengthen and they'll head right into Canadian County and the metro area. But for you folks in Caddo County, certainly heads up. That's a really deep supercell right there with a lot of really strong updrafts there. So this is a potent Carnegie area heading up toward Fort Cobb and Binger, and then from there, Cogar, Hinton, and then Cedar Lake in Canadian County up into El Reno. So heads up, the conditions here are just prime. The winds are gusting close to 50 miles per hour out of the southeast in this part of the state, which provides a lot of spin and a lot of energy for these supercells to work with. Let's go over to Corey Inman, and we'll get Corey Inman here in queue. He's on the Carnegie storm. And
for Enid.
Okay, new tornado warning for Enid. So here's the time of arrival here for the back supercell. And then here's the time of arrival for this lead supercell right here. And then we have new tornado warnings up here in Garfield County. So we'll head on up that way. This is going to be to the east of Enid, basically centered this activity down north of Hennessy and near Wacomas is where that's Bar Wacomas area. So tornado warnings there. So Fairmont, Covington, Billings, Garber, Breckenridge. That is a new tornado warning for this cell now in the Bar Wacomas area right now. So that is a tornado warning, Garfield County and far northwestern Noble County, and then heading up into parts of Kay County. Here's that's the rotation up there heading into Kansas, and here's the rotation by Wacomas right there. That's why we have a tornado warning right there. It's over Wacomas, moving very quickly to the east-northeast. So Fairmont heads up for you. That is a tornado warning. Breckenridge heads up, also showing some pretty high velocity winds in there. That hot red is some really strong straight line winds as well. And the rotation there is picking up right around Bar and Wacomas, just to the south of Vance. Just to the south of Vance. So moving to the east-northeast, so heads up for you folks. That is a brand new tornado warning. Let's go to Mike Bennett here, north of Newkirk with an update. Mike?
Okay, Mike, we're in some really strong winds. We're getting 60, 70 mile an hour winds north of Newkirk. Starting to hear a little bit of hail, too. I've seen just a little bit, the north part of Newkirk, I see just a little bit of small debris, like, small tree limbs and leaves in the road. We are I think I'm probably 2 to 3 miles north of Newkirk right now. I'm not coming across any damage so far. I will tell you, I saw another news channel vehicle, I'm not sure what station, that was headed back south out of this. So I'm hoping that was an indication that there's no damage up here, but we're going to go up here and check it out for ourselves. But right now we're in some blinding rain driven by 60, 70 mile an hour winds out of the northwest, and we're going to keep creeping north, see what we come across. Mike?
Okay, so Bennett, your location exactly right now is where?
I think I'm about three miles, maybe 4 miles north of Newkirk.
Okay, very good. Let's go back over to Max 1 here and check out the new tornado warning here deeper into our viewing area. And this is going to be Bar Wacomas, east side of Enid, Woodring Airport. This line here is moving very, very quickly. Speeds are 60, 70, maybe up to 80 miles per hour. The jet stream energy is really coming in right now. So this is a heads up here for damaging straight line winds, 80 miles per hour, and a possible tornado. Basically, Woodring Airport, just east of Wacomas and just east of Bison and Bar. So Garber, Breckenridge, Woodring Airport, Fairmont, Covington, but Woodring Airport. You folks heads up east side of Enid. East side of Enid, very high velocity damaging winds. That storm has cleared and is now up in Kansas. So the circulation here is on the southeast side of Enid. That is a tornado warning with a lot of damaging winds to 80, moving at a high rate of speed. So you want to avoid the west windows for sure, and tornado precautions here. Interior closet or bathroom away from windows, storm cellar or basement. Mobile homes will not be safe in 80 mile per hour straight line winds and tornado strength winds as well. So that's moving very quickly to the east-northeast at speeds up to about 80 miles per hour. Quickly back over to Mike Bennett here north of Newkirk. Mike?
Mike, I'm sorry, what was your question?
Update from you, please.
Okay, we're at blinding rain. But Mike, can you confirm, was there a new tornado warning issued for this area, for Newkirk?
So say that one more time. Your location, Mike Bennett?
I'm north of Newkirk, and I was just wanting you to confirm, was there a new tornado warning issued for right where we are?
No.
I believe that's the case.
No.
Oh, no. Okay,
no, that is not the case.
Okay. All right. Good deal. All right. We're should be coming up on those casinos here pretty shortly. But I tell you what, Mike, I can barely see a half a block ahead of me because of the wind and the rain, and I've got slow traffic ahead of me, so I can't even pass because I can't see around them far enough to get around them. So it's going to take us a little bit to get up there. But we're just right now we're at 60, 70 mile an hour 60, 70 mile an hour winds and wind-driven rain. Mike?
Okay, heads up for you folks in Breckenridge and Garber. Breckenridge and Garber, heads up for you because there is what appears to be a developing tornado right there, very close to Breckenridge. So we'll zoom on in here. This is why there's a tornado warning in effect right here. It's going to be just on the eastern side of Enid and Enid Woodring Airport. So Breckenridge over to Garber, heads up, and then from there to Billings. There is a developing tornado right there, literally on the southwest side of Breckenridge right now. So that's a fairly small, but it looks like it's a fairly intense developing tornado just to the south and southwest of Breckenridge, moving east-northeast at a high rate of speed. Winds up to 80 miles per hour are also possible in this line, damaging winds here. You see the hot red. Earlier, the winds were quite strong, 80 plus, and now the winds are not as strong. It's moving northeast at around 40 to 45 miles per hour. So tornado precautions here, Breckenridge, and then as well as Garber and the Breckenridge Blacktop area up toward Billings. Tornado precautions here. There's Billings right there. And that tornado is strengthening, gradually strengthening here, very close to Breckenridge right now. Very close to Breckenridge. So you folks in Breckenridge should be in your safe spot. Interior closet or bathroom away from windows, and certainly avoid the west windows. There's a powerful west wind coming in right now, and that is a developing tornado near Breckenridge. Back to Mike Bennett here, north of Newkirk with a quick update. Mike?
Okay, Mike, we just passed the first casino, okay? Parking lot's empty. It looked like they closed it down, and no damage. I have not seen any damage so far. This could be the best case scenario. You said these casinos. I believe these casinos are about 7 or 8 miles north of Newkirk, and you thought the damage path might have been 3 miles north of Newkirk, so that would have meant these casinos have been spared. Okay, I'm coming up on the big casino now, the Seven Clans, and there's a few cars in the parking lot. Looks like they have electricity. There's a quick stop here that's got power. And so it looks like the casinos are in good shape. So we're going to turn back around, and we're going to go back to Newkirk. And when we were 3 miles north, we were in such heavy rain we couldn't see anything. I couldn't hardly see past the hood. So we may have missed some damage back there, the damage path. But we're going to go back that way now as we speak, and we'll look a little closer for damage. Hopefully the rain will be letting up by then. Mike?
Let's go to the OSU camera here. There is a supercell here northwest of Stillwater, and you actually have a really good look at it right here from the Stillwater camera. You're looking to the northwest here from the OSU campus here, and this is a supercell here that has a mesocyclone with it, moving up generally in the direction of Morrison. So talking about far southeastern Noble County out of the west central part of Payne County. And this is the wall cloud here associated with that updraft. It's severe, not tornadic. However, it does have significant circulation at cloud base, and you can see the wall cloud right here from our Stillwater camera. Looking to the northwest, we're right here at the library and the Student Union. Everybody knows where this is right here. Looking northwest, that is a big blocky wall cloud right there, and I'll show that to you on radar here coming up. So heads up for you folks north of here. So this would be up near the Stillwater Airport, up toward Morrison is where this would be, the very far southeastern corner of Noble County. But that is a blocky wall cloud. And a little tail cloud there is becoming visible as well as it lifts on up here to the north. So this is a tail cloud coming in. That's a feeder feature, and that is a big wall cloud right there. So heads up for you for sure. Let's briefly go back to Mike Bennett with an update there north of Newkirk, and back to the Stillwater cam here momentarily. Go, Mike Bennett.
Okay, Michael. Hey, one more report on the casinos. We noticed the small casino on the south side did not have electricity, it didn't look like. The big casino may be running on generator power because their big sign out front was not lit up. So that may be one reason they have. So there's apparently maybe a power outage up here. Newkirk, when we came through there, Newkirk, look, I think they had power. I didn't notice that they didn't, so I think they did. We're back southbound again, and we're not near the rain. It's raining hard, but the visibility is a whole lot better than what it was when we was going north. So we should be able to see, some tree damage, maybe some power line damage or something. But hopefully, it just lifted maybe right before it went over the highway before it did any damage. But right now, we haven't seen any damage, but we're continuing to look. Back to you.
Okay, so here's an update on that wall cloud. Let's go back over to the Stillwater cam. It's got some pretty strong rotation with it. So the wall cloud now, as you can see, here's the tail cloud, the feeder cloud coming in. This is a big blocky wall cloud sitting right here. It's lifting almost due northward, and it is heading pretty much directly for Morrison. It's a supercell with a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible associated with it. Looking at that wall cloud, that is a vigorous wall cloud. Let's go over to radar, show you where this is and where it's going. So there's the rotation right there, just to the northwest of the OSU campus, due west of the Stillwater Airport by just a couple of miles. So a heads up for Morrison. So you're looking at the rotation right there. See the red and the green there coming together? It's just west of the Stillwater Airport, and the picture there is showing you that very wall cloud right there. And that's pretty strong circulation. Supercell with a pretty deep hook with it. May have peaked about 3 or 4 minutes ago when we first showed it to you, but it's still very significant. So for you folks in Morrison, here's your time of arrival. And Morrison coming up here at 3:29. It's currently 3:22. So in about 7 minutes, 6 to 7 minutes from right now, Morrison lifting on up into Pawnee County, just to the east of Red Rock and Sears, and just to the west of Pawnee and Blackburn. So Morrison, you folks stay alert. That is a big low wall cloud right there with pretty strong circulation at the cloud base. Severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible. Let's take that Stillwater cam shot full again and take a look at it. And that big blocky wall cloud is there right there behind the library there. And you see that it's pretty large with a big feeder tail cloud coming into it. So it's centered right there on the west side of the Stillwater Airport. Northbound is right up through there. So you're looking due west at the Stillwater Airport by just a couple of miles, and that's where that is. Let's go back down to southwest Oklahoma, get an update here from Eric Dixon on a supercell coming out of Kiowa County. Eric?
Yeah, Mike, we're just south of the Corn, Colony area. We're on Highway 152. We're moving east with these two storms, kind of parallel and, right between these two storms here. I've got 64 degrees, but just a little bit to the south here, we got mid-70s that's feeding into these storms. A lot of strong shear in this area. It bears watching really, just minute by minute as things can change out here. I've been in this heavy rain back and forth, but I haven't been in any really big hail. We try to steer clear of it as best we can, but we're watching storms very vigilantly as they move towards the metro, the West Metro. That would be the El Reno, the Calumet area, the Hinton area, places like that. We really need to just start getting ready for these storms to come in because things can change in a matter of moments. I don't have any, pronounced lowerings in the area. We're keeping vigilant on watching for those. But right now we're tracking east with it on 152, just south of Corn. Keep you forewarned. Mike?
Okay, Eric, thank you. Let's go over to radar briefly. And these are the two supercells we're talking about. Corey Inman's on this lead supercell, and Eric Dixon's on this supercell, talking about Corn and Colony there. And then up toward Fort Cobb and Eakley and Sickles up here in Caddo County. There's the back supercell, your time of arrival. Golf ball size hail winds of about 70. And there's your time of arrival there. Again, it is a supercell, severe thunderstorm warning, but as of right now, not a tornado warning. Here's the lead supercell. Binger, Hinton, Bridgeport, Gary, Calumet, El Reno, which is the west side of the metro here at 425. So 425. So this starts to give you an idea of the metro timeline on these incoming supercells from the west. There is strengthening rotation near Carnegie, so we're really kind of tuned in on that up toward Fort Cobb, and then from there, Coger and Binger. Let's go back over to our Stillwater camera. By the way, the tornado warning for eastern Garfield County has been canceled. That's good news. The tornado warning for eastern Garfield County has been canceled. However, this is the area north of Stillwater, and we're talking about some pretty strong circulation in through here. Morrison, heads up for you folks. Let's go back over to Max 1 here and check that out. And you see here a new tornado warning with that wall cloud we just showed you, and that looks like a developing tornado right there, just to the northwest of the Cimarron Turnpike Gate. Just northwest of the Cimarron Turnpike Gate, so heads up for Morrison in southeastern Noble County. That looks like a developing tornado right there. lifting up to the north-northeast at around 35 miles per hour. So that is a brand new tornado warning, including Morrison and points to the west and to the south of Sears and Red Rock in Noble County. New tornado warning. Back over to that Stillwater cam. We can show you that wall cloud there, basically directly behind the library, looking almost due northward here, kind of northwestward and Stillwater. And you saw that wall cloud just about 10 minutes ago, pretty low and pretty blocky looking, which shows it has some strong circulation with it. And we're going to watch that actually lift on to the north of Stillwater. It's now very close to and just northwest of the Cimarron Turnpike Gate. To the north and northwest of the Stillwater Airport is where that's located right now. Let's go back over to radar. That is a new tornado warning for Morrison. And there's Morrison there. There's the tornado warning in effect. And there's the supercell lifting to the northeast at around 35 to 40. So Morrison lifting up into Pawnee County. So Morrison and points just to the west of Morrison. That's the red line, center line for that tornado warning coming out of Payne County into southeastern sections of Noble County. So Morrison, take your tornado precautions away from windows, storm cellar, or basement as that lifts on up to the northeast. Let's go back over to Mike Bennett with an update for K County. A lot of heavy rain, flooding likely developing as well in K County. Go, Mike.
Okay, Mike, we just talked to a county official just on the north side of Newkirk, and they're kind of out doing a little bit of a grid search and some light damage. He said there was a tank battery or some kind of a tank that he said looked like it might have got carried, but they don't know how far where it came from. Just some light damage, but they said that they're just trying to confirm a tornado path, and right now it looks like it's it's just not much damage as far as at least anything extensive. That's according to the K County official here I talked to on the road just not 3 minutes ago. Back to you.
Okay, small rope tornado just to the northwest of the Stillwater Airport, just reported by OHP. So that's for you folks in Morrison. You're under a tornado warning in Morrison right now. This is going to be that update there north of Stillwater. So very close to and just to the west now of the Cimarron Turnpike Gate, a little ways northwest of the Stillwater Airport, lifting on up through Morrison. So Morrison coming up right about now, just literally the next couple of minutes. And then Watchhorn and over toward Ralston to the west of Pawnee, lifting up toward the Arkansas River. That is a supercell with a tornado warning and a confirmed rope tornado. And that's what velocity looks like. It's right there, and it looks like it's likely still on the ground by the way that velocity looks. North now of the Cimarron Turnpike Gate. So it's going to be between Sumner and Morrison. So Sumner, seek shelter, small town here of Sumner, and then Morrison, especially the west side of town, seek shelter. That looks like it's strengthening a bit. It's a smaller circulation, but it's intense. And OHP has a rope tornado on that north of the Cimarron Turnpike Gate as it lifts to the northeast at around 35 to 40. Still some pretty good wind in the Breckenridge area. The tornado warning has been canceled for Breckenridge, but still some rotation down by Fairmont. So this storm still to be reckoned with right now, damaging winds and large hail in eastern Garfield County. There's a lot of cool temperatures right now in most of Garfield County, limiting the tornado potential in Garfield County. So the tornado warning has been canceled. Let's go back over to Mike Bennett with an update from K County. A lot of water up here, a lot of flooding up in northern Oklahoma. Go, Mike.
Yeah, that's one thing you're right on there, Mike, is that there's a lot of street flooding in Newkirk. A lot of the highways that we hit a couple of really big pockets that just practically, brought us to a standstill. And but we're heading south now. Okay, we're going to try to get position on that Stillwater storm. We're trying to working out our plan right now on how to get on that. And one thing we're going to have to do is there's no way around. We've got to go through Ponca City, and that's going to take a little bit of time. So hopefully we'll get a position where we can get on that Stillwater storm. Back to you.
Okay, OHP indicating tornadoes still on the ground to the west-southwest of Morrison and just to the southeast of Sumner. So Sumner right about now, 333, west side of Morrison, basically right about now as well. And OHP still has a tornado on the ground with that supercell now. You just showed you the wall cloud. Let's go back over to our Stillwater cam. And we'll see if we take it full here. And you almost, if you look right through the buildings right here, that's basically where it is, but it's now kind of back into the haze and the rain. But the tornado's on the ground back here behind the building from way north of the Ponca City Airport. So it's pulling away from Stillwater, and it's now just to the west and southwest of Morrison. This is the view from Stillwater. We showed you that wall cloud, big, low, blocky wall cloud about 15 minutes ago as it tracked just to the west through northwest of the Stillwater campus and Stillwater proper. And now it is producing a tornado confirmed from the Oklahoma Highway Patrol. Let's go back over to radar here, and the motion on that is to the northeast. 40, 45 miles per hour. So Morrison, Sumner, seek shelter. There's your time of arrival. So back over to west side of Ralston, west side of Pawnee, and then up there toward the Big Bend on the Arkansas River on the Osage Pawnee County line, the Big Bend up there. That's where it is headed as it moves to the northeast. Here's K County, flooding rainfall, a lot of heavy rain in the Ponca City area, and flooding rainfall continues. Lots of water. Some folks 3, 4 inches, 5 inches of rain up here in northern Oklahoma. So a bunch of rain. And the motion there on that tornado now in Kansas. That rotation now is up in Kansas. There it goes right there, continuing with a confirmed tornado on the ground up in Kansas, quite a ways to the north of the casinos, and up in Kansas in the general Arkansas City and Winfield, Kansas areas where that's tracking right now. Back down to the southwest here, we still have a little damaging wind there. No tornado warning. It's been canceled because of the cool air in place in Garfield County, but damaging wind and some hail. And that activity continues to push on to the north. So again, tornado on the ground still pretty close to Sumner and Morrison. So that's really the heads up situation right now. Lifting to the northeast at 40 to 45 miles per hour. Let's go back over to Mike Bennett with an update for that part of the state. Mike?
Okay, Mike, yeah, we're just talking to Dillard about the plan here. We're going to go ahead. We're going to try to get down here to this Stillwater storm, and we're going to work our way to it. But we do not know if we're going to be able to get any kind of position on it before it gets out of the viewing area. And but so then we're kind of turn our attention maybe to storms that are further to the west, southwest of that area. But kind of working out a plan with Dillard right now. But we're at Kildare, heading south towards Ponca City, and try to find a route to get on the storms at the Stillwater. Back to you.
Okay, very good. So ongoing tornado warning now for the Sumner area. OHP continued tornado on the ground, now up in Noble County, just to the west of Morrison. Bigger circulation there, just to the east of Sumner, lifting almost due northward. Here's the Cimarron Turnpike gate, north of the Stillwater Airport right there. So it's lifting almost due northward here. So we're talking about far eastern and southeastern Noble County, lifting to the north. The OHP continues to have a tornado on the ground with that as it lifts to the north. Stillwater, you're clear. That's moving to the north of you, and that's really good news. So a lot of flooding rainfall and cold temperatures up here, a lot of hail as well, damaging winds, very widespread up in Garfield County, up through sections of Grant County, back down into Alfalfa and Major County, 3, 4, 5 inches of rain. Ponca City area, heavy storms in your area as well. Let's go back over to Mike Bennett here. One more update from you in K County. You're heading down into Ponca City right now. Give us an update.
Okay, Mike. Yeah, we're just north of Ponca City. We're sitting there working out this plan. It looks like that Stillwater storm is kind of moving due north, and so we might have a play on it if we get through Ponca City and get south. We may actually have a play on it unless it turns right, very soon, and then we'll just have to see. But we're just right now. It's been challenging all day long. We've been on one cell after another, and it's kind of which one do you get on, and then you can't think about it too long because they're racing so fast that you just don't really have a lot of time to do a lot of planning. But we're going to do the best we can to get down south and see what materializes with that storm coming up out of Stillwater. Back to you.
Hey, Mike, thank you very much. Here's the overview. If you're just now joining us, we're in a break here in the metro in between storms. Had a bit of severe weather earlier this afternoon, lift to the north, affected kind of the central and western and northern sides of Oklahoma City. That's now lifted north and has become tornadic between Sumner and Morrison in southeastern Noble County. And there's been a pretty good sized tornado that is ongoing. North of Newkirk, it's now cleared Oklahoma and is up in Kansas. areas, and we have supercells back to our west until 8 p.m. A PDS tornado watch for the possibility of longer tracked violent tornadoes. PDS tornado watch that does include McLean, Cleveland, Oklahoma, and Logan counties, as well as all of the western sides of the metro as well through a good part of western Oklahoma. So supercells down here north of Lukiba and Godibo and Mountain View and Carnegie, heading up toward Sickles and Fort Cobb and Hinton and Bridgeport. So supercells there. Flooding rainfall in Major County, Alfalfa County, Grant County, and Garfield County, very widespread. 3 to 5 inches of rainfall plus. There's that tornado warning just to the west of Morrison and just east of Sumner. And right now, no active warnings for the Oklahoma City metro. We're in a break. This activity will come in here in the next about an hour and a half from the west. So we'll be talking about the 5 o'clock time frame. 5 o'clock time frame coming in from the west. So here's the broad view on radar. You see the ongoing tornadoes up here in northern Oklahoma. Here's the metro. Again, storms have cleared the metro for the time being. And we're talking about the 5 to 5:30 hour here. Lifting to the northeast. Supercells, that's got a deep area of circulation with it west of Binger and just north of Fort Cobb. So Corey Inman is on that. And then we've got Eric Dixon on the one around Corn and Colony. So golf ball size hail here and 70-mile-per-hour winds. Caddo County, northeastern Ouachita County, heading into Blaine County and western Canadian County on those two supercells right there. And again, that's got a pretty deep circulation near Sickles and Eakley, very close to and just north of Fort Cobb Lake. And there's a time of arrival in the back storm heading on up into northern Caddo County. Right there, I-40 area by Gary and Hinton and Hydro. And the lead supercell here has a deeper circulation with it, Binger, Bridgeport, Calumet, El Reno at 425. So again, the West Metro 4:30, 4:45, and 5 o'clock, and the rest of the Metro in that 5 to 6 to 7 p.m. time frame. And the atmosphere is pretty prime for ongoing activity. That rotation is getting stronger here north of Carnegie. Let's go to Eric Dixon here on these supercells, and then we'll update with Corey Inman. Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, Mike, we're kind of in the core right now. We're going to pass through Eakley here in a matter of moments here. We're on Highway 152 heading towards Binger. We're kind of going to punch through this core here to get a little look, turn around and get a little better look of it here. But, yeah, you know, this storm is kind of ramping up here. It's kind of the lead storm. It's going to be moving towards, you know, I'd say the Hinton area, you know, probably the west El Reno area, and perhaps, you know, into the Kingfisher, maybe Logan County pretty soon as the storm is racing off to the northeast. So we're just staying with it here. There's not a lot of visual, you know, that we can see here. We're looking to the south right now. We're kind of trying to see if we see any lowerings down back in there with that a little bit of that new inflow that's coming in with this storm here. But, you know, it's starting to ramp up a little bit here. It bears watching. We're with it. We're going to pass through it, and we're going to turn back around and get you a better view here momentarily. Back to you, Mike.
Okay, very good. Let's go back over to radar here. Looks like we're going to have a tornado situation in Caddo County. This is the one that's going to be heading up toward El Reno and Cedar Lake via Lukiba and Binger. So we're going to be talking about central and northern Caddo County, and then from there likely up into Canadian County. Really, really high velocity winds here and a developing tornado here north of Fort Cobb Lake and south of Eakley and very close to Sickles right now, southwest of Lukiba. Let's go to Aaron Sanders. He's on that storm. Well-established supercell right there. Aaron?
Yeah, Mike, we're going to be on Highway 281 heading southbound through Hinton. We don't have any eyes really on the storm, but we're just now starting to get into the front leading edge rain. So we're going to try and push to the south end and see if we can get better eyes, and we'll be out here tracking it back to you.
Again, Aaron, your exact location currently on 281 is where?
We're going to be right in the middle of Hinton.
Okay, very good. So you're right in the middle of Hinton. Aaron, it is a strong circulation, and it's turning a little bit to the right. This is a brand new tornado warning in effect. And this is going to be the exact reason why the West Metro is under a PDS tornado watch, folks, because this supercell is gaining strength, and it now has a tornado warning with it. This is Hinton right here, 281. He's looking southbound. Let's go back over to radar here, the time of arrival, and this is a serious deal right here. Sickles and Lukiba, and then from there on up toward Binger. So there's your time of arrival. This is a tornado warning. We're talking about Calumet and El Reno in that 4:30 time frame. It's now 3:40. So that is a brand new tornado warning just coming out of the Fort Cobb Lake, the very upper reaches there of Fort Cobb, lifting to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. And that supercell is strengthening quickly. And again, that's going to be this time of arrival right here, moving to the northeast at 35 to 40. And there's your time of arrival, talking about El Reno, Calumet there in the 4:15 to 4:25 time frame. Canadian County, El Reno is the West Metro, okay? So our chopper is also on that as well, Mason Dunn and the chopper there. Let's go back over to Aaron Sanders again, get an update on that storm. Tornado warning now, central and northern Caddo, lifting up into and toward Canadian County by about 4:15. Go, Aaron.
Yeah, Mike, we're going to be southbound on 281 still, just on the south end of Hinton. We still don't really have eyes on anything, but we are watching it on the radar. We're watching this circulation tighten. So we're going to continue to make our way south and try and get eyes on this for y'all. We'll be back to tracking it. Back to you. Okay, very good. So you folks stay very, very alert. That circulation intensifying quickly, and the hook is also strengthening very quickly. So there's an updated time of arrival for you on the motion. We go over to max 1. And the hook's forming fast. Velocities are coming up very fast. So Binger, Hinton, Bridgeport, Gary, Calumet, El Reno, 430, 435-ish. Okarche, Piedmont area, 450, 455. So that'd be the immediate west and northwest sides of the Oklahoma City Metro. That hook is coming up very quickly, and the velocities are also coming up very quickly. Equally here, lifting to the northeast at 35 to 40 miles per hour. Again, there's Canadian County right there, and El Reno is located right here. So right now, Cedar Lake area in Canadian County, and the Calumet Junction on I-40, not too far from the Cherokee truck stop. This is a tornado warning coming out of Caddo County, so heads up for you. And there's again your time of arrival. Let's go back over to Aaron Sanders again. We'll go to the chopper here coming up as well. Aaron, coming just south of Hinton right now, where you're located. Yeah, Mike, we're going to be southbound on 281, just about probably 2-3 miles south of Hinton. I don't see anything right now looking into the storm, but we're starting to make our way around to the south edge of the storm, and we're going to try and get eyes on and see what we can see in there. We'll be out here tracking it. Back to you.
Okay, let's go over to Mason Dunn and Chopper 4. He's going to be Minko Tuttle. Minko Tuttle tracking to the west. Oh.
Is that a raindrop or is that?
Yeah, that's, you got to watch that. Mason, go ahead. You're Minko Tuttle tracking to the west.
This tornado warned storm that's headed towards Binger. Currently, we are in Minko, headed directly to the west, so we should intercept this storm here in about 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, so Mason and the chopper there, Minko Tuttle. This is going to be northern sections of Grady County. Again, a hook there forming, tornado warning, Sickles, Lukiba, Eakley area. And it's moving to the northeast at 35 to 40. So Lukiba, red line, center line, a little ways to the south of Hinton. Not too far south of Hinton, red line, center line, 281. That's where Aaron Sanders is located here. And again, there's your time of arrival. You're talking about Canadian County, El Reno area in that 4:30 time frame. Calumet exit I-40 west of El Reno in that same time frame, right around 4:20, 4:25, 4:30. Here's Oklahoma City, as you can see right here. So we've got a couple of supercells incoming here as they move to the northeast. Let's go to Eric Dixon here with an update on the back storm. It's near Corn and Colony right now. Eric?
Yeah, Mike, I'm right here in the Eakley area. I got my camera pointed just to the southwest, kind of in the area of that rotation that's starting to form. A little bit of a lowering in there that's starting to come down. I've had a few needle funnels here and there, starting to get a little bit of rain wrapping around this circulation. It's starting to strengthen a little bit here. As I zoom the camera in here, we're getting a little bit more of a pronounced lowering starting to come in. I'm seeing the winds drawing into this and starting to pull this wall cloud a little bit down. It's starting to head northeast rapidly here, so we're going to have to move out of this location here really quick right after this shot. But again, I'm right here on 152, right here in the Eakley area. I've been moving towards the Binger area, watching this developing tornado as it's going to be moving towards the Lukaby area, the Hinton area, the Cedar Lake area, and perhaps into the El Reno and the Calumet area here real soon. But we're watching it real close with you. Keep you forewarned. Mike?
Okay, so the supercell continues to become more evolved in terms of a classic supercell. So here's Oklahoma City right here. Keep in mind, Oklahoma City and the entire West Metro is under a PDS tornado watch. So this is the time to start thinking about your safe place, your tornado safety precautions. You want to be where you feel safe and comfortable as these come on in. That hook is becoming well established and is now looking very much like a classic supercell right over Okie with a ongoing tornado warning. So Hinton tornado warning, and then also coming into Cedar Lake in southwest Canadian County. And it may be turning a little bit more to the right. So El Reno, I'd say heads up for you here a little bit later on. And there's your time of arrival. El Reno 430, 440. Okarche Piedmont 450 is what that is right now. And the motion is northeasterly 35 to 40 miles per hour. Back over to Aaron Sanders. Aaron Sanders is essentially right there looking at it. He's south of Hinton with an update. He sees the updraft base. Go, Aaron.
Yeah, Mike, we're going to be still heading southbound. We're about to be coming into the spot. We're going to be looking. I still see anything from this road does starting to strengthen itself and trying to tighten its way in velocity. We're going to keep our eyes on it. We're going to keep trying to rotate around and get eyes on it. We'll be back out here tracking it.
So let's go on over to the Max 1 here. It looks tornadic right now. Ongoing tornado warning here. Velocities are coming up on it. They're getting higher and higher. That does look tornadic on the east side of Okie. So here's Hinton right here. Here's Lookeba. There's Binger. So we're talking about north central Caddo County. And then from there, motion northeasterly 35 to 40. Cedar Lake area, Cherokee truck stop, Calumet exit on I-40, and El Reno. See the motion there to the northeast at 35 to 40 miles an hour. Let's go to Mason Dunn and the chopper. Mason and the chopper are not too far from Cogar right now. Cogar looking to the west. So I want to go back over to Eric Dixon. Eric Dixon's looking at it as well. So we got a couple of trackers here in the chopper on this supercell now coming through northern Caddo County with a tornado warning. Go, Eric.
Yes, Mike, I'm still okay. Mike, I'm just to the east of the Okie area. That circulation is just a little bit to the behind me and just a little bit north. So we're going to work our way down 152 towards the Binger area, start to head north with it here. But, that storm, that circulation was starting to head towards, it was about a mile to the south west of us here. So we're safely, making a readjustment. That's what the camera is not turned around at it right now. But we had a wall cloud starting to lower. Can start to see some little bit of needle funnels here and there. But, right now there's not. It looks like the last runs of this circulation on the radar has came down just a notch there. So, these things are cycling. It came up really fast, but we're watching it. And as it heads northeast towards, the western part of Canadian County, Hinton, Lookeby area, folks in this area need to be vigilant and get near their storm shelters or go ahead and get in it if you're right there with it. Get ready for this developing situation as it's moving towards the West Metro. Back to you, Mike.
Okay, Eric, thank you very much. So here's the metro view. This is central Oklahoma. We've got a classic supercell here with a tornado warning now in northern Caddo County. This is around 35 miles to the west-southwest of El Reno, and it's moving northeast at 35 to 40 miles per hour. It does have a tornado warning with it right now. So this is heads up from Caddo County into Canadian County. The entire metro and everybody to the west is under a PDS tornado watch, indicating that tornadoes are quite possible, even significant tornadoes, and potentially some longer tracked, even stronger tornadoes as well. So Caddo County here lifting to the northeast. That is an ongoing tornado warning. It's got a hook with it as well, and the velocity signatures keep coming up on it. There's your time of arrival: Lookeba, Hinton, Gary, Calumet, El Reno there around 4:35, 4:40, and Okarche by around 4:45 to 4:50. This afternoon in the western sides of the Oklahoma City Metro. Let's go back over to Aaron Sanders. He's looking right at it, south of Hinton here, with an update. Aaron?
Yeah, Mike, we're still southbound on 281. We're about to be coming into the north ends of Binger. I'm looking over to the west still not seeing anything from where I'm at. The last pass on radar kind of looks like it's weakened a little bit, but still starting to tighten itself in there. So we're still keeping our eyes on it. We're just going to keep rotating around, try and get eyes on it and see what we can see in there. We'll be out here tracking. Back to you, Mike.
Okay, let's go back over to Eric Dixon. This is ominous right here. Very, very ominous. So this is the updraft. This is the mesocyclone in Caddo County. It's a very blocky, rotating, moderately rotating wall cloud that is lowering. And this is the kind of wall cloud that often what they look like before they produce tornadoes. So he's looking right at it. Again, this is the one that will eventually be heading into Canadian County and the western side of the metro. The chopper is on it as well. But this is a blocky, lowering wall cloud with moderate rotation and a tornado warning. Eric Dixon's looking at it right now for you live. Eric?
A lot of movement.
Yeah, a lot of motion there. And notice the inflow.
Yeah, Mike, I'm right here with it.
Go ahead, Eric. Yep.
I mean, Mike. Okay, yeah, I'm right here with it here. This storm is rapidly intensifying right in front of me here. I've got a ton of inflow, and I'm right here just to barely the east side of that wall cloud. It's moving rapidly northeast here. Probably need to go ahead and back out of this here real quick because it's coming up really fast here. So we're going to move east with it towards Bangor and catch Highway 8 going north toward Hinton. Folks in the Hinton area really need to be getting their tornado shelters right now. This thing is starting to ramp up really super fast. So I'm going to go ahead and reposition here and get back with you in one moment here. Mike?
Yeah, so here's your time for arrival on that. Notice as you're watching that how fast that cloud base was changing shape. So tornado warning ongoing here, and there's your time for arrival. So we're talking about Caddo County going into Canadian County. Hinton, Gary, Calumet, El Reno, still around that 4:35, 4:40 time frame for El Reno. Okarche, Piedmont, right around that 4:45, 4:50 time frame with a motion to the northeast at 40 miles per hour. So right now, Canadian County next up. Tornado warning for northern Caddo County as it continues to move to the northeast. So this is a classic supercell with a tornado warning, and everybody ahead of this is under a tornado watch, including the entire Oklahoma City metro. Let's go back over to Eric Dixon again, just get an update. That was changing so quickly right there in Caddo County. This is the most intense storm in the state. Also, that ongoing situation, tornado warning to the north of Morrison, now in western Pawnee County. We're watching that as well. Go, Eric Dixon.
That is correct, Mike. I think we've got a developing tornado. It looked really, really close, like it was fixing a touchdown there. It was crossing the highway right there at Okie. It's moving rapidly northeast, beeline right at the Hinton area. Hinton area really, really needs to take their tornado precautions right now. I would believe that a tornado would be imminent really soon for the town of Hinton. We are moving east. We are trying to reposition with it, but it was ramping up. I've got tremendous inflow, probably 40-plus mile-an-hour winds, just screaming. And as I tried to open my door a little bit to get a better view, just to look outside, that wind was just pushing my door closed.
Well, he's talking to Eric right now.
So we're going to keep it with it. I am moving east. Momentarily, I'll be turning north from Bangor, and we'll get a better view of it as it's probably going to be on the ground, crossing the highway in the Lukiba area to the Hinton area, maybe just slightly north of Lukiba, the way it's looking. But we got to watch these things. They'll start to turn right, so it's moving northeast. When I say turning right, I mean they're going to turn east at a moment's notice. It'll start turning east as it anchors in. So this is a developing tornado. We see a tremendous amount of wind as I'm turning around here, but I got to get east with it. It is moving really fast. We got to keep up with it.
We're in El Reno, right?
Yep.
Go to Aaron Sanders after we go to Max 1. And we're going to talk to Mason Dunn and the chopper as well. We got two trackers and the chopper on this. Tornado warning ongoing. Again, Hinton. Tornado precautions for you. There's your time of arrival, talking about 4:05 or so, 4:10, 4:11. And that's going to be coming up in about 10 minutes. And it's moving quickly to the northeast. So from Hinton to the Cherokee truck stop on I-40, over to Cedar Lake and the Calumet exit on I-40. This is an ongoing tornado warning here with indications of a developing tornado at any time. Let's go to Aaron Sanders here. Another set of eyeballs on this right now. Storm tracker Aaron Sanders. Go, Aaron.
West, like maybe the 66 split, where it's a high spot.
So Aaron Sanders is south of Hinton, and he's on 281. And the tornado warning now is basically approaching 281 south of Hinton. Go, Aaron Sanders.
Yeah, Mike, we're going to be heading back towards the east now. We're trying to catch back up with this storm. We kind of made our way to the south.
He wants us.
Don't really have any eyes on anything at the moment, but we're about to turn back to the north, and we're going to be in better position to have eyes on, and we're going to see what we can see in there, and we'll be out here tracking it. Back to you.
Say that again. Okay, very good. So still showing basically the wrong trend right here. Let's go back over to velocities here. These colors are getting hotter and hotter and hotter. And it looks like there's a TVS attempting to form west of Lokiba. In northern Caddo County, there's a lot of really hot, strong velocities right here. So the chopper also is now near Cogar, looking to the west. So this is really a very serious heads up for Hinton and near and north of Lokiba, 281, and the Cherokee truck stop on I-40. That looks to be a developing significant tornado, and the winds are gusting to over 50 miles an hour heading into this, and temperatures near 80. So we have a lot going for this particular supercell, and it is strengthening very, very quickly. Canadian County here, and this is going to be El Reno here. North of El Reno, of course, is Okarche right here. So Hinton, Red Rock Canyon, the Red Rock Canyon Hinton area up to the Cherokee truck stop. Immediate tornado precautions. This does look serious as it's moving to the northeast at 35 to 40 miles an hour. Let's go to Eric Dixon here looking at it live. Eric.
Yeah, Mike, I'm on 152. I'm about a couple miles away from Binger. I'll be able to turn north, heading towards Lukeby. I'm trying to get to the position where I can get to that highway right there, as a possible tornado is going to be crossing the highway right at Lukeby, or just barely to the north, the way it looks right now. So, it is really gaining strength. You don't have time to really stop and, visualize this. Just a matter of 30 seconds, maybe a minute, stop, get a shot, and you have to just book it and keep on up with this storm. That storm is moving 40-plus miles an hour. So, I've got the shot turned towards the east right now, but, it's back there. We got to keep up with it. I'll have the camera pointed to the north here in just a few minutes here. We'll get a good look at the lowering there that's right behind us that perhaps a tornado trying to develop any moment here. So we'll get back with you here in a moment. If I see something, I'll holler in. Back to you, Mike.
Okay, very good. We appreciate that, Eric Dixon. So here's the metro here. Tornado watch continues for us. Hook Classic Supercell here. Velocities keep coming up. They're getting stronger and stronger. So you want to take your tornado precautions. Red Rock Canyon, Hinton, north of Lokiba, over to the Cherokee truck stop, west of El Reno, and still a heads up here for Okarche and Piedmont. Okarche, Piedmont area, near and west through north of Yukon here just a bit later on. That is a established supercell with an ongoing tornado warning right now, and the motion is northeasterly at 35 to 40 miles per hour, and there is your time of arrival. So you see Piedmont there at about 5 p.m. Piedmont, the northwest side of the metro, at about 5 p.m. The Hook, well established. Velocities here are continuing to be very strong, indications of a tornado at any time. Red Rock Canyon basically is where that is heading. Hinton potentially as well. So away from windows, interior closet or bathroom, storm cellar or basement. Mobile homes would not be safe in tornado strength winds. And the velocities here continue very, very strong here with a lot of rotation. Let's go over to Aaron Sanders, one set of eyes on this as well, tracking it live. Aaron?
Yeah, Mike, we're going to be heading back northbound on Highway 281. We're going to be just north of Binger, heading into Lokiba. We're looking off to the northwest here, looking into the storm. I still don't see anything from where I'm at, but we're pushing our way a little bit farther to the north, getting up on the south end of the storm to where we can get a good vantage point and get good eyes in there. So we'll be out here tracking it and keeping you all forewarned. Back to you, Mike.
Okay, let's jump over to Eric Dixon again. Eric?
Yeah, Mike, I'm just about in Binger here. I'll be turning north here in about a minute or two. That it's kind of looks like it's starting to anchor a little bit, maybe perhaps occluding a little bit. When I say occluding, it was kind of moving. It was moving a little bit to the east. It looks like it's trying to move a little bit to the north, perhaps northwest, maybe kind of wrapping back into the back into the rain core there, the way it's looking from my radar view here. But again, this developing tornado that is moving towards the Hinton, Lokiba area. So that's the imminent area. Calumet, maybe perhaps West El Reno would be under the gun here shortly. If this thing starts to anchor a little bit more, it'll turn to the right. When I say turn to the right, it's moving northeast currently. It'll start turning east at a moment's notice and start coming, towards the eastbound. So folks really need to be vigilant that this direction of this tornado can change at a moment's notice. Don't see a tornado on the ground quite yet, but it is a developing situation, a possible tornado that could be imminent for the town of Lokiba and Hinton. Back to you.
Very good. Red Rock Canyon area as well. Thank you, Eric Dixon. So the tornado warning no longer in effect north of Morrison and west of Pawnee. Sears and Red Rock area north no longer in effect. That tornado warning is no longer in effect. Here's the rotation here north of Sickles and to the south of Hinton, Red Rock Canyon area. And a lot of lightning with it, classic supercell, and a strong indication of a developing tornado right now. Looking at it here, kind of the three-dimensional view showing the mesocyclone there up in the atmosphere. So 281 area, Hinton area, Red Rock Canyon area, and then over here towards Cedar Lake and the Cherokee truck stop on I-40. West of El Reno and south of Calumet is where this is tracking. There's your shear rate, showing the intensification of the shear moving to the northeast at 35 to 40 miles per hour. Let's go back over the chopper. I think we have a picture here from the chopper. Okay, so let's go ahead and go back over to Aaron Sanders here with an update. Aaron?
Yeah, Mike, we're heading northbound on 281 right now. We're just north of Lokiba. I'm looking off to the west into the storm. I do see a lowering. I don't see anything on the ground at the moment. But I am looking in there. I do have a little lowering that's starting to make its way down. Looking on radar, there is a little bit of rotation that's shown to be in there. But like I said, I don't see anything right now that's showing it's on the ground. We're going to try and reposition, get a better look on it, and see what else we can see, and we'll be tracking it. Back to you, Mike.
Okay, very good. So let's go ahead and take a little broader view here. So here's the broad view. If you're just now joining us, tornado watches do continue in green. That includes nearly the entire Oklahoma City metro, at least the central and western sides of the metro. No tornado warning up here. That has been allowed to expire. And we have severe thunderstorm warnings, hail, flooding, rainfall, damaging winds from near Enid up to the west side of Ponca City, Blackwell, Tonkawa in northern Oklahoma. A classic supercell now just about ready to move into western Canadian County, west of El Reno, very close to Hinton and Red Rock Canyon. And we have a tornado confirmed on the ground near Electra to the west of Wichita Falls. We have Corey Inman on that as it comes across the Red River. So here's the metro. So our break in the metro is going to last here for another hour or so. But then as we head toward the 5 o'clock hour, right around 4:45, the Highway 81 corridor coming up here in about 40 to 45 minutes. We'll have tornado potential in through here, and then in that 5 to 5:30 to 6 o'clock time frame, basically anywhere in the metro there would be tornado potential with this supercell and any others that may form. Conditions still prime from the metro to the west to have additional supercells form. But this does have a classic hook with it. There is a tornado warning with it. There's your time of arrival. Talking about Red Rock Canyon and Hinton right now. Gary, Calumet, El Reno, Okarche, Piedmont potentially at about 5 p.m. and the motion's northeasterly between 35 and 40 miles per hour. Still a lot of high velocities with it. You're watching this earlier. Eric Dixon had a low blocky wall cloud with quite a bit of rotation. Let's go back over to Aaron Sanders, who is basically looking at it from 281. And here's the view right here. You can see the whole thing right here. Go, Aaron.
Okay.
Aaron Sanders looking at it here from 281, and he's not too far from the Red Rock Canyon area and very close to Hinton. Go, Aaron.
Yeah, Mike, we're heading northbound 281 right now. We're just north of Lokiba. I'm looking off to my left side. I do have a lowering that's making its way down to the ground. It's gotten closer to the ground in about the last 30 seconds. It's made its way down. So we're going to try and position up and get a camera shot on it for y'all. We're going to try and find a good spot to pull off and see if we can get a shot on it. But we're gonna try and position ourselves to get a shot for y'all. Yeah, back to you, Mike.
Okay, looks like it might be trying to turn a little bit to the right. A little bit to the right. There might be more of a right lean. So we're going to stay basically with Aaron's shot right here. This is the only storm in the state that has a tornado warning. There's just one, and it's out here in northern Caddo County. Western Canadian County, that's where it's tracking. And this is the wall cloud right here. It looks like it might be leaning, turning a little more to the right or a little more to the east. The motion generally is northeasterly between 35 and 40 miles per hour, but it's got a big wall cloud with it, a lot of inflow with it as well. Temperatures are up near 80 with really high humidity. So this has a lot of fuel and a lot of spin going for it. Let's hope it does not produce any tornadoes. However, there is a tornado watch ahead of this storm, and that does include the Oklahoma City metro. Aaron Sanders here has a really excellent shot of it right now. The chopper here, I think we have Mason Dunn. We're going to go to Mason right now. He's located in Caddo County looking at that storm right now live. Go, Mason.
you're looking live from McIntyre Law Chopper 4. As you can tell, you're seeing the skids here. It's pretty rough out here. We're on this storm that's headed towards Hinton right now. There's a lot of circulation in it, but we haven't seen any defined lowerings at this moment. But it could happen any time. I'm looking at the roads down here. There are storm trackers just filling the roads down here. Kind of crazy. But anyway, if you live in Hinton, you want to be aware of this storm. It looks pretty mean, but we're going to stay on top of it. Mason Dunn reporting from McIntyre Law Chopper 4. Back to you.
Okay, Mason, thank you very much for your shot. He's located not too far from Binger and Koger, looking to the west. And that rotation is going to go basically right over Hinton. That's a large wall cloud you're looking at right there with various areas of rotation, but you can see the size of it. Also, if you look carefully here, you can see what we call the rear flank downdraft coming in on the south side of it. And if this clear area here tries to wrap into that circulation, it would make an effort to produce tornadic activity. It's trying to lower down right here as we speak. Mason, again, a lot of upward motion right there, and that's right next to the rear flank downdraft. Looks like that is a developing pretty good sized funnel cloud, changing shape very quickly as well. This is going to be very close to Hinton. Folks in Hinton should be in their tornado safe spot, away from windows. Mobile homes will not be safe. Well organized funnel cloud right there. Go Mason.
Yeah, guys, just as I mentioned, we're seeing a funnel right here, right now, headed. This storm is just to the southwest of Hinton. We're getting a really good funnel now. The velocities are crazy on this storm. I'm looking at the velocities. There is a lot of rotation in here. I can actually feel it with the helicopter. So we are getting a good funnel here. We're about, I'm going to say, probably 3 or 4 miles southwest of Hinton right now, guys. So just keep an eye on this storm. We'll stay on top of it. Mason Dunn reporting from McIntyre Law Chopper 4. Back to you.
Yeah, that's pretty ominous right there. A lot of motion there, both vertically and rotation as well. Again, Hinton, tornado safe spot here, away from windows, interior closet or bathroom. This is northern Caddo County. Hinton Red Rock Canyon is where that's located right now. It's got a lot of inflow with it. Looks like that little needle funnel there is starting to tighten up. Go Mason.
Yeah, guys, we're going to stay on this storm. This storm is tornado warned. It's just about 2 or 3 miles southwest of Hinton. We had a pretty good funnel there, a lot of rotation. The velocities are crazy here on my radar right now. So we are right next to this storm. I am just east of it. As you can see, Travis giving you a good shot of it here. So right now I'm pointed into the winds, which are racing from the southeast into this storm. So I'm going to turn back around here and see what I can see out my window, but we'll stay with it. Back to you.
New tornado warning, including Calumet now, has just come out, and also the west sides of El Reno. So brand new tornado warning here for you folks. Let's go back over to Max 1. So now's the time to think about your safety plan, where you want to be safe. Canadian County and the northwest and west sides of the Oklahoma City Metro as we head through the 4:30, 5 and 5:30 time frame. Winds are gusting to 50 coming into this. Temperatures are close to 80 with really high humidity and a developing tornado right now. Brand new tornado warning, including the west side of El Reno and Calumet. There's your time of arrival. El Reno about 4:40. Calumet around 4:35, Piedmont there at about 5 o'clock. That'd be the northwest side of the Oklahoma City Metro, not too far west of Deer Creek, Edmond, for example. And that hook there, quite strong, classic supercell, hail up to baseball size, and the rotation is basically right over Hinton on the west side of Hinton, Red Rock Canyon area exactly right now. So everybody in Hinton should be in their tornado safe spot currently. Back over to Mason Dunn, looking at it here live. Had a needle funnel there, it spun out, and now it may be trying to redevelop. You're looking at this storm live from Chopper 4. Go Mason.
You're still looking live from McIntyre Law Chopper 4. We're keeping an eye on this storm that is headed towards Hinton. Crazy velocities on the radar right now. There is a lot of rotation. I can actually feel it in the helicopter. The winds are raging out of the southeast into this storm. We had a really good funnel there. You can almost see Travis is giving you a shot. We may have another one trying to develop here. So McIntyre Law Chopper 4 is going to stay on this storm that is headed towards Hinton. right now. So back to you guys.
Mason, thank you very much. Let's go to Aaron Sanders, Ground Truth, looking at the exact same feature. That is a funnel cloud right there. This is Aaron here joining us live, northern Caddo County, near Red Rock Canyon and Hinton, with tornado precautions in effect, tornado warning in effect as well. Go, Aaron Sanders.
I didn't say
Yeah, Mike, you're going to be looking to the west from Highway 281. I'm going to be just north of Binger. We're looking over funnel. It's rotating pretty well, actually. It's rotating pretty quickly. It's making its way down towards the ground. It's been getting lower by the minute. We've been sitting here for probably about 2 or 3 minutes now, having our eyes on it. So, if you're in the path of this, you definitely need to get into shelter. This is not something to play around with. This can get very dangerous very quick. I don't see anything that's looking like this is on the ground just yet, but it has been getting lower, so we're going to keep our eyes on it. Back to you, Mike.
Okay, that's Aaron Sanders there, Ground Truth. There's the chopper looking at an ongoing funnel cloud here. It funneled, spun out, now it's funneling again. Velocity is indicating tornado genesis here, basically at time. Let's hope that does not happen. But Red Rock Canyon, Hinton area, Cherokee truck stop as well. And this is a very volatile supercell here with an ongoing tornado warning. Mason, again, you're seeing a lot of funnel cloud activity dropping out of this, and you're in heavy, heavy warm inflow right now.
You're still looking live from McIntyre Law Chopper 4. We are on this storm that is headed just $1 or $2 southwest of a broad wall cloud with a broad funnel right there. Has not reached the ground yet, but it is sure trying. It's broad rotation. I wouldn't doubt if this thing puts down a tornado anytime soon. I'm trying to stay away from it. The winds are crazy up here, guys. So right now, I'm going to make a turn towards, I think the storm is making a little bit of a right turn too, Mike. So it appears that it's headed to the east a little bit east and northeast. So I'm going to make a turn to the left here. I can see the cornfields down below, and they are laying over from the wind. So we're going to turn to the west, head to the north, and we'll keep this shot up. Back to you.
Yeah, the Hinton area, you folks in Hinton, we sure don't want this to drop down, but it's trying to right now. Aaron Sanders has got a needle funnel cloud, not impossible. That may be a brief tornado right there. Go, Aaron Sanders.
Yeah, Mike, still looking west from Highway 281. Did you have a brief little needle funnel pop out of the clouds here? It looks like it's up. It looks like it's kind of shot. It should come up for a second here. But yeah, it's kind of coming down. It's coming back up. Oh, it looks like it's reforming back here, up a little bit ahead in the storm. So yeah, this funnel has kind of been, we've had a couple different funnels popping in and out throughout this wall cloud that I've seen. But yeah, we just had one come down right there that y'all just saw just a second ago. But we'll be tracking it. Back to you, Mike.
Okay, thank you so much. Emily Sutton here joins us live. Emily?
Yeah, it's looking like it's about to drop a tornado at any moment. We're watching closely. It almost looks like you can see small little vortices. So if we can, control room, keep a double box with either Aaron's shot or the chopper shot, because we want to keep a close eye on this. It's going to drop a tornado at any moment. Tornado watch continues. Here's our tornado warning. You know, you were hearing Mason Dunn, chopper pilot Mason Dunn, talking about it turning right. That's a little concerning, because if it's turning right, that's heading more into the metro area. It's also an indication that it's about to drop a tornado. It's getting very close. We have the funnels right now. Let's go ahead and zoom into the latest as we continue to track this tornado warning in the metro. Zooming in, this is the main area of concern. Northern Oklahoma earlier has seen several tornado warnings. This is really pulsing up. Had a brief hook with it, moving southwest of Hinton. This continues to move off to the east, northeast. A little bit more of a right turn. That means it's going to be traveling along I-40, a heavily traveled thoroughfare for anyone heading towards Oklahoma City. So this is going to be tracking towards El Reno. Let's go ahead and go to the chopper right now. McIntyre Law, Chopper 4, Chopper Pilot Mason Dunn is on top of this circulation. Mason, it keeps trying to tornado. What are you seeing? Go ahead, Mason.
Yeah, you're looking live from McIntyre Law Chopper 4. A little funnel to the right there next to the big one. As you can see right there. That, I tell you what, this thing is rotating like crazy. It appears that it's making a little bit of a right turn, but you have a broad funnel right there that has, as far as we could tell, has not reached the ground yet, which I'm surprised. The velocities are crazy on the radar, and the winds up here are crazy too. So looks like it's starting to get a little high precipitation around that lowering that we can see that little bowl lowering there. So, like I said, this is approaching Hinton. It's getting very close to Hinton now, just to the southwest of Hinton. As you can see, this that circulation is getting rain wrapped. So we're going to try to keep an eye on it. Back to you guys.
Okay, thanks for that report. Let's go ahead and take a look at the velocity, and this is really pulsed up, looking for an intense couplet here north of Hinton, and it still looks like it's traveling off to the northeast, watching for it to turn a little bit more to the east, but circulation will be located just north of Hinton, and it's going to be crossing I-40, and I went ahead and put a track on this, traveling off to the northeast at around 35 miles per hour. This is going to be traveling into El Reno here at 453, Yukon 511, Bethany 523, the Village at 530, Edmond at 541, and Guthrie at 553. The way it's tracking now, of course, it could turn a little bit more right. Let's go ahead and take it to Aaron Sanders, who's also on this storm. Aaron, we've been watching your stream as well, tracking the lowering, have seen several funnels. It looks like definitely a rapid rotation from the entire mesocyclone, but we're watching to see from those funnels if there's actually been any touchdowns. Have you seen any touchdowns?
Yeah, Emily, we're going to be kind of pushing back to the south. We need to find a spot to turn around right now. We had to reposition to grab a new shot. Yeah, it was a very rapid rotation from what we were seeing. The funnel got about halfway to the ground from the cloud base, it looked like, from where we were at. But we did not see anything touch the ground. But it was rotating pretty well. But yeah, we're going to reposition, try and get a new shot for y'all. Back to you.
Okay, thanks for that report. All right, we'll be checking back in with you. Let's go back to radar right now on Max 3. I want to show you exactly where this is located. Earlier had a hook with it, moving northwest of Binger, now lifting northeast into Hinton. This is going to be traveling towards the west metro. So Oklahoma City, especially the west northwest metro, you need to have your tornado safety precautions in order. Be ready to take action as this is heading your way. It's quickly pulsing up the circulation just north of Hinton. The motion is still off to the northeast, so it's crossing I-40, and it's going to be eventually tracking more towards Calumet on its current track. But what happens is oftentimes these turn a little bit more to the right. If that's the case, it will be making more of a track towards El Reno and eventually towards northwest OKC. If we can go back to chopper pilot Mason Dunn, he's in McIntyre Law Chopper 4. You've been seeing it on the side of your screen. This truly gives the best view of it. Go ahead and give us an indication of what you're seeing right now. If you've seen any touchdowns, I know it's been very close. We're seeing the funnels right now.
Well, you're still looking live from McIntyre Law Chopper 4, seeing a little lightning to the north as this storm is approaching Hinton proper. We are just south of Hinton right now, and we are tracking this storm. We're looking just to the west. About a mile, maybe a half a mile to the west. This storm is moving very quick. We've seen several large bowl funnels. Nothing has touched the ground yet, as we can see right now. So that's a good thing, but we're keeping an eye on this storm. It looks a little ominous. It's black. One of the bowls is completely rain wrapped right now, so I cannot see in there. So but we're right up here with it, and we'll keep you advised. Back to you.
Okay, thanks for that report. Excellent by Mason Dunn. He has a clear view of this storm as it is approaching the west metro. The velocity tells exactly where we're watching the circulation. That's now moving north of Hinton, east of Bridgeport. Earlier, it was a little bit tighter of circulation still in place, moving up Highway 281, and it's going to continue right now. The current track is taking it a little bit more northeast, so it is trying to occlude a little bit farther north. If that's the case, it will take it a little bit farther northwest from the metro, but again, these things can have a tendency to turn off to the right. Switching over, here's the current track. If it is moving northeast, again, the latest radar scans indicating a little bit farther north, but it'll be moving into the El Reno area or just north of El Del Reno at 4:53, 5:11 by Yukon, 5:30 the Village. We're going to be keeping a very close eye on that one. Really want to recap some of the storms that are ongoing in north central Oklahoma. No tornado warnings at this time, but severe thunderstorms continue from Newkirk to Ponca City. Earlier near the Blackwell area, a report of tennis ball size hail. So we're already starting to get some of those larger hail reports and switching over to the hail core. Some of our biggest hail cores this storm near Billings. That's a big hail core. Could easily see up to ping pong ball size hail there, possibly in some of these cases up to tennis ball size hail. Another hail core located north of Tonkawa, moving into Blackwell. In addition to this, we have a big flooding risk. There's several flash flood warnings and flood advisories out of the very heavy rain from Bremen all the way south. We also have a brand new tornado warning coming into southwestern Oklahoma. This is now moving in from Texas. It is going to be traveling just northwest of Granfield towards Chattanooga. So our focus will also be on southwestern Oklahoma as well as the metro. I believe we have Mike Morgan in place right now to continue our coverage. But Mike, this is just getting started. Very busy day.
Yes, it is. Two supercells of main concern Emily been talking about. One is coming into Canadian County out of Hinton, and the other one down here in southwest Oklahoma coming into Tillman County across the Red River right now. Everybody near and to the west of I-35 is under a tornado watch. Again, the supercell here continues. This has up to baseball-size hail with it and 80-mile-per-hour winds and an ongoing tornado warning. It's now clearing Hinton and now approaching the Cherokee truck stop. For you folks over here on I-40, no travel recommended anywhere around far western Canadian County and the Cherokee truck stop. Folks here want to be in safe shelter right now. That velocity is quite intense, and there's the rapid scan velocity data on Doppler. You see the hot red and the hot green, both there coming together, and if those hottest colors tighten up a bit, it'll be a tornado. That is a big mesocyclone right there. Let's go back over to Aaron Sanders here and go to our ground truth on this. We got two trackers in the chopper. Let's go to Eric Dixon here. We'll go to Eric Dixon's live stream, take a look at Eric Dixon, and Eric Dixon here in the Hinton area with a live update. Eric?
Yeah, Mike, I'm right in downtown Hinton right now. I've lost a little bit of that inflow area that's just a little bit to the east of me. Perhaps I'm getting a report that there's possibly a rain-wrapped tornado that particularly might be crossing I-40 here shortly. I've had a viewer friend that told me possibly seen one up in there, so I'm in a little bit of a chaser convergence here, making my way up to I-40 to blast east towards the Calumet exit here. Again, I seen a lot of bowl type shapes, a lot of needle funnels in there. It was kind of, it was trying to, gather its own and trying to figure out, where it wanted to touch down. It was kind of, you'd have one to the left, one to the right. It was just kind of a little bit disorganized. It's kind of an organizing phase right now. It's really starting to ramp back up a little bit as I'm looking at velocities. So the folks in Gary, Calumet, in immediate danger of this developing tornado, perhaps a rain-wrapped tornado that a viewer friend had told me about. So we're going to blast east with it here momentarily on I-40 and get you another shot. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Back over to velocities here. Again, if you're just now joining us, ongoing tornado warning. Notice the hot red and hot green there getting close together, and this indicates tornado genesis basically in progress. John Slater is at the Cherokee truck stop right here on I-40. He's looking right at it. John, you're right there in position, I-40. You're looking right at that developing tornado.
Now the circulation gets towards the
That's right, Mike. We're looking at it right now. This is the mesocyclone, strong rotation, wall cloud. You can see the wrapping rain curtains right now. We're looking just off to our northwest. We're at the truck stop here west of El Reno on I-40. And you can clearly see the circulation here, very strong circulation, wrapping wall cloud right in front of us. Right now, I don't see a tornado on the ground, but that is, I'll tell you what, it could happen at any time. Mike, back to you.
So, John, let's talk to you about that. You've kind of got that dragging funnel cloud looking feature right there. Tell us about that. Again, that's going to be just very close to the Cherokee truck stop, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that's less than a mile from our position right here. We're looking just to the northwest right now. It's moving east-northeast. It's just north of I-40 right now. And, that's like a wrapping gust front coming in, and that's the wall cloud. That is almost a pretty significant funnel. And then behind that, it looks like there's some other interesting stuff as well. So
Yeah, this is the center of the mesocyclone. The problem is we're going to have to move east here real quick. As soon as that goes by to our north, there is all this rain and hail back to the west that's going to come right on in behind it with strong westerly winds. So we really got to stay ahead of it to see it. That's the key to seeing this tornado, is really kind of coming in from the northeast, the way it's looking to me right now.
Okay, John, excellent job right there. We'll check back with you. Let's go to Mason Dunn in the chopper. Ongoing tornado warning from near the Cherokee truck stop, northeastward from there toward Calumet. Go, Mason Dunn. Okay.
We're still looking live from McIntyre Law Chopper 4. We just flew over Hinton and I-40 headed to the north as this storm has just crossed I-40. The velocities on the radar are crazy. It's very hazy in there, very rain wrapped. There very well could be a tornado in there. I just can't quite see it with my eyes right at this moment. So this storm is pretty scary. It has crossed past Hinton and past I-40 right now as it is headed to the northeast towards Calumet and Gary. It looks like it might split those two towns. So we're going to keep an eye on it. Mason Dunn reporting from McIntyre Law, Chopper 4. Back to you.
Okay, Mason, nice job on that. So let's go back over to radar. It is still moving basically due northeastward. So the tornado warning ongoing here. So heads up for Calumet. Heads up for Calumet and heads up for Okarche. It is moving just about straight line, center line, due northeastward. Here's Edmond, here's Oklahoma City, here's Yukon right here, here's El Reno. So if it continues to move straight northeast, that's Calumet and Okarche. And it's an ongoing tornado warning here with a great big deep hook in it and strong velocity signatures. There's the rapid scan radar there showing the hook there wrapping around. John Slater just showed you the heavy wind and hail coming around the south side of that at the Cherokee truck stop. That's the back side of the hook. And you see the rotation there on the front side of that. John just showed you a picture of that crossing over I-40. So here is Okarche and here is Calumet. So if the reds here were to get hotter, then that would be tornado genesis. If you see these red colors here start to spike up right here, that would be tornado genesis, and it's very close to that right now. So Calumet, tornado precautions, mobile homes would not be safe. And the same thing for Okarche. So tornado precautions, mobile homes would not be safe. Interior closet or bathroom away from windows, storm cellar or basement. Let's go back over to the chopper here, and we'll go to ground truth here coming up. Mason Dunn, go. Hey, Mark.
Yeah, guys, we're still following this storm at just past Hinton and I-40. The lightning is picking up. We are just on the east side of it, in the notch, if you will, as this storm continues to head to the northeast. So the velocities are crazy on the radar. I have not seen a tornado on the ground. It could be rain wrapped if there is one in there, but we're right here keeping an eye on it. If we see anything, we'll let you know. Back to you.
Mason, thank you very much. Let's join Aaron Brackett here with a three-dimensional view of the supercell with the tornado warning. Aaron?
Yeah, guys, we've been looking at this from many different angles. Of course, we've got McIntyre Law Chopper 4 up above, and we're kind of taking a look down here as we look at this in real time. So we can look at it and kind of go three-dimensional. This is the storm. Watch as we tilt and zoom this in right here. So you can actually see that there's a lot of hail, and those pinks right there that you see, a lot of hail, the pinks and the reds. We'll get a little bit closer. Again, this is right over, this is near Calumet. And see how it kind of humps over right there? And then there's a little bit of a lull in the middle of it, near west of Calumet. That's where you have that developing tornado. You have rain and hail being sucked up into it, and you can see that three-dimensionally. We'll spin it around. So we're looking off toward the northwest, literally an X-ray inside of this developing tornado right now in far western Caddo County, or Canadian County rather, and it continues to move off to the north and northeast that we've been following. So we've been seeing intermittent funnels. We've been seeing all kinds of these things. We'll put this into motion real quick here, then go back to Mike. As you can see the movement here, it continues to evolve. That little hole on the bottom side, let's see if I can circle that for you. That little hole is where you have updraft and wind and hail moving up into it. So this is the area right here. We'll go ahead and stop that. So we'll go right now. That's where you have that lull in a precip and activity. That means wind is going up. It's going up into it and trying to form a tornado. So that's the 3D side of it, looking basically an X-ray right into the storm.
Aaron, nice job. Really explains a whole lot right there. So this is traveling out of Caddo County through Canadian County. It is still basically moving due northeastward. So it's still a heads up for Calumet and Okarche. and then it's going to go into Kingfisher County to the west through northwest of Piedmont. Well-established supercell, ongoing tornado warning. You see the hook there. Aaron just showed you that kind of hole that he was indicating there on the 3D view. You can see that on the 2D view as well, just to the southwest of Calumet. And it's traveling basically due northeastward, and there's your velocities, maybe on the west side and the north side of Calumet. And then from there, Okarche, next stop. So the farmland here, the rural countryside from Calumet to north of Calumet to Okarche, that's where this developing tornado is heading. Let's go back over to, if we can, Kevin Josephy and John Slater. John showed you a great view momentarily with an update here from the Calumet exit on I-40. John? So there is I-40. He is about to head north up toward Okarche. That's going to be I-40 in the western side of the metro. So again, this is so far lifting up into northern Canadian County is where that's now heading up toward the Okarche area. Let's go to Mason Dunn in the chopper with an update, looking at it from his vantage point somewhere right there to the southwest of El Reno is where he's located. Go Mason.
Well, you're still looking live from McIntyre Law Chopper 4. You can see a heavy rain just moving through Hinton and across I-40 right now. I am at the town of Calumet looking to the west a little. We're going to make a left turn here and kind of try to stay ahead of it. This storm is moving very fast, as we all know. All the storms have been moving fast today. But this storm was pretty defined, but now it has become a HP supercell, high precipitation, a lot of rain falling. The lightning has picked up right now, so we're still watching the velocities. We're trying to stay ahead of it a little bit. So we'll be looking out for the town of Okarche coming up next, guys. Back to you.
Okay, very good, Mason. Thank you so much for that. Let's go back to John Slater here with an update near Calumet. John?
Hey, Mike. We are just making that turn. We're going north right now towards Calumet. We're going to turn west here. I can see the wall cloud just to our west. Give me a second. You're going to see it come into your view here. There it is, back there on the west. Do you see it there? It's a big wall cloud, strong rotation. I don't see any tornado on the ground at this point, but I'm a little ways away from it right now. We'll get on the other side of this little hill. There it is right there, Mike. There's one lowering right there, and to the northeast, there's another lowering that's kind of harder to see just to the north of that one lowering you're looking at. So we're on it right now. We're closing in on this storm, strong rotation just to the southwest of Calumet. We're going to follow this east-northeast. Back to you, Mike.
Hey, John, just so you know, the velocities are now spiking up, and they're all tightening. So it looks to be the most impressive velocity signature of the day inside that mesocyclone. Yeah. So let's go ahead and just kind of check with you and stay with you. It's going to be west through northwest of Calumet. So Okarche, heads up for Okarche, and everybody west through northwest and north of Calumet. That is John right there with a view of it. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, Mike, I'm looking at the Doppler velocities live right here in our vehicle. This thing is rotating violently right now. It's just not producing a tornado at this time, but it sure looks like it could produce a tornado at any time. We are looking just off to our west-northwest. We're just a few miles to the southwest of Calumet right now. And actually, we're kind of due southwest of Calumet, looking off to our west-northwest. And it's a very intense circulation. So far, though, it doesn't have anything on the ground that we can see from our vantage point, but we're watching it very closely. We've got some pretty good inflow here, Mike. Winds are out of the south at about 20 to 25. Our current air temperature is about 77 degrees. So we're watching this very closely. It is north of I-40. I do want to make that point because, a lot of folks travel on I-40, and it can get pretty dangerous when you have a big tornado crossing the interstate. But right now, this is going north of I-40 at this point. Back to you, Mike.
Okay, so heads up north of Calumet now. It's going to clear Calumet. And John, we're just going to stay with you because you've got the shot. You're looking at it right there. We're looking at the velocities, and the viewers are looking at that red and green there with very hot colors, making an attempt to come right together. And that would be a developing tornado. It's getting awfully close to that right now. You're looking at the wall cloud right there with all that spin in it. And you're kind of looking at a ridge line there off in the distance with the wall cloud just kind of hovering right there above the trees. Kind of describe to us, again, this is so far going to travel northwest of Oklahoma City. and to the northwest of Piedmont. And it's going to head up eventually Okarche and then up toward Highway 81 south of Kingfisher is where this is going. Ongoing tornado warning. Say that again, Mark Dillard? Yep. So, John, go ahead. Describe to us what you're seeing there on that evolution.
Well, Mike, we're going north now towards Calumet, and it looks like it may be just kind of redeveloping a little bit in a redeveloping stage. Just by looking at this right now, you're looking due north, northwest at this point. The wall cloud is kind of a little more disorganized from my vantage point right here, and maybe redeveloping a little bit further to the north and east. Hard to tell exactly, but I'm looking at the Doppler velocities, and they're pretty strong right now. I know you're looking at that too. So very significant rotation with this storm. And, this kind of storm can produce a tornado at any time. And they always go through these cycles, it seems like, where they look like they're going to produce a tornado, and then it doesn't look so great for a tornado, and then all of a sudden, a tornado comes down. So we're going to continue to follow it off to the east-northeast. We're watching it very closely. Back to you, Mike.
So, John, just so you know, let's go ahead and take velocities here full. Kind of on the center northwestern side of that mesocyclone, that lowering you saw, it looks like tornado genesis right there. It looks like that is a tornado vortex. I don't know how it can't be. Gate to gate there, right next to each other, the hot red and the hot green. So Calumet here, that looks like tornado genesis right now. There's Okarche. You can see the motion for yourself. So, John, let's go back over to you, and it looks like tornado genesis literally occurring right now as we speak, and John's looking at it here live. Again, this is Canadian County, so still a heads up north of Calumet. Okarche heads up, and even up toward Kingfisher heads up. This is west through north of El Reno and Yukon and Piedmont right now, moving northeast at 35. Go, John.
Yes, Mike, we're continuing to go north right now. We're on an unpaved road at this time, so it's a little bumpy here. Bear with us. You're storm tracking with Channel 4 here. So the circulation is just to our northwest. Right now, the wall cloud does not seem as organized as it did when we were on I-40 looking to the west out of it. But right now, it's definitely a very strong circulation, and I'm looking at the velocities with you. And very strong circulation just off to the northwest of us here, and we're zoomed in looking right at it. The contrast is a little bad right now for viewing. A lot of moisture, dew points well into the 60s, temperature mid to upper 70s, so the atmosphere is very saturated or almost saturated, and so there's a lot of haze we're trying to look through here right now, but the circulation is just to our north. We cannot see a tornado on the ground at this time. We're going to continue to go north and just follow this. Mike?
Okay, so at this point, looking at velocity, we don't know how there is not one. And I know our storm trackers and the chopper all agree with that. That circulation is violent, and it's right there tight in a tornado vortex signature. You see it right there. It's getting stronger and stronger and stronger. So this is going to be, as you see, north of Calumet. So everybody in through here has got to be in the safest place they know. So new tornado warning up into Kingfisher County. Everybody up and down Highway 81 from Okarche and even down to the Northwest Highway Junction, all the way north to Kingfisher. You got to go to where your safe place is as this thing approaches, because that's the strongest we've had yet. We don't know how that is not a tornado on the ground right now. Let's go to Mason Dunn and take a look at it from the air from Chopper 4 here. Mason?
Well, Chopper 4, we're making a left turn here. There's a fire down here. I'm not sure if that was started by lightning or if they're just burning something down here. But anyway, we're following this storm that went right in between Gary and Calumet. It is headed to the north. Okarche next. Hopefully it will pass to the, let's say the west of Okarche. I see a large fire down here. It might have been started by a lightning strike, but anyway, we'll take a look at that. But we're still following this storm. A velocity, there could be a tornado in there. It is a HP supercell. It is high precipitation. Cannot see it at the moment. We're waiting for the precipitation to die down a little bit, maybe give us a look. So Travis is showing you the fire down here. So right now, that's all I got for you. We are just following this storm that's going to be headed towards Okarche. And just keep you forewarned there, guys. Back to you.
Okay, let's go ahead and go back over to Max 1 here and take a look. Obviously, ongoing tornado warning. It is still lifted basically due northeastward, 35 to 40 miles an hour is the speed. So tornado warning including Okarche and tornado warning including Kingfisher, and everybody up and down Highway 81 from about Northwest Highway all the way up through Kingfisher. Folks that live along this highway, tornado safe spot. Tornado warning with a PDS tornado watch in effect. This is northwest of Oklahoma City right now and moving to the northeast. So this is going to pass to the west through north of Piedmont. So Okarche and Kingfisher right now, heads up, red line, center line, and there's your time of arrival. Okarche, especially west and north Okarche, and then Kingfisher, red line, center line, 5:04, and then over toward Cashion by 5:18, and Crescent by 5:31. That's over in Logan County. So that'd be west through north of Guthrie, Logan County. There's your time of arrival once again. Ongoing tornado warning, tornado possible at any time, if not occurring. Let's go back over to John Slater, Ground Truth. He's near Calumet, looking at it right to his north. Go, John. So that's the view right there from John Slater and Kevin Josephy, looking to the north at the mesocyclone, now located just to the west and southwest of Okarche. Ongoing tornado warning, tornado possible if not likely at any time. Could be producing tornadic activity right now. John, if you're there, go ahead.
Mike, can you hear me? I'm here on 270 going north right now. You can see the wall cloud in front of us to the north. At this point, we don't see a tornado on the ground. It still looks like a very strong, rapidly rotating wall cloud just to our north. We are northwest of El Reno on 270 going north right now. So we're trying to intercept it. A lot of folks out here, of course, you got to really be careful just traveling around when you're storm tracking. It can be a very dangerous situation with lots of traffic out here. So we are very carefully manipulating our way right on towards that storm to the north. Mike, you can see it on our live stream right here. That's the wrapping wall cloud due to our north. Can you see it on our stream, Mike?
We can see it. Got a good view of it right there. Looking northbound out of Calumet. That's John Slater and Kevin Josephy looking at it. The rotation is quite strong with this ongoing tornado warning, but it does not appear at this point in time there's a tornado on the ground. John's looking at it, and there's the view from the chopper right there. You see off to this part of your screen, this is all the inflow coming in right here. The mesocyclone located very, very low right down and through here. Let's go to Mason Dunn with an update from the chopper. Again, this will pass to the northwest of Oklahoma City, Edmond, Piedmont, and Yukon. But heads up, still Okarche and especially right up toward Kingfisher and Highway 81. Mason Dunn joins us live.
We're going to be headed north again. I am... Yeah, we're still... that went in between Gary and Calumet, still heading to the north. Okarche is going to be very close. It appears to be moving northeast, but maybe sometimes a little more east. So it's a high precipitation supercell, a lot of rain. There could be a tornado in there. I can feel it at times, but haven't actually seen it until the rain dissipates a little bit. We hope there's not one. Look like there is a tornado in there, so we're going to keep an eye on it. Back to you.
Okay, Mason, thank you so much. Let's join Aaron Brackett over there at the Weather Pod with an update. Aaron?
Yeah, you know, we're looking at this in all kinds of ways. We're looking at it from McIntyre Law Chopper 4, trackers fanned out all over the ground, and of course with radar. And right here you see velocity. So north of Calumet, you could see that the velocity was really strong, which Mike was talking about. And now it's kind of weakened, but that doesn't mean that this is the end of this, and not by a long shot. So we look at this in 3 dimensions here. So you can see as we pull the view down, so we're looking north, we're looking into this, and you see west of Kingfisher, all that rain and hail right there. And then you look a little bit farther off to the left. So this is the main storm. This is the main circulation that we have right here. Now look behind it, and you can actually see things are starting to go upward. So we'll go ahead and animate this. This is the backside of the storm, okay? So right over, moving toward Alpha, Omega, and Kingfisher, you see the lead section right there, that big purple. That's starting to come down a little bit, and the area behind, right here, that's coming up just a little bit. So we'll put this right now. So you're looking again off to the north. This is a 3D view for you, and you can kind of see the backside of the storm coming up just a little bit. So So there it is. Kingfisher under the gun for sure. Lots of rotation. But north of Geary, right here, this is the area that we're starting to see might be the new circulation, might be trying to take over just a little bit and intensify on the backside of the storm. So this is what they do. They come up. That had really strong rotation. We had wall clouds, funnels. Now it's starting to change a little bit and possibly evolve. So yes, Kingfisher, tornado precautions, Okarche, but we could possibly be seeing the backside of this starting to wrap around and possibly redevelop again. A lot to watch here.
That's right, Aaron. We're continuing our team coverage and great analysis, 3D analysis of the storm. The atmosphere is 3D, right? We still have our PDS tornado watch until 8 p.m. Ongoing severe thunderstorms in northern Oklahoma. Earlier reports of up to tennis ball size hail near Newkirk. Of course, we're eyeing this tornado warning that is the strongest storm in town. That tornado warning technically still in effect for southwestern Oklahoma, but that is completely starting to wind down. Still keeping a close eye on it as ongoing tornado warnings go on in North Texas as well. Zooming into the latest, we are keeping a close eye on this tornado warning. It continues to move a little bit farther north, and that happens when storms can be cycling again. We watch them include north, move a little bit farther north, cycle, and then drop a tornado again. This will be veering off to the northeast towards Kingfisher. You can see the velocity really picked up northwest of Calumet. When we first showed you the shot, it was about to drop a tornado. Several funnels, little vortices forming, did not actually reach the ground, though. According to our trackers, we have not seen any reports of it officially reaching the ground. Moving northwest of Okarche. Right now, I want to take it out to my morning buddy, John Slater, who's out in the field tracking the latest. John Slater, you're out there. What can you tell us about this storm?
Hey, Emily. Yeah, well, it's an intense storm for sure. It looks like, looking at our velocities, the velocities may have dropped off just a tad. Looking at the radar right now, the actual wall cloud and lowering is to the northeast. North. And Calumet is, we went north of Calumet. Now we're looking towards Okarche to the northeast. So you can see the storm just off to our north and east there. It's got a lowering, a nice wall cloud with it. But at this point, I don't see any tornado on the ground. We just got a very strong wind shift to the west. So the mesocyclone is just to our northeast, just a couple miles to our northeast. That's the center of this rotating severe thunderstorm, what we call a mesocyclone. We are now getting strong west winds, about 30, 40 miles per hour right now. You can see almost like a little funnel trying to come down just off to our east-northeast right now. Emily, back to you.
Yes, we see what you're talking about, John. So possible funnel trying to form right there. So John Slater live in the field. He's near Calumet. Let's go back to radar or keep a double box with Chopper as well if we can. I want to show you the velocity where it's located. This is just west of Okarche. The area of circulation that's going to be trending its way northeast towards Kingfisher. That's the track right now. You can see how it really intensified north of Calumet. Now it's moving towards Okarche. John's talking about a possible funnel. We have a different viewpoint. This is from McIntyre Law Chopper 4. Let's go to Chopper pilot Mason Dunn, who is also watching this same storm. You can definitely see the lowering, ragged wall cloud. Have you seen any of those funnels as well? Go ahead, Mason. Mason Dunn, if he can.
We're looking live from McIntyre Law Chopper 4. We are just northwest of Okarche, about a half a mile looking to the west. It's going to miss Okarche as it heads to the northeast. Kingfisher's going to be the next town that's in line. Right now you can see what I see. It's a high precipitation supercell. There's a lot of rain. Look to the left there just a little bit. Keep going. There's just a little funnel here and there just at the back end of this storm that's feeding into the main storm. We haven't seen any power flashes. We've seen, of course, a lot of rain. There's a lot of rotation. As I was flying, looking out my window, I could see the what appeared to be the RFD coming around this storm. So the velocities don't look as strong as they did earlier, but we're going to stay up here and keep an eye on it just on the west side of Okarche. Back to you.
Thanks for that report from McIntyre Law Chopper 4, live on the scene. We're just getting an update. Aaron Brackett alerted me that this is going to be canceled the tornado warning. However, I'd say that it still has a very clear circulation northwest of Okie, moving towards Kingfisher. So Kingfisher, still be ready to take action. This could still have very large hail, damaging winds. What's happening is I think it's moving a little bit farther north, including it easily could be cycling. So this is why we have our eyes in the field, our trackers on top of it to keep you forewarned as it continues to move towards Kingfisher and eventually just northwest of Cashin as well. Let's go back to John Slater, who's in the field in the same area. And John, what are you seeing? I know it looks like the circulation has pulsed down a little bit, but we have seen this time and time again where the circulation will drop back and then tighten back up as the storm recycles.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing, Emily. Definitely it was at its peak out there when it went right over I-40 there, and we had just a very strong mesocyclone at that point, very close to producing a tornado, but I don't think it did produce a tornado. It looks like it has weakened a little bit since that time. We're now traveling due east. You're looking right at the rain-free base area, potential wall cloud, the mesocyclone, all that stuff we talk about in weather. You're looking all right at that right now. So that's right in front of us as we're looking to the east. So this is going to the north and northwest of Okie, all right? So you folks in Okie are not in harm's way at this point. We're getting a strong west wind, so I heard Mason talk about the RFD, rear flank downdraft. That's exactly what we had as that storm went to our north, strong west wind, 40 miles per hour, and that was a circulation that was passing just to our north. Now, it's just off to our east-northeast. We got a good view from the backside, so we're looking right at it. The rotation doesn't look as strong on radar, but it still is strong. Okay, and it's still capable of producing a tornado at any time. So we're looking at it. We're going to follow this. If we start to see a tornado coming down or developing, we'll be back on live for you, Emily. Back to you.
Thanks for that, John Slater, live in the field. You're taking a live view right now of McIntyre Law Chopper 4, clear base of this powerful storm system that continues to move off to the northeast. Let's go back to the radar to take a look at the latest. You can see as it looped, it had a hook with it, and now it's kind of moving more north. This is going to switch into a severe thunderstorm warning as it heads towards Kingfisher. I want to point out the other severe thunderstorms that have been ongoing for quite some time now. The past several hours, northern Oklahoma has been under the gun with several tornado warnings. There were even some reports of damage coming in near the Newkirk area, also up to 2-inch hail that happened, or tennis ball size hail that happened in the Newkirk area earlier. And we had the Hillsdale tornado. We had damage reports of that as well. Zooming in, switching over to the hail core. You can still see a hail core over Newkirk, another one east of Tonkawa, and another one west of Billings. Most of the hail at this point is up to golf ball size hail. Farther south, tracking that previous tornado warning, that is no longer the case. Now it is a severe thunderstorm warning north of Chattanooga that continues to veer off to the northeast. We have one of our trackers on this storm. Not sure which one. Corey Inman. Yes, let's go to Corey right now.
Hey, Emily, I'm here northwest of Chattanooga. You're looking back to the west about a half a mile to a mile. This thing has really kind of started to dissipate from what it was when it crossed the border, had the tornado warning on it. Bases are pretty high, just have a rain shaft there, and there's a little bit of a feeder band there, but even it's falling apart. So things are looking good down here in the Chattanooga area.
All right, that's what we like to see. We don't want it to be intensifying. So great report, great shot. We can clearly see the storm right now, but it has certainly pulsed down as it crossed over. Doesn't mean, though, that we're done yet. We're still keeping a close eye on all of these storms as we are under a PDS tornado watch that continues until 8 p.m. Severe thunderstorm warnings to the north, a new severe thunderstorm warning for that storm we've been tracking very closely from Calumet moving into Kingfisher, and in southwestern Oklahoma, that is a severe thunderstorm warning as well. I also want to point out that we have a flood watch. This goes all the way through tomorrow evening. Flooding is a big concern. There's a brand new flash flood warning for the Ponca City area. We could see a widespread swath of 2 to 4 inches of rain locally, 4 to 6 inches of rain. So that will be causing flooding. That is definitely a big concern. Tracking the temperatures still in the mid to upper 70s for places like Stillwater. It's amazing, Mike, how quickly the atmosphere managed to recover even after we had those storms moving through.
There's been a lot of rainfall today. There's no doubt about that. You know, we've had some 3 to 5 inch rainfall totals in northern Oklahoma. So the ongoing tornado warning still indicating a well-established mesocyclone here and perhaps even a tornado vortex signature. It's smaller than it was, but it's still basically very, very tight. And we're looking right into Kingfisher here, okay? Right into Kingfisher. So everybody around Kingfisher, tornado safe spot. Interior closet or bathroom away from windows. Let's go to the chopper. Again, you're under a tornado warning. Still looks like a tornado here. It did weaken there for a while. And now it's kind of ramped back up again. And it still looks like it could be potentially tornadic right now. And Mason's actually got a really good shot at it. You're looking at it here kind of through the haze because it's so thick outside. Temperatures are in the mid-70s, but humidities are very high. So Mason, describe to us, well, in the Kingfisher area right now. Go, Mason.
Well, you're looking live from McIntyre Law Chopper 4. We are over the town of Kingfisher, just to the south of Kingfisher and just east of Highway 81. We're looking at this storm. This is the very back of it. That what you're looking at right there is a little ragged looking scud cloud that's hanging off the back of the storm. So as this storm is moving towards Kingfisher, it appears that it is going to just scrape the west side of Kingfisher as this storm continues to the northeast. So we are right up here with it. It is a high precipitation supercell, meaning there's a lot of rain. You can see it right there. There's a little shelf cloud up ahead of the rain. This thing is putting down a lot of rain, so we're going to keep an eye on it. Mason Dunn reporting from McIntyre Law Chopper 4. Back to you.
So we're going to go back to the chopper here. We're going to relay a message here to Mason, and he's showing us Kingfisher right here. Still looks like a tornado there just on the west side of Kingfisher, very close to 33. So he's showing us Kingfisher here as they zoom on in. So here's the water tower, the Kingfisher water tower. So looking due west, you see that bowl. See that bowl sitting right there? That bowl sitting right here. This is the trouble area, and there's still a tornado warning in effect right here. So we're going to zoom in on that and see the colors here. Let's go ahead and take it full here, the velocities. So the velocities on that are coming right back up again. And notice the hot red and the hot green now tightening right back up together again. The circulation itself isn't quite as big as it was earlier, and then the whole thing kind of exhaled and weakened, and now it's tightening back up again and strengthening. So the trend is definitely back up. So we got to take this chopper shot. Everybody in Kingfisher, especially the western side of town, in your tornado safe place, and mobile homes are not safe in tornado winds. That circulation is definitely ramping back up. Here's Mason live from the chopper.
Well, right now we are just flying north on the east side of Kingfisher. You can see Kingfisher coming in your picture there. You can see where the rotation is just on the west side of Kingfisher. That's what you're looking at in the background right there. So right now, Highway 81, still people moving on 81. It's getting dark out here. The lights are on in Kingfisher, as you can see down below, but we are still going to keep an eye on this storm. It's moving to the northeast at very fast. Dover is going to be the next in line for this storm. So we're going to stay up here. Got a little bit of a lowering just out my window to the west there that Travis is showing you, just to the right, Travis. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Back to you.
Okay, Mason, thank you very much. Let's go back over to radar. So here's the time of arrival on it. So Kingfisher right now. So tornado precautions. And again, as Mason said, Dover, and then Marshall, and then Douglas and Covington, and then Perry eventually. That one supercell here in Kingfisher County. This is about 25 to 30 miles northwest of Piedmont. Again, there's the rotation. We're going to zoom in on it. Kingfisher tornado warning continues. And you look for the hot green and hot red. Notice it's cooled off just a little bit, just in the past minute or two. It's cooled off just a hair. It was tighter there, just about a mile south of the Highway 33, and now it's cooled off just a little bit again, literally on the west and north sides of Kingfisher right now. That's why there is a tornado warning in effect. Let's go back over to the chopper here, Mason Dunn. Again, he's looking at Kingfisher. We're looking just to the west through north of Kingfisher with that rotation, which has weakened some, which is good, but the tornado warning continues. Go, Mason Dunn.
Well, guys, we've just made a right turn. We are still on the east side of Kingfisher, about a mile now, looking back to the west. If you look just where Travis is showing you there, look to the left just a little bit, Travis. Yeah, I'm sorry, back to the right just a little. Can't really tell on my monitor, but there is a little bit of a lowering right there, just on the west side of Kingfisher. The rain is subsiding, so we're seeing a little bit of the wall cloud that is in there right now, but there's still a lot of heavy rain, as you can see right there with the wall cloud and the lightning's picking up. So we are going to continue to watch this storm. It is passing just on the west side of Kingfisher right now, moving about probably 45 or 50. So we're able to keep up with it. But Dover's going to be the next town that's coming up. So we're going to keep an eye on it. Mason Dunn reporting from McIntyre Law, Chopper 4. Back to you.
Mason, thank you so much. A little wall cloud right there, kind of blocky looking there to the northwest of Kingfisher, so that's why there is a tornado warning in effect. The grain elevators there, Main Street, the railroad line, the Union Pacific main line right there at the grain elevators, and the wall cloud, literally, as you can see, on the northwest side of Kingfisher right there with an ongoing tornado warning. I will say that cloud base is pretty low, and you see the haze in there as well. So humidities are high, temperature around 74, 75 degrees, a lot of humidity. Kingfisher now just to the northwest and to the northwest of Kingfisher. Here is John Slater, and John Slater and Kevin Josephy also coming into Kingfisher right now with a live update, ongoing tornado warning. John?
Hey, Mike, yeah, we are just south of Kingfisher, coming into Kingfisher right now on Highway 81. We're looking due north. You can see the storm to our north. This storm is hauling, Mike. I mean, it's tough to catch up. It's got to be moving northeast pretty quickly, 40, 50 miles per hour. We're just to the south of the storm. You can see it. We're looking north. You can see the lowering. It's kind of a milky wall cloud right in front of the picture. If you're watching from home, you can see it just to our north, just going northwest of downtown Kingfisher. We're watching it. We're on it. And we'll just continue to watch it and go north up towards the Dover area. Back to you, Mike.
You can see the curvature right here on the front side of the wall cloud, how it's all curved in like that, showing you the rotation is definitely there. Look how it's curved in. See that sharp curvature right there? So the wall cloud's located right here. Let's just go ahead and take the chopper shot. Let's take a look at the chopper. And we'll just a visual here. Mason Dunn giving us a great visual of it. So there's Kingfisher right there. We're looking now to the north. And you see here's the same curvature right here that John just showed you from the ground shot. He's to the south of Kingfisher looking at it. That's the curvature he just showed you. And then right here, basically due north of Kingfisher is the center of the mesocyclone with that ongoing tornado warning in effect. So let's go ahead and go to Max 1. We're going to kind of back out here just a little bit if you're just now joining us. There is not too much going on right now. Here it is 5 o'clock. To the west or to the southwest of Oklahoma City. The main jet stream storm is approaching, so we anticipate we'll see pretty rapid development of storms here from basically the west side of Oklahoma City down to about Lawton. So this will still likely light up and produce a lot of widespread thunderstorms and then potentially flooding rainfall as well. That continues to be the forecast heading into the 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock hour. A lot of heavy rain, a lot of flooding, some 5-inch rainfall totals up north. By the way, Bridgeport had report of power lines down where the mesocyclone tracked very close to I-40 out there in far western Canadian County. Power lines were down. So that one supercell, Kingfisher County, tracking into northern Logan County. And a supercell continues out by Cache to the west of Lawton. But with the main upper level disturbance coming out, this area is likely going to be lighting up with heavy and severe thunderstorms going forward as we head through the 6:30, 7, 8, 8:30, 9 o'clock hour. Then that continues to be the forecast. So here's the ongoing tornado warning for areas north of Kingfisher. Got another supercell right behind it, but the main circulation here now to the north of Kingfisher, now crossing Highway 81. And you see there's the rotation with it, the red and the green there coming together, and the motion there from Kingfisher now, Dover, Crescent, Marshall, Mulhall, Covington, and then Perry by the 6 o'clock hour. Perry by the 6 o'clock hour as it continues to move to the northeast. John Slater had a really good view of it. He's on the south side of Kingfisher looking to the north moments ago. Let's go back to John. Tell us what he has.
Well, Mike, that's right. We're still following this storm. It's just to our north. We're on Highway 81 here, going north from Kingfisher up towards the Dover area. I can see the circulation on radar is just to our north right now. We're watching it closely. We still have this kind of wrapping wall cloud, as you were describing on the air, on the north and northeast side of where I'm looking right now. So I'm looking due north. So that's kind of into the core. But just to the east of Highway 81, as we're panning and looking north here, you can see that sort of laminar wall cloud that kind of wraps back into the storm. So it's got some very good rotation still with it. It might not be quite as strong as it was earlier, still though enough for a tornado warning. I don't see a tornado at this point unless there's something wrapped in the rain and the hail up there to the northeast. We're trying our best to get in front of this storm, and we will keep you forewarned on the weather up here as we head towards Dover. Back to you.
Okay, John, thank you very much. Let's go over to Aaron Brackett at the Weather Pod with an update. He's going to be showing us some of the lightning data in the three-dimensional view as well. Tornado warning does continue to the north of Kingfisher, west of Crescent, and Aaron joins us here live. Aaron?
Yeah, we're looking at this thing from multiple angles. Of course, we've got McIntyre Law Chopper 4 up above. We have all of our trackers at the ground level, which you can see behind me. And we're also looking at this in 3 dimensions here. So we can kind of pan the view down a little bit and you can see inside the storm. So there's still that big area just north of Kingfisher, Highway 81. I'm going to go ahead and circle that for you so you can kind of see what we're talking about. So it's right over Highway 81. This is where you would have some really big hail right here, okay? And on the back side, I'm going to circle this. We've been watching this back area trying to develop, trying to get bigger. So far, it's not had a lot of luck, which is what we want. Of course, we do not want that to keep growing, but you can still see some pretty big hail core. I'll zoom in right now. So we'll turn this to a current view. So it's basically right between Kingfisher and Dover. So the hail is going to be kind of lofted up inside of this and then falling out the bottom. So Highway 81, lots of hail right here, watching out for that. And then as you go back toward the other side here on the back edge of this, so just off to the south and off to the west near Loyal, just south of Loyal, it's trying to go up. It's trying to back build a little bit. So what you're looking at again, you're looking kind of from south to north right here inside the storm, just like an X-ray. These are all individual hail cores. You can see the mouse going around it. So there's Kingfisher just north of it. Another one about ready to move into Kingfisher. So I'll put this back kind of up and down so we can kind of orient ourselves. North is up, west is off to the left. We'll go ahead and put this into motion, and you can see just where the storm is going. So again, you're looking at 3D, the little lumpy pink areas, that's hail being tossed up and down, up inside of the storm, and it is kind of back building a little bit. So at the very least, yes, we are concerned about rotation and possibility of tornadic redevelopment, but at the very least, we're talking about hail. So let's go ahead and take a look at the hail track here. As we look at the storm, we have shear on this. This is the shear that we've been watching coming through Kingfisher, now in between Dover and Kingfisher. You can see right there. This is the 1 hour hail track, and you can see that big swath. I mean, look at that. Started near Calumet, started near Hinton, went up through northwestern Canadian County, and now as we mouse over right in between Kingfisher and Dover, kind of splitting the difference. So Hennessy, it's going to be just off to your south. Dover, the hail path is coming right in, and here's the current shear right now. So there's still some shear. Shear is turning in the atmosphere, spinning, and you can see that right just to the east of Kingfisher, about to cross the river. So heads up for Union, heads up for Dover. It is just south of you. We'll go back to regular radar right here, and you can see just a lot of heavy rain, heavy hail with the storm system. Here's velocity. Again, it's not that tight, hot green and hot red right next to each other, but it is there. There's still some very broad spin as this system continues moving on. So there's the inside look at that, kind of an X-ray view, if you will. Our tracker's right on top of this. Let's go over to Emily Sutton now. She's got a whole lot more going on.
That's right, Aaron. We continue our team coverage that started at around 10 a.m. this morning. We have been covering tornado warnings, very prolific severe weather event. We still have a PDS tornado watch that continues until 8 p.m. We've had multiple tornado warnings, a few confirmed tornadoes starting with near Hammond earlier this morning, west central Oklahoma. Then we had a couple of confirmed tornadoes in northern Oklahoma as well, several of them. Our storm tracker Mike Bennett was all over that. We still have one tornado warning, several severe thunderstorm warnings that continues. So let's go ahead and detail it. We also want to talk about the forecast as we head into the evening and overnight hours. This is still our tornado warned storm located near Kingfisher. It is veering off to the north and east. Surrounding it is a severe thunderstorm warning as well. Switching over to velocity, still looking at a broad circulation. You can see on the loop northwest of Okarche that really tightened up, and now it's weakening as it moves toward northeast, but it can be cycling again. I want to take it out to meteorologist John Slater. another meteorologist in the field. We're all working all day and all night to keep you forewarned. John, we've been watching the storm closely. It looks like the last few radar scans, it has pulsed down a little bit, but these things can cycle back up. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's right, Emily. We just went right through Kingfisher on Highway 81 here. We got some pretty good rain, no hail. The sirens were going off in Kingfisher, by the way, but looking at radar, there's no threat right now for a tornado in Kingfisher. The circulation is to the east, northeast of Kingfisher right now. I'm trying to pan around so you can see it, but it's off to the east. We're going due north, and it's pouring down rain, but to the east, I can still see the lowering in the wall cloud to our east. Okay, so there still is a circulation with this storm. Looking at Doppler velocities, like you said, it looks like it's broader, not quite as strong as it was. These things, though, are pulsing up and down all the time. So right now, it's a little weaker than it's been, but there still is a lowering and a wall cloud and a pretty good circulation just off to my east. So we're looking due north and northeast of Kingfisher right now, and it looks like this will track mainly southeast of Dover. We're going to continue to move as quickly as we can at a safe distance and speed, and we'll report back. Back to you.
Excellent report from John Slater live in the field. He's through the heavy rain, and that's a good thing to point out, too. Flooding's a growing concern as we head into the evening and overnight hours. You're looking at the code that you can scan with your phone and get the Forewarn Me app completely free. Of course, we're streaming our coverage on the app at KFOR.com/live as well. Let's go back to the velocity where this continues to move north and east. Mike Morgan just showed a picture. There's confirmed tornado that touched down in Calumet when the velocity really tightened up and it moved northeast. So that was by Calumet, and confirmed tornado with that. And this is the same storm that is still tornado warned at this time, but it is a broader circulation, still keeping a very close eye on it as this is racing northeast, the circulation near Dover. It'll eventually be tracking towards Marshall. Now, this atmosphere is a little worked over in northern Oklahoma. We still could have up to 2-inch hail near Newkirk at least possible. There has been some large hail reports in this part of the state earlier. In fact, this hail core is starting to pulse up northeast of Caw City, another hail core north of Ponca City, another one near Tonkawa, where we could have up to golf ball size hail there. This was previously tornadic in southwestern Oklahoma, no longer the case. Let's go ahead and take it now to Corey Inman, who's been tracking this. This was tornadic in Texas. Now we have a severe thunderstorm that is moving into Medicine Park. You've been watching it the whole time. What can you tell us?
Yeah, Emily, coming through Cass now, headed up towards Medicine Park. Did have an area that tried to lower there just to the southwest of Cass. It's completely dissipated now. A lot of heavy rain and some small hail just to the north of Cass, moving up towards the Medicine Park area. We're northbound, going to get in the core here and see how big the hail is for you, Emily.
That report. Let's go back to the maps, and we are still tracking a PDS tornado watch that remains in effect until 8 p.m. We still have several severe thunderstorm warnings, and this just in, that tornado warning has been allowed to expire, so it's switched to a severe thunderstorm warning that continues. It doesn't mean that it won't cycle back up, but it is moving into a less favorable, more worked over environment, which is certainly good news. To look at the latest flood watch, continues all the way through Sunday evening. We have a flash flood warning near Ponca City that remains in effect. Temperatures have recovered all the way to the upper 70s for Stillwater, even after the recent showers and storms that rolled through. So that's very impressive and could play a role into our overnight weather. This is the latest model trend, so showing that we could have, this evening, a line of storms developing. This is by 10 p.m., lining up almost with the I-44 corridor. With the line of storms, still could have severe weather, more of a damaging wind, some hail threat, but flooding risk will be our main issue as we head into the early morning hours. It'll move out before the marathon starts. And barely, by the way, and then heavy rain continues off to the east. We've had numerous reports of damage and some large hail. Right now, we want to send it to the news desk for the latest.
Emily, thank you so much. We have had reports. Let's take you first out to Hillsdale, where we've been seeing a lot of damage out in that area. We do know that there's been some down power lines, down trees. You are looking at some pictures of the Hillsdale area right now from damage from those recent storms.
Yeah, Zach Weber actually sending this in. He sent me a Facebook message speaking about this, saying that 2 families were affected from this damage from this house and barn you're seeing right here. He said a couple of barns were knocked down. Power lines are down as well. He said that they are fine, no injuries with the families that live there, but a cattle barn ended up getting blown away. We know Garfield County Sheriff's Office out there posted pictures saying that they're having deputies drive around checking on folks because there are power lines down. There's trees out there, limbs on the road as well. Hillsdale saw quite a lot of damage, actually, as this tore through. This was around like 3 p.m., 2 p.m. to 3 p.m.
And take a look at this. This is out of the Blackwell area. This is from Kimberly Johnson. She sent us in this video of damage to her windshield from the storms. You can see the huge crack in her windshield there from the hail and debris that's been happening from these storms. And then let's also go to Tonkawa, where we're seeing more damage in Tonkawa as well. This is video from Edwin of hail hitting in the Tonkawa area. You can see it's huge.
Yeah. They were having, I think, up to a golf ball to tennis ball size hail happening throughout that area when this was happening. This was around 2 to 3 p.m. You saw this right outside his window. Kimberly's picture that you showed earlier smashed the windshield in. Those golf balls, they can do that. We know this when it comes to this hail damage. So winds have been damaging. Hail has been damaging. There's been the warnings for tornadoes, thunderstorm warnings right now. You got to be safe when it comes to this. That's a huge, huge deal. Of course, always download our Forewarn Me app. It is free. Send you updates non-stop and constantly. Download that when you can for your sake.
Yeah, we are streaming that live right now at KFOR.com/live, also on our YouTube page and our Facebook page. So if for whatever reason throughout the night you lose your electricity, there are still ways to watch us so we can keep you forewarned. Let's go back over to Emily. She's going to look at the very latest as far as our weather is concerned.
That's right. The threat is not over. We're still tracking in the PDS tornado watch until 8 p.m. Particularly dangerous situation. There have been confirmed tornadoes. The one that happened more to north of Stillwater, OHP reported a tornado on the ground, and sure enough, we're starting to see images of that. There was another one earlier near Calumet, confirmed tornado there as well. And we had numerous tornado warnings that after the fact will go back and of course, the Weather Service will go out and survey any damage. But we had tornado warnings starting at 10 a.m. It has been a very busy day across the western half of the state. And as we head into the evening and overnight hours, our focus will be on the flooding risk as there's a big flood watch across the state. Let's go ahead and zoom on into the latest as we continue to track this previously tornadic storm. At this time, it's still severe thunderstorm warning, but these things can cycle. It is moving off towards Dover. That's the area of concern right now. We still
Emily,
yes.
They're actually reissuing downstream right now.
Thanks for that report. And it makes sense why they're going to reissue it. Just looking at the velocity, you can see how it's pulsing back up now east of Dover. So it looks like it's going to be tracking off to the northeast. That'll be eventually heading east of Hennessy. And we have our trackers on top of this one. Let's go ahead and take it out to John Slater, who's been tracking this storm. And John, it looks like, as expected, it's cycling and it's pulsing back up. I think you're in the thick of it right now and repositioning, but what can you tell us about this storm system?
Well, right now, we've been praying for rain. Well, we got rain, I can tell you that. It's pouring down rain. We're in the middle of this storm. We're kind of in the core. I'm just a few miles, I believe, to the northeast of Kingfisher and Dover. Yeah.
Dover Crescent Road heading east.
Dover Crescent Road heading east right now, and the main core of the storm is right over us here. We don't have very good visibility. We're getting very heavy rain. We're getting some hail, I would say, not quarter size, but dime, nickel size hail, and the circulation is just off to our east. We just can't see it right now because we're in the core. So we are tracking eastward towards this storm. We'll keep you forewarned. Back to you, Emily.
Okay, excellent report, John Slater and Kevin Josephy. Hey, let's go back to Max. I just put a fresh track on this one. So it's going to be moving off to the northeast pretty rapidly here at 35 miles per hour. Okay, perfect. That's what I had it on. Douglas at 5:52 p.m., Covington at 6:01, moving into Perry around 6:20 p.m., and Billings at 6:32 p.m. So again, a new tornado warning has been issued. I'm going to go ahead and zoom on in. So this area of concern is just east of Dover. Switching over to the velocity, this is what we're tracking right now. Concerned about the circulation just east of Dover. This is going to be tracking more north-northeast, direct track to Marshall, the town of Marshall. You definitely want to seek shelter right now, get into the safe spot. whether that's a storm shelter or basement or the center part of your home away from windows. That's what's crucial on the lowest level of your home. This is going to be tracking northeast at 30 to 35 miles per hour towards Marshall, eventually, if it holds together, heading towards Perry. Now, it is going to be eventually tracking into an area that has been very worked over from severe storms. So across northern Oklahoma, we've had this very heavy rain, flash flood warnings near the Newkirk and Ponca City area, or earlier there were reports of tennis ball size hail near Newkirk. And then farther east, tornado warning heading into northeastern Oklahoma. So you can see Ponca City, little hail core there. And here's the severe storm continuing up through Medicine Park. This has really weakened ever since it's crossed over from Texas, switching over to velocity, still tracking a broad circulation there. So again, reissuance of the tornado warning. This started all the way back in the southwest of El Reno, and then we've been tracking it since, cycling, and still has rotation with it. No confirmed tornado at this time, but our trackers are on top of it. To the southwest, still tracking a severe thunderstorm warning near Medicine Park, and of course this ongoing severe storm and flood warning that has been north central Oklahoma. See Ponca City, a flash flood warning, and we're going to see way more coverage of flash flood warnings, flood advisories as we head into the evening and overnight hours, because the rain is expected to pick up with a widespread swath of 2 to 4 inches, some places 4 to 6 inches of rain. Atmosphere has recovered for Stillwater, 77 degrees. So I think that storm is going to be heading northeast, and actually will be heading into an area that managed to recover a little bit. Now, closer to the storms, you're going to have more rain-cooled air in place. So we'll see how it plays out as it moves northeast, but still tracking that tornado warning closely. Let's go out to meteorologist Aaron Brackett for the latest. He's also covering these storms. Aaron.
Yeah, McIntyre Law Chopper 4, Mason Dunn high above the scene, and we're watching it here from multiple angles. Of course, our trackers out in the field, and that tornado warning does continue. So it's going to be northern Kingfisher County, it's going to be northern Logan County, and far southeastern Garfield County. So if that is you, if you are near that, that's the area that we're watching. So here we go. As we look at the velocity data a little bit closer, I'm going to zoom in. Here it is. So it's going to basically split the difference between Crescent and Hennessy, kind of right in between. Marshall, as Emily said, heads up for you. It's coming your direction. So there's that little velocity kind of couplet right there. You can see the green. That's a lot of velocity heading toward the radar right there. And on the back side of it, there's not that red, but there is, of course, a lot going on in there. So that's why the tornado warning has been reissued. We'll go ahead and take a look at this in 3 dimensions. Again, we can kind of pull the storm apart and inspect it so we can see what's going on inside. And it's not as impressive, at least the hail core or the main part of it isn't as impressive as what we saw earlier, but there still is that rotation in there. There still is that spin. So right over Union, Hennessy, and again, it's moving toward the Marshall area, basically right over Union. If you know where Union is, if that's near you, over toward Marshall, Highway 74, this is going to be approaching within about the next 10 minutes. That's the hail core, and you can actually see right here, I'm going to draw a little arrow. That's where we have wind going into it. So that's what we call an inflow notch right around this arrow. So wind is still coming in. As Emily mentioned, temperatures have recovered, humidity has recovered, and that's kind of coming into the storm. So we'll go ahead and animate this for you. Again, this is kind of looking at it from the inside. The top of your screen is to the north, the bottom is to the south. I-35 is right here at the right-hand side of your screen. So there's I-35 over there, Perry and Marshall. It's moving toward your direction, might have a little bit of a right-hand turn toward it as we go through time. But we'll kind of zoom back. We'll start from top to bottom, and you can see exactly where this is. So Oklahoma City, Edmond, bottom part of your screen. Top part of your screen is a little bit closer to the Enid area. We'll go ahead and zoom that out, as we do have other storms happening in northern Oklahoma. So there's a lot going on. Up near Ponca City, Blackwell, Enid is in the clear for now. It's going to kind of split the difference. It's going to go off to your south and off toward your east. But again, there's that storm system that has the tornado warning. We'll go ahead and put the warning on there so you can see the polygon. So there it is. Kind of a skinny polygon, if you will, kind of skinny as it continues off toward the north and the east. So Covington over toward Perry, you're not in the warning yet, but you're going to be close. It is moving in that general direction here, moving farther off to the north and the east. If we have Mason Dunn on standby here, let me know if we can go ahead and take his shot. He's kind of looking right inside of this, and there you go. Pretty good shelf cloud, it looks like, but of course that rotation is still there. Mason Dunn, go ahead and tell us about it.
Where you're looking live from McIntyre Law Chopper 4, you can see the windmills below us here. We are past Dover. We're probably 3 or 4 miles northeast of Dover, still following this storm that's moving up towards the town of Marshall and Hennessy. Still a lot of rain being dropped out of this storm. The lightning has picked up. We see some rotation here and there. I'm looking at the velocities, but we just cannot see very well in all the rain here. So we're still tracking it up here. If we see anything, we'll let you know. Mason Dunn reporting from McIntyre Law, Chopper 4, back to you.
All right, appreciate that bird's eye view right there. So what we've done now is we've taken the velocity, and this is called storm relative velocity. What that does is it gives us what's going on to and from the radar, but it subtracts the motion of the storm. So sometimes it's really helpful to get a more complete look at what's going on. So I'm going to kind of pause this for you right now and kind of walk you through that. As you see, again, we talk about the red and the green being next to each other. This is using the radar in Enid. So the green is going to be rain, hail moving off to the north, and the red is going to be everything moving away from it. I've kind of circled it right there. So you can kind of see how that rotation happens, how it kind of loops around itself. And there you can see, you know, that kind of tightened up as it moves off to the north and east. Far northern Logan County, southeastern Garfield County, that's exactly where it's moving. So Marshall over toward Midway, and eventually the storm is going to keep trying to go toward I-35. Of course, these are areas where we've already had thunderstorms throughout the day. We've had severe weather in these same areas, and now we're kind of seeing it again as the atmosphere has really done a remarkable job of recovering with these strong southerly winds that we have. So again, the red polygon is your tornado warning right there. And that will continue. So other thunderstorms off to the north are still severe. Blackwell, Tonkawa, here we go, north central Oklahoma. There's going to be large hail with this. In fact, let's go ahead and, of course, keep our friends up there up to date on what's going on as far as the hail situation. So this is 1 hour hail. Look at that. Big track of hail. So starting near Garber and Billings, right over Tonkawa, Blackwell, and Newkirk, all through northern parts of the state. That is the 1 hour hail track. As far as shear, yeah, there's little bits of shear here and there. That, of course, is rotation and spin that's happening up in the atmosphere. So you're seeing that. I want to go back to that storm that's, again, moving toward Marshall right now. If you're in Kingfisher, the rotation is north and east of you. It has left. If you're in Hennessy, it is moving just off to the south and east of you. It has moved on. So Highway 74, or Highway 81 rather, Highway 81 is in the clear, but we're looking now toward I-35 as this gets a little bit closer. So there's still some substantial shear. That's the green that you see. That's the turning of the atmosphere, the turning of the cloud, all that you saw from Mason Dunn's chopper shot right there from McIntyre Law, Chopper 4. So Marshall, again, tornado precautions. Interior room, the lowest floor that you have, away from windows. Tornadoes can develop very quickly. We've seen several of them already throughout the day today. And then one more look here as we kind of pan the view out. That's that storm again, northern Kingfisher County. We go down to the south. And this one is severe. It's far just north of Cache. So it's north of Highway 62, I-44, the Lawton area. So heads up for Apache, eventually Anadarko and Fort Cobb as this continues to move into a favorable environment. So that's the 3D look inside of that storm. Again, northern Kingfisher County heads up, southeastern Garfield County. As it still does show, we have a lot of energy out there. And Emily, that low-level jet, that's something that happens near sunset. We're going to be watching that too very carefully.
Yeah, the latest data, actually, it's been really consistent since early this morning, still showing more development as we head into the late afternoon and evening hours. A low-level jet oftentimes can help fuel that, but it's the main wave of energy, this powerful jet stream storm, as it gets closer. That's going to take over everything and resulting in more widespread coverage of showers and storms, potentially more severe weather, but also flooding heading into the overnight hours. So we're keeping a close eye on all the storms. Still a tornado warning continues. We also have severe thunderstorm warnings to the north. That's really weakening in that severe storm to the southwest. I was trying to keep an eye on the latest storm reports, several hail reports. The only tornado report officially right now is the one in Stillwater, but we know there's more than that because we were tracking all of them live on the air. Several tornadoes reported just over the border in southern Kansas, and look at all those hail reports as well. So this has mainly been hail and tornadoes so far. We have not heard too many reports of just damaging winds. It's been due to tornadoes. So zooming into the latest, we are still tracking this tornado warning that continues for Dover up through Marshall. It is racing off to the north and east. We want to switch over to the velocity. It pulsed up a little bit east of Dover, and now it's kind of weakening as it heads towards Marshall. So we're keeping a very close eye on that. Let's go ahead and go back to our chopper, McIntyre Law Chopper 4, Mason Dunn, who has the latest on this storm. Go ahead, Mason.
We're still tracking this storm out here that's moving close to the town of Dover. There's still some rotation in there. We're just keeping an eye on it. The lightning has picked up. We see some rotation here and there, but there's a lot of rain being dropped by this storm. and a little bit of lightning right now. So don't know what else to tell you other than that. We are just up here keeping an eye on it. McIntyre Law Chopper 4. If we see something, we'll let you know. Back to you.
All right, we appreciate that. You can see the ragged base of the storm, but he is going to be keeping a close eye. He's right there, so if it does drop anything. However, I have to say the past two radar scans, it looks like it has broadened out again. So these things can still pulse back up, but still tornado warning in effect. It will be traveling towards the town of Marshall, so anyone in this track needs to seek shelter. We have several trackers on this storm. Mike Bennett has been a busy guy. He was tracking the tornado warnings starting late this morning live on the air, and then multiple tornado warnings throughout the afternoon as well. Mike, what can you tell us?
Okay, Emily, yeah, we're about 2 miles west of Lovell, and we just got here, just got really good position on this. We are now looking for an area of tight, localized rotation. Right now, everything kind of looks broad. Okay, it's got a pretty low base on it. Right now, I'm kind of trying to figure. I've got to my southwest. Put the panic camera. It's going to take a minute to get over here, but to my south or my west southwest is a wall cloud. The rotation is just right here in front of us. So there's a little bit of a wall cloud right here. Okay, and then we're going to pan the camera back to the right. And then you can see what's going on in there. And you got a rain shaft in between those two. So I will tell you this, the roads up here are not good. We're going to have to go back to Highway 74 through Lovell to stay on this. We're going to try to be at Marshall before it gets to Marshall. So we're going to be, after I finish this photo with you, we're going to turn around and be back out of position for a few minutes till we get back. We want to be there in Marshall if this thing does produce one. Back to you.
Okay, thanks for that report. Yeah, get into position, and you're right. Those red dirt roads, they're going to be more like red mud roads as we head into the evening hours, expecting flooding across the state. Here's the circulation. This is what it's watching. This is what we're all watching. It's still located south of Marshall. This tightened up earlier as it was approaching Kingfisher and then cycled back down, and it pulsed back up again, and that has been the trend with a lot of these storms. You can see the storms moving up towards Marshall, eventually holding together. It'll be tracking towards Perry. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue for Ponca City into Newkirk as well. We've had reports of up to tennis ball size hail earlier today north of Newkirk. So several places cleaning up from damage. Hillsdale in northern Oklahoma, damage as well reported from that possible tornado. Apache, this storm was tornadic in Texas, and now it's not even a severe thunderstorm warning. So that's what we like to see as it travels north. It's really starting to weaken. A look at our severe weather map. PDS tornado watch continues until 8 p.m. I want to go ahead and take a look at our flood watch. This is a big deal heading into the evening and overnight and early morning hours. Turn around, don't drown. You know, we haven't had a big flooding event in years, it seems like. I think a lot of that's because of climatologically speaking, we've been under La Nina impact. And so now that we're in El Nino, wetter, and we are going to see 2 to 4 inches of widespread rain, possibly 4 to 6 inches locally. So that's something we'll really be watching. Still 77 for Stillwater, which is impressive. 75 for Oklahoma City. The atmosphere is managing to recover even after rain moves through. Storms will continue all the way. This is through 8 p.m. After 8 p.m., data shows it forms more of a line. So this is by 10 p.m. A line of storms charging east. Within the line, we're going to have some severe weather, damaging straight line winds, some hail, but mainly it turns into a wind threat, but primarily flooding overnight. And that will continue to push east. I think the rain will taper in the metro before the Oklahoma City Memorial Marathon, but there could be some wet issues on the roads with all of the water that we're expecting. So again, a wider view right now, still tracking that one tornado warning, lingering severe thunderstorm warnings near Newkirk. And then of course, we're eyeing this new batch of severe weather that's crossing into southwestern Oklahoma. Aaron, we are not done yet. It's still a very active weather pattern, and it's going to continue through the overnight.
Yeah, that PDS tornado watch is out, not for good reason here. It includes central Oklahoma all the way out to western parts of the state. We're going to stand by with Adria Goins on the news desk here in just a moment because she has some important information about cancellations, but we just want to give you the broad view here first of what's going on. So the green counties, all the counties that you see on the map right there on the side of your screen, those are all tornado watches. Okay, so that means to watch, be ready for quickly changing conditions, which we've already had a lot of. Down below, you can see McIntyre Law Chopper 4 right there with that lowering. And again, we're still seeing a lot of severe thunderstorms in north central parts of the state. So we're talking about Kay County up here near Ponca City. These are all severe. There's lots of big hail here. Farther off to the right-hand side of the screen, right about there, Osage County tornado warnings continue just out of our viewing area. But again, this is an environment where we can get a lot of quick changes. So Blackwell, Tonkawa, and then of course the tornado warning, which now the circulation's moving just into extreme northeastern parts of Kingfisher County into southeastern parts of Garfield County. If you're in Enid, if you're in Breckenridge, this is going to miss you. Again, heads up for Perry, heads up for Marshall. We've been talking about that. So here's that track as it continues. Covington is going to be very, very close. And right now the main circulation just off to the west and southwest of Marshall. So watching that very carefully. Let's go over to Adria Goins here. She has some more information. There's been a lot of things that are going on. Of course, the Festival of the Arts, the marathon is tomorrow, and there's been a lot of proms across the state for tonight. She has more status on things like that.
Yeah, it's been a busy weekend here in Oklahoma City for proms and the marathon and a lot of things going on. Unfortunately, for a lot of those kids, those proms have been canceled, but we want to make sure that we are doing everything we can to keep those kids safe. We do know Mustang High School prom, it has been rescheduled for tomorrow. We also know that Norman North, their prom has been postponed as well. Of course, Oklahoma City and Edmond prom. The Festival of the Arts was canceled for today.
That's right. We had the marathon, that was still going on. Festival of the Arts was. They just canceled, I think, an hour ago. So we're canceling it for the night. Edmond Public Schools, all three of their high schools. Prom has been canceled, rescheduled. Emerson North High, Northwest Classen, Putnam City North High School for Sunday. They said at the same time, same venue. They'll have it there. The one she mentioned also, Mustang High School. All those. I know Heather Holman yesterday were in the show. She was hoping for the best, Edmond Public Schools. But obviously they've had to reschedule that as well.
And Duncan is another one that has been postponed. Of course, we have all of these down below. You can see a little ticker that's running down below. You can follow it there also at KFOR.com. And if you want to watch us live, if for whatever reason tonight, we know we're getting more storms, you lose electricity, we want to make sure that we are keeping you forewarned. You can follow us at KFOR.com/live. We're also live on our YouTube and our Facebook channels. So Aaron, that way we can keep everyone up to date if for whatever reason they lose power tonight.
Yeah, that's all really good stuff right there. I have the app as well, and it's very, very handy. Of course, you can watch what's going on. You can see behind me, there's our trackers on the ground. That's McIntyre Law Chopper Ford, Mason Dunn. You can see the raggedy kind of low-hanging clouds that we have up above, and we're following this here, of course, with our radar on the ground. So we can go ahead and take a look here. There's still one tornado warning that is out within the state of, within our viewing area, rather. There's one in Osage County that is just off to the north and east of our technical viewing area, but if you know people out there, let them know. So here's the storm that still has a tornado warning, far northern Logan County, that's right here, far southeastern parts of Garfield County, and then as you go north here, just into the Perry area, not technically in the warning, but again, watching that, you see how it's kind of starting to get a little bit of a notch with it. I'll go ahead and draw that out for you. So a little bit of a notch that indicates some rotation right there. So we're going to leave that pen on there. We're going to go ahead and take a look here at velocities that are happening here in the same area. And yeah, that kind of coincides exactly with where we see that velocity signature. So we'll go ahead and zoom in on that. Gosh, this is right near Marshall. If you're in Lovell, it's going to pass just off to the north of you by not too much, but Marshall, it's coming right in. As you can see, not the tightest rotation that we've seen, not the most severe looking that we've seen, but we've seen a lot of tornadoes today, and they form really quickly as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at the shear, and yep, there it is. It just kind of coincides exactly with that. So Roxana, Marshall, that's Highway 51 and 74. So a lot of people know that intersection of Highway 51 and 74. There's a little gas station right there. A lot of people stop there, and that shear is coming right into that area right now. So that's a fairly well-traveled grouping of state highways right there. And then as you look farther off to the east, we have Orlando and I-35. If we have Mason Dunn, let's go ahead and talk to him. It looks like we have a little bit of a lowering, kind of a bowl shape that's been fairly persistent. Let us know where you're at and what you're looking at right now.
We're looking live from McIntyre Law Chopper 4. We are about 1.5 miles east of Marshall, looking back to the west as this storm is passing the town of Marshall. Let me look at the radar here. Looks like it's going to go right over Marshall, and Douglas and Covington are the towns that are going to be affected by this storm. It has been tornado warned the entire time we've been on it, which has been about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. As it continues to the northeast, it is dumping a lot of rain. It has rained. When we first got here, we saw some very defined funnels, big bowl lowerings, and then it just got taken over by the precipitation, so we haven't seen a whole lot. The lightning is picking up, but this storm is dumping a lot of rain. If we see anything, we'll let you know. Mason Dunn reporting from McIntyre Law Chopper 4. Back to you.
All right, appreciate that report. The tornado warning does continue. Also with that hail up to 1.5 inches, that's going to be some sizable damaging hail. We're going to put Mike Bennett on deck right here. But again, I just kind of want to look at this storm because there's a couple things I want to note and let our viewers know, let everyone know that we're watching here in real time. So obviously here's the biggest part of the storm. Okay, that's where the circulation is. But notice behind it, we've got these little areas that are trying to come up. These are not severe, but near Kingfisher and near Dover, Highway 81, the storm is kind of trying to backbuild or trying to kind of enhance the backside of that system right there. So we go ahead and take a look at this in 3 dimensions. So here we go. You can see the inside of the storm. Again, this is kind of like getting an x-ray. You can see inside your body with an x-ray. You can see what's going on, and you can see inside of the storm. So there's the hail core. It's not totally as tall as it was earlier on. Watch that loop though, because as it continues, we're kind of seeing it morph and change just a little bit. Now on the back side of this here, we go back down just a little bit farther, and we're not seeing that kind of lumpy appearance with the other cells that are on the back side of that. So again, we'll go ahead and change this here. Different radar site, different look. It's like a different x-ray. And there again, you can see still kind of a decent presence right there, right over Marshall. Again, that's where the rotation is, right over Marshall. And notice how the storm kind of leans forward. It has that leaning right there. See where the mouse is going? That's actually what we call wind shear. And you can see it on radar. You can see it in 3 dimensions. That's winds moving very quick, high up in the atmosphere, kind of taking the top end of the storm and moving it and shearing it. The hail core goes down. That's where we have the hailstones going up and down, and that's what's moving into Marshall. So yes, we have a tornado warning. Tornado development is trying to happen. It's trying. You can see right there. Look at the screen below me. You can see how there's that kind of bowl shaped and that lowering right there. That's air getting sucked right up into it. This is Mike Bennett's shot. Let's go to Mike Bennett and look at that clear air right below that thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, Aaron. Okay, we're east of Marshall on Highway 74. We're paralleling it, and yeah, I mean, there's no tornado on the ground right now. If we got a pretty good wall cloud on it, and I'm blocked by trees here. Give me just a minute here to get another look at it. We're looking for any kind of rotating rain curtains, power flashes, anything like that, and we're not seeing that. I'm not even really seeing any tight rotation. Well, okay. All right, yeah, I was thought I had a dry slot coming in here. We might have some rotation up here, just a little further north of us. We're going to keep an eye on that. Okay, our winds. We just passed a flag. Our winds are straight out of the south right here, and so anyway, we're going to parallel this. We're in a perfect spot that is going to produce a tornado. In the next minute or two, we're going to be right here. We're going to have a perfect view of it. But right now, that is it's not producing a tornado, just a broad rotation and a pretty good looking wall cloud. Back to you.
All right, so folks, where this is northern Logan County, Marshall, and where Highway 51 and 74 intersect. That's where we're looking at this rotation right here. Eric Dixon, you're going to be on deck. I'm going to talk to you in just a second here. He's looking at it too. The velocity, again, doesn't look like it did maybe 45, 50 minutes ago, where we had the really bright green and the really bright red. Those are winds kind of doing this right in a very tight circulation. Doesn't look like that anymore. We'll switch radar sites. This is Twin Lakes, so it's off to the south. Again, that doesn't look super concerning right now. But again, far northern Logan County still under the tornado warning. I'll go ahead and put the warning map. There's lightning for you, tons of lightning with it. That hasn't changed. Don't expect that to change, but there's the tornado warning right there. So I want to pull the view back. Folks in Oklahoma City, this is off to our north. We are keeping folks forewarned here that live in these areas, and a lot of state highways, a lot of traffic in some of these locations. But there it is. That tornado warning inside of that red polygon continues as it moves into southeastern parts of Garfield County right now. Let's go to Eric Dixon. He's also watching this very closely, and there's quite a bit of rain wrapping in and around this thing as well. Eric Dixon, go ahead.
Yeah, Aaron, I'm just north of 51 on 74 right now, heading towards the Marshalls, the Covington area. It's kind of starting to broaden out. It's not as tight. The circulation, the velocities are really just laying down for a moment. But just like we've been watching, I've been following this thing for about 200 miles, and it's been pulsing up and down. That's the nature of these things. And there's a little bit of cold air a little bit north of here, so I'm kind of thinking that's starting to interfere with this cold air up here from the previous storm. So, maybe, we'll get lucky and this thing will, start to ramp down a little bit here. But, it's still worth watching. It's still a tornado warning. Circulation is really broad right now, but, it doesn't take much to broaden it back up. And, and the view that you're getting kind of in front of me is just a little bit to the east of Marshall. I had a little bit of a wrapping cloud that kind of came around and kind of spun around this, this whole storm. This whole storm is circulating. The whole thing is spinning. But, what we want to do is let things spin down. And hopefully that's what it's going to do as it gets into this cold air, or, perhaps maybe ride that cold air a little bit with this warm air coming into it. It's 70 degrees where I'm at. And, just on the backside of these storms, it's in the low 60s. So, that rain cool air, can really affect how this inflow of the storm can be, if it can ingest and suck that rain cool air into these updrafts. But, right now, I don't really have terribly too strong of a wind. I've got 70 degrees, and everything's kind of starting to lay down. It's starting to broaden out, but we're here with it. Keep you forewarned. Aaron?
What a great report right there. Of course, we're watching those temperatures very carefully. And what we saw earlier was the thunderstorms that moved through the Oklahoma City metro. Borderline severe earlier on. They cooled things down in a big way, and then what happened right after was the southerly winds that we have that are still really strong came and warmed us up again. So what's going to happen today is after you get a storm come through, that's not the end of the story. We've seen multiple rounds of these kind of coming together and continuing to evolve. Let's go back here to links and take a look at what we have, and again is that PDS tornado watch. That's what you see in the green right here, so circled in green. That includes a lot of cities. Okay, Clinton, Elk City, Oklahoma City, Stillwater area, Alva, Woodward, all the way down to Altus, Lawton, Cache, all inside of that. That continues on for a couple more hours. Now, a couple areas that we're looking for as far as thunderstorms. This is new. These are coming across the Red River right now. So they're just south of Lawton over toward Granfield in southwestern parts of the state here. These thunderstorms coming across, and we'll go ahead and switch the radar. So yeah, there we go. That's a fairly stout storm. Now notice how it's connected. So you look off to the south from Granfield, it kind of connects in with Electra in North Texas. So it's trying to ramp up right here. However, there's still a storm right here that's kind of connected. Now, if this can kind of by itself get away and get by itself, which they're going to try to do, that will be a lot more likely to cause tornadic activity. This is tornado warned. That does include the city of Granfield, far southern Oklahoma. Not any warnings upstream anywhere near the Lawton and Cache area, but it is kind of trending that direction. If we have Corey Inman, is he in that area, Mark? Is he kind of... Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look, talk to Corey Inman. He's looking at these storms very ferocious. They have been all day just south of the Red River, and kind of give us a little feel of the conditions down there, because these are going to try to roll northward here the next couple hours.
Yeah, Aaron, we're just coming into the north side of Granfield right now. A lot of heavy rain, a little bit of pea-sized hail here in the Granfield area. Like I said, we're just coming into the north side of town here, so we're gonna have to stop and get fuel here at Granfield, and then we'll drop south and get kind of in a clear slot here where we can see. But like you said, these things have been pulsing up the further northeast that they get. Haven't had a confirmed tornado down there yet, but there's definitely a lot of rotation just back to the southwest of Granfield. So we'll get fuel here in Granfield and pop south, and we'll have a shot for you.
All right, appreciate that. That again is Tillman County in far southern and southwestern parts of the state right now. The tornado warning just kind of edging just barely into the state of Oklahoma, kind of crossing the Red River. So heads up there, heads up for Geronimo. Downstream a little bit further as this continues, we're going to watch. And there is a good chance that even though there's kind of a lull, so we're going to go back here to regular radar reflectivity. So there it is, Twin Lakes, kind of gives us a good overall view of what's going on. And you can see that there's not much going on basically between the Red River and the tornado warned storm that's now moving into southeastern Garfield County. There's been a little attempt here near Fort Cobb and Anadarko that has not taken off, and boy, is that good. You can see that actually shrinking as that comes further toward Canadian County. So that storm system right there near Anadarko kind of shrinking and kind of losing it, and that's certainly good given all the instability that we have. So there it is, nothing even near severe with that storm right now. Again, we go farther off to the north here, and we look at the tornado warned storm that we still do have now edging out of Kingfisher County. It has cleared Kingfisher County. It is now into southeastern Garfield County. If you're needed, you're Garfield County, it is not going to impact you. It's going to slide off to the south and east. So Covington, large hail, you can see it's still kind of trying to wrap up. It's having a tough time right there. We'll go ahead and take a look at velocity with this. Again, we'll head up to our northern radar, Vance Air Force Base, and there it is. There's just not too much there that's really scary, and boy is that good. So again, the red is going to be moving toward, or the green is toward the radar, the red is going to be moving away from the radar. We'll kind of draw that out for you. So here you go. This is all wind moving, and rain and hail that's moving off to the north. This on the other side is moving off to the south. So that's how you get that kind of rotation, that spin that you see right there. Our tracker's watching this very carefully. That tornado warning does continue far southeastern Garfield County. Let's go to Emily Sutton. She's got a lot more on what's going on here across the area. The severe weather threat very much continuing.
That's right. Okay, gotta fix me. My mic is not on.
We'll take over for a little bit here. You know, we've been going through batteries. Of course, these long events that go on all day, we're kind of switching out batteries and kind of switching things out. You can see Chopper 4 right there and our storm trackers that are on the ground. We'll go back to Mike Bennett here in just a little bit. He's looking at this again. So if you're just kind of switching over, if you're just getting an overview, this is far southeastern parts of Garfield County that is under this tornado warning that continues. So again, we'll kind of switch back here to velocity or to reflectivity, and then you can see a lot of hail there. There's going to be hail, so we don't want to discount that. This is 1 hour hail. You can see the hail, the trail of it here has continued all the way through Kingfisher, Dover, and now continues with the storm. It may have kind of gone away just a little bit, somewhat kind of tapered down, but look out in Perry as this continues toward I-35. Let's go to our tracker Mike Bennett here, who's been watching this. It has had a wall cloud, a persistent wall cloud for a while. Mike Bennett's watching things very carefully.
Okay, Aaron, the rotation is just about, excuse me, we're heading east on a dirt road here, northeast of Marshall and south of Covington. And I'm just got to be careful on my roads here that they don't get buried. But anyway, I minutes ago in the hail core, on the edge of the hail core, and was getting quarters and approaching a few golf balls. And this is what it sounded like on the truck anyway. But that was on the south edge of the hail core. So, you know, the hail core itself may be every bit of golf ball size in there. Okay, we're finally coming to punching through on the east side of the storm and looking north. And I mean, the last good look I had at it just wasn't anything that impressive. And I think this thing is kind of like we talked about a while ago, is going up into worked over atmosphere, and it's just going to kind of lessen the instability that they have with, and so hopefully it'll go ahead and wind down, just produce some nice rain. Back to you.
Yeah, we need the rain in northern Oklahoma, that's for sure. The drought is still very much there, north central and northwestern Oklahoma. So again, watching these two areas near the southeastern Garfield County, up near Ponca City, Kay and Osage County, and then again toward the south end of your screen with our trackers in place. Let's go ahead and go over to the news desk where we have some information about some damage across some of these areas that have seen storms.
All right, Aaron, thank you. We're also seeing some power outages. We want to get to those first. The majority of the power outages we're seeing right now is in Garfield County. We know that at least more than 2,000 customers are without power right now in Garfield County. We're also seeing some power outages in Grant County as well as Kay County. Those are less than
Yeah.
we're seeing in Garfield County.
Yeah, 2,000
More
in
than
Garfield, because, I mean, he mentioned it's still not over for Garfield County
Yeah.
either. Let's go ahead and get the pictures from Hillsdale. That's where a lot of the damage is in Garfield County. Emergency management saying that so far they have reports of 2 homes damaged in the Hillsdale area. That was taken by Zach Weber when he drove through about two hours ago or so. He said he saw barns down, 2 families affected, and he sent us those pictures. They say also reports of numerous trees damaged or down. Deputies are going through that area, getting with OG&E to replace power poles, and they said there's still plenty of debris out on the roads. That's Garfield County, but there's other counties as well with damage.
Yeah, we're also seeing some hail that have come in. Getting lots of pictures of hail damage. We're seeing some from Hobart. Let's take a look at those right there. This is actually in Blackwell off of I-35. This was sent in to us from Kimberly. That is some damage to her windshield from some of the hail there. And then this is in Hobart right here. You can see the damage and the hail rather coming in. Look at that. It looks like snow on the ground.
Well, they were seeing up to golf ball to tennis ball, tennis ball size hail all through there. And yeah, it's a plenty of hail. You got to play it safe. Don't step out there. If you can get your cars inside the garage or somewhere before this comes through. We're going to see plenty more of it probably going into the night. But again, plenty of damage, plenty of proms canceled as well. We've got all that information at KFOR.com. We're going live on YouTube, Facebook, website, everywhere. So if your power goes down, you can download our app as well and stay up to date as this continues. Let's get back over to Emily Sutton, tracking the radar for us. We did the damage reports, Emily. It got serious today.
Definitely, and we're not done yet, and I'm a little concerned about the flooding risk as we head into the overnight and early morning hours, especially with nighttime flooding. You can't see the roads. I'm also thinking that we have a lot of people in from out of state. The Oklahoma City Memorial Marathon is tomorrow morning, so heads up as you're traveling. Watch out for ponding on the roads. I do expect the rain to move out before the race is over, though. PDS Tornado Watch continues until 8 p.m. Here are the tornado reports so far. We know there are more than this. This is preliminary. There's that tornado that was in Morrison and Payne County, so north of Stillwater. We still have one ongoing tornado warning. Let's go ahead and zoom on into the latest. And it is tracking off to the northeast, located just south of Covington, moving northeast eventually towards Red Rock. Okay, yes, we're going to be checking in with all of our trackers coming up. We appreciate Mark Dillard, chief photojournalist Mark Dillard, who's helping us with all the trackers. Big tracker himself, of course. And then off to the north, Newkirk tracking some heavy rain, and a flood warning continues in this area. The hail course completely pulsed down, which is good. Now I want to focus on southwestern Oklahoma. Let's move down the line. This is our next round that's moving in. This is a tornado-warned storm that's now crossing the Red River towards Granfield. This is where we have our tracker, Corey Inman. Corey, go ahead and tell your location. Tell us what you're seeing so far as that tornado-warned storm crosses over into Oklahoma.
Yeah, Emily, I'm 2 miles south of Granfield. Just popped out of the rain and kind of getting a look around. We do have a little bit of a wall cloud back to the southwest of Granfield as I get turned around here and can kind of position the camera for you. Trying to look through all the haze and the heavy rain there, but there is a wall cloud to the southwest of Granfield. Can't make out any rotation on it just yet, but we'll get zoomed in on the camera here and take a look at it and get back to you.
Okay, thanks for that report. We appreciate it, and we have our trackers spread out all across the state. It has been a very active day, to say the least. We've been tracking this since early in the morning. Tornado warnings started coming out at about 10 a.m. I was on air with Damian Lotus. Now we have our whole team together. John Slater's out in the field, of Aaron Brackett, of course, Chief Meteorologist Mike Morgan, and we're going to be fully staffed all the way through early tomorrow morning as the flooding threat will be our big focus overnight. Let's go back to the maps, take a look at the latest. Here's the reflectivity. This is what Corey's watching right now. So the broad circulation will be tracking straight towards Granfield. So anyone in Granfield that go ahead and seek shelter, tornado warning in place. Wider view showing the ongoing warning. So few severe thunderstorm warnings northeast. Of course, tornado warning now crossing over towards Granfield. We have a big flood watch. It expanded west earlier this morning when we had all the heavy rain in northwestern Oklahoma. The silver lining to this, of course, is that we're getting all this wonderful rain. It's just we're getting too much at once. Flash flood warning continues for the Ponca City area. Temperatures What's been so impressive today is how much the atmosphere recovered. Usually when you have rain pushing through, you have rain-cooled air, like we're seeing in Ponca City, for example, 62, and that kind of squashes severe weather threats. But what happens is the atmosphere recovered, meaning temperatures managed to still climb after the storms passed, which allows for energy for future storms. And the reason why the storms keep going is this upper level storm system that's coming out from the west, and that just keeps things going into the overnight, and that's exactly what we're seeing. This is the latest track with the data. We will have continued area of storms developing, but watch what happens by 10 p.m. It becomes a line of storms that could be severe. Whenever you have a line, typically it's damaging wind threat, but this will mainly be a flooding threat that will continue all the way into the early morning hours. It's going to be pushing off to the east, tapering for Oklahoma City around 5 or 6 a.m., but then we'll still have heavy rain to the east throughout the rest of the day, maybe even a severe weather threat in far eastern Oklahoma. So this is the latest tornado watch that continues until 8 p.m. PDS means particularly dangerous situation. Today's been a challenging forecast because we've had all these rounds of showers and storms. Let's go ahead and take it out to one of our trackers right now. How about Mike Bennett? Mike Bennett, let's go ahead and track the latest.
Okay, Emily, we're still making our way east. We're going to come out on a highway just north of Orlando, and so we're on a pretty good road. It's a dirt road. It's not going to be good if it gets rained on, but right now this has been just fairly dry. So we got about 4 more miles of this, and then we'll be turning north and on 77 at Orlando, pardon me, and be in pretty good shape on this storm. We get another really good view of it. But right now, we didn't have a look at it just a minute ago as we had an opening where we could observe the south end of the storm for probably 2 or 3 minutes. And it was nothing in there that was alarming to me. So it's just kind of a ragged, rain-free base back in there. And so
All right, thanks for that report. We have our trackers all across the state. Let's go ahead and take a look at our tornado watch that continues. That covers the western half of the state. We have severe thunderstorm warnings as well in northern Oklahoma. Let's go ahead and take a look at the latest. These are the confirmed tornado reports and hail reports. A lot of hail. Look at all the tornado reports up in Kansas. Of course, the confirmed tornado in Morrison. Highway Patrol has a confirmed photo of that one, and I believe it caused some damage. This does not show, though, all the tornadoes that we had moving across the state. Look at the latest. Let's go ahead and zoom on in to our latest storms, and right now we're still tracking the severe storms moving northeast, moving into Covington. This is the tornado warned storm east of Covington that'll be moving northeast towards Perry. You can see the circulation really is broadened at this time, which is good, and that's been typical all day, where we have a storm pulsing up, can tornado, and then it broadens back out, lifting to the northeast. All right, let's take a look at all the heavy rain moving through Newkirk. Flash flooding is going to be a big concern. That is our focus heading into the evening and overnight hours. Farther to the southwest, still tracking some showers and storms from Hennessy down through Kingfisher, and in southwestern Oklahoma, we're still tracking a tornado warned storm that is moving into Granfield. That's going to continue to move off to the northeast. So we are watching this closely. We have our storm tracker Corey Inman on this one. We continue our team coverage, and now we begin News 4 at 6 p.m., taking it back to the news desk with Dylan and Adria.
All right, Emily, thank you. Oh, good evening, and thank you for joining us. I'm Adria Goins.
And I'm Dylan Brown. Let's get right into it. We're going to get over, actually, to Aaron Brackett, Mike Morgan. That team has been working hard since 10 a.m. with the storm trackers, tracking the warnings, the watches, everything constantly. We, of course, still have flooding to worry about later on. We've got damages, power outages. It's getting serious out there.
Aaron, what's the very latest?
All right, here we are taking a look at what we have as far as links across the area. And this, again, is a pretty good overview of what we have as far as the severe weather right now. Of course, the green right here is a tornado watch, and that does continue. So northern Oklahoma all the way down to central, southern parts of the state. Kind of a lull in between, or a little bit of a break, thankfully, for us. We continue with the severe thunderstorm warning in eastern parts of Garfield County up into parts of Noble and Kay counties. These areas have already gotten a lot of rain and hail. That continues. And in far southwestern parts of the state, now thunderstorms trying to cross the Red River. Tornado warnings coming right up into the Red River and just crossing over near the Granfield area right now, but the tornado watch does continue as we very well might not be done with the storms that we have moving through. We're going to check in with our trackers and check in with everyone that's out there following it for us. Of course, McIntyre Law Chopper 4 following the situation as the threat is not over. It continues to evolve with just a little bit of a lull right now. We still have a long night ahead of us. Guys, for now, send it back to you.
All right, Aaron, thank you. You can always download the Forewarn Me app for free on both the Google and Apple stores, and you can stay up to date on the weather and catch live stream coverage during severe weather and breaking news. Now, that threat even canceling some big events. The Norman Music Festival shared that it would be canceled on social media, saying it did this because it was concerned there's abundance of caution with these storms.
Abundance of caution. Oklahoma City, the Festival of the Arts even canceled. We had proms canceled. We've had them rescheduled as well. We've got all of that online, a list of them at KFOR.com. But all
now, forewarned weather with Aaron Brackett.
Well, it's been a crazy weather day today. We've known about that. Tornado watches and warnings started coming out about mid-morning earlier on, and we've had them on and off pretty much all day. Let's go ahead and see what we've got right now as we start out here with a look at, let's go to Max 3 as we have some, basically an overview of our entire state. So the tornado watch continues until 8 o'clock. Those are the counties in green. And as we look at the severe thunderstorm warnings, they continue in northern parts of the state across the area. Still a tornado warning in far northern Osage County, and another one just across the Red River near Granfield right now. So far, these are all the reports that we've had. A couple tornadoes here or there. We've had some large hail reports across the area. And right now we continue to watch these storms moving across the state. Let's start out here in northern parts of Oklahoma. Right now, this is a severe thunderstorm that continues near Red Rock, north of Perry. There's more activity behind it. Lots of lightning and thunder, Covington and Marshall. Let's go to Mike Bennett. He's taking a look at this. Oh.
Okay, Aaron, we're north of Perry on I-35, and we're watching a lowering here that's kind of interesting. I'm not exactly sure what to make of it. If you look at low-level velocities, there's really nothing showing there. But it's, there's the old meso that we've been tracking. It's right in front of us, just on the west side of I-35. We're going to follow this thing, but it's getting pretty low to the ground. But not a funnel cloud, just a kind of a tight lowering, and we're going to get up here and just kind of follow it and just see what it does. Back to you.
All right, that is the textbook definition of a scary-looking cloud. Look at that. The cloud base extending way down. We're looking at velocities, and there's really not much spin there. But look at how, it just has that tornado shape. It looks like it, but it doesn't appear to be spinning. Mike Bennett, can you confirm that's not spinning, or is that spinning a little bit? What do you got?
Yeah, I don't really see any tight spin. I don't think we're actually kind of getting underneath it now. When you're back away from it a little ways, it's a little harder to identify spin. But we're kind of getting underneath it now, and we'll give me about 15 seconds on it here, and we'll see. I think it's an SLC basically, because we're pretty much climbing underneath it, and it's just. There's maybe a little bit of a slow rotation in there, Aaron.
Yeah, that'll definitely catch your eye right there as you look at that. It's kind of gone up just a little bit here as of the last check. And again, it's kind of more of a ragged appearance, but goodness, just 30 seconds ago, that looked very well defined. It's right over I-35. It's directly over it, but it's a little bit of the leftover storm complex, the leftover spin that we've had. Now it's, of course, appearing less threatening right now. But boy, that kind of got your eye for a little bit. Folks, of course, traveling up and down this, no doubt saw this too. No tornado warning with it. Let's go ahead and take a look at Eric Dixon. Let's go to Eric Dixon and talk to him. Kind of looking at the same thing. What do you got?
Yeah, we're just north of Perry here. It's like what Bennett was talking about. It's this weak, rotation, if that. It's in the area that, you would typically, try to look, hey, this storm would produce a tornado. It would be in the area that it would. It's got kind of a slight little curvature on the radar I was just noticing here. But, again, like the velocities really aren't that strong. But, this storm is moving into kind of a workover environment. That's a really good thing. So this is, kind of a scary looking cloud at this moment here. It's not, alarming. It looks very alarming. And we're going to watch it because it's in the area where an inflow is. And, you just never know. There's so much shear and so much energy, it just bears a watching here. But for now, we're just going to call it a scary looking cloud and just monitor it. I'm heading north with it, just north of Perry. Back to you.
All right, really good report right there. Mike Morgan was just looking at some temperatures and some more of the high resolution data, and that's actually kind of right on a little temperature variant or a temperature gradient where there's been some outflows from earlier on. There's some warm air, there's some cool air, and it's kind of riding up along that. So there's the view of it, how it looks to the naked eye, and here's how it looks on radar. So this is I-35, this is Perry right here, Highway 412. So you take that, you go to Enid, there's Billings, there's Marlin, tiny bit of spin right there. That's very broad rotation, very, very broad. And then other areas of thunderstorms here that are not severe up near Caw City and Ponca City. There's the bottom edge of that severe thunderstorm that we had that live view from just a little bit ago. And we take a look at some of the hail tracker. Not really any big hail right there, but this is trying to back build from Marshall to Crescent down Highway 74 right now. It is north of 33, it is north of Kingfisher, and it is all out of the Oklahoma City metro. However, we go farther off to the south, and this is just a kind of a grouping of cells that's trying to become dominant. So you see right there that spin that's off to the east of Electra. That's been kind of absorbed the storm that was over Granville. It's kind of sucked it in. That does have a tornado warning. It's just south of the Red River. Let's go ahead and talk to Corey Inman on that. Corey, go ahead.
Yeah, Aaron, we're just east of Granfield. The area of rotation that we were watching to the southwest of Granfield completely was choked off by a bunch of heavy rain as it moved in there. So things are looking good in Granfield right now. Just a lot of heavy rain, no hail. There is quite a bit of cloud to ground lightning in there.
All right, Corey Inman right there for us, watching the southern edge of all this activity right across and over the Red River, watching things very carefully in that part of the state for us. Really appreciate Corey Inman there watching that. So we go ahead and take a look here at what we have as far as future activity and future rain and thunderstorms. This is a look at 9:30. You can see how the main line will start to push off to the south and east. It's going to take its time. This will all be heavy rain. This will all have flooding potential with it right here. By 4 a.m. tomorrow, we're down to just sprinkles. So, of course, folks starting to gather and get up for the Oklahoma City Memorial Marathon, and by the time it sets off, it's going to be out of here. There'll be some clouds sticking around. It'll be a little bit breezy. It'll be muggy. There's a look at 10 o'clock, some sunshine trying to break back out, and we do see the threat of more severe thunderstorms in southeastern Oklahoma. That will continue to push out of here for our Sunday. So the second half of the weekend looking a whole lot better than the way things have been today, and that potential still remains the next couple hours. We're going to be here following this very closely. So overnight tonight, 60 degrees in Oklahoma City, 59 in Ardmore, 54 in Alva off to the north. And your severe weather risk, it is still there. It is still a moderate risk. We still have a tornado watch that is out. That goes for a couple more hours. And as far as tornado probability, again, it is still there, still elevated across the state, although we're taking a break right now, and hopefully things will continue to improve the next couple hours. Flooding risk is really going to come up here as we go forward. Any thunderstorms that become dominant, become large, very large hail still possible, as we've seen a lot of hail already for today. So severe thunderstorms, as we look here at the heavy rainfall, that will continue as we look at the forecast for our Saturday. That should say Saturday for you. This is the 7-day forecast that we want to see right here. So for our Sunday, 79 degrees for tomorrow, 78 on Monday, and a stormy and wet pattern Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. It is not going to be nuclear hot. It is not going to be 620 degrees. It'll be right around 60 for tonight. But again, stormy wet pattern comes back after a much needed couple-day break from the storms. We're going to, of course, keep our trackers out and keep following what's going on as we go deeper into the evening. And News 4 will be right back.
Here's an update for you. 5 tornadoes today in Oklahoma. We're in pretty good shape, max 1 here. And we're in pretty good shape right now. We're cloudy here in Oklahoma City and 75 degrees. There are a few showers forming, but there's no severe weather anywhere near Oklahoma City at this time. And I think that'll likely hold until we get through the 8 o'clock hour. After that time, there may be a few thunderstorms around. Eventually, they will go, although the intensities may be less. The upper level disturbance is coming out, but right now I think we're good, pretty much good through 8 p.m. Severe weather to our north, severe storms coming across the Red River in far southern Oklahoma. Right now, there are no tornado warnings at all for any part of our viewing area. Rotation there near Marlin, not that great. It's moving to the northeast, just a severe thunderstorm there. And then here's the metro, a few showers forming, but I think we're good through 8 p.m. Eventually, we'll see some showers and thunderstorms form, and some severe weather does come across the Red River down in southwest Oklahoma, where there have been some tornado warnings. But again, right now, we're in pretty good shape. The flash flood watch does continue. Future radar guys, storms do come in sometime after about 8 p.m. Some could be severe.
All right, stick around for 6:30. We'll see you then.
Now, forewarned weather with Aaron Aaron Brackett.
And here we go, diving into this here as we see clouds remaining over the Oklahoma City metro. We had some thunderstorms that came through borderline severe a little bit earlier on. Those have long since lifted off to the north. We're going to check in with our trackers and let you know what's going on. But here's the basis of it. Even though we had the rain, temperatures recovered back to 75. That's where we're at right now. A gust of 40 at Will Rogers. There's plenty of southerly wind in play. And rain-cooled air in northern Oklahoma taking things down to the lower 60s. And we're also watching some thunderstorms near the Red River that are quite strong. Big supercells down there. More on that in just a second. Here's the winds wrapping in from the south. There's a dry line out into western Oklahoma that's trying to form a couple thunderstorms out there. You can see it, the sharp gradient between desert dry air and very humid Gulf moisture all throughout central parts of the state. Let's go over to Mike Morgan. He's going to show you radar and take a look with our trackers what they're seeing outside.
Aaron, thank you very much. Yes, we're really looking at your evening here. So far, so good here in Oklahoma City for early this evening. It's cloudy outside. It's humid. And again, temperature about 74, 75 degrees with a gusty south-southeasterly wind. The tornado watch continues until 8 p.m. From the metro to the west. Right now, the only tornado warnings down in Cotton County in far south central Oklahoma. And as of right now, there is no severe storms anywhere near the Oklahoma City metro. We'll likely get severe storms to develop right around the 8 p.m. hour near Oklahoma City. We'll talk about those trends here coming up. Severe weather to our north. These are not tornadic right now at all. And they're generally weakening very slowly. There's your time of arrival for these. Some nickel to quarter size hail up here near Ponca City, K County, northern Noble County as well. They've had a lot of rain up here, some 5 and 6 inch rainfall totals. Here's the metro. A few showers out there. It's very thick, but right now there's no severe weather nearby and nothing immediately approaching from the southwest. Now, we'll see some activity develop a bit later this evening. It's going to take a little bit of time, but these storms, supercells down here, are quite severe, including a tornado. Let's go to Corey Inman right there on the Red River near Duval with a tornado warning. Corey?
Yeah, Mike, I'm 1 mile east of Duval. You're looking almost due south of Duval. There's a nice big wall cloud in there. You can see it pulling the scud in from the east and wrapping it around the wall cloud. And as I zoom in, you can see, we were talking about it off air, all of the rain curtains there just completely wrapping around that mesocyclone. So there's a lot of intense rotation in there, Mike. It just hasn't tornadoed yet. But like I said, this is right here just to the south of Duval. We're 1 mile to the east of Duval, and it's just to our southwest. So if it does drop a tornado, we'll be right here on it, Mike.
Yeah, Corey, thank you very much. So go ahead and take this now. This is all wrapping in right here, and that's wrapping rain curtains. Not impossible. There's a tornado in that. It's in this hook right here, and the velocities are very intense. So that we could have been looking at a rain-wrapped tornado right there. But again, this is on the Red River, Cotton County, far southern Oklahoma. And again, just a few drizzle showers here, nothing of any consequence in the metro. And I think that holds at least until 8 p.m. this evening. We'll eventually see some pretty widespread thunderstorms form as the upper level disturbance to our west finally pushes on in and causes storms to form near Oklahoma City sometime after 8 p.m. Flash flood watch continues as well. But right now, we're in pretty good shape. These storms later this evening, they may still be severe. Maybe a trend toward the southern sides and the eastern sides of the metro, the deeper into the evening we can get before thunderstorms form. But again, so far so good. I think at least through 8 p.m. it's going to be dry here in the metro and the entire metro area. Tracking it, of course, later tonight. And Aaron Brackett has that complete forecast. Aaron?
So quick look at the storm reports that we've had across the area. A lot of them off to the north, but of course down in central Oklahoma we've had a lot of hail and some tornadic activity too. So the uptick will continue the next couple hours across much of the state. Central Oklahoma, southern parts of the state. These will be a lot of heavy flooding storms with embedded circulations and hail and things like that. This is 9:30. It doesn't move much, but it slowly pushes off to the south and southeast here. That's as we go to the overnight hours. And then by tomorrow morning, this is 4 o'clock in the morning, just before the Oklahoma City Memorial Marathon. Still wet roads out there, still a couple drizzly spots, but the clouds remain. They start to pull back by about 9 or 10 o'clock. And by the afternoon, the sunshine is back with continued severe weather threat in far southeastern Oklahoma. So overnight tonight, this is how we stand still. Lots of rain. Thunderstorms are going to be with us for a while. 60 the low temperature, cooler off to the north. It is still a moderate risk of severe weather technically across the area. And we do have that tornado watch that does continue for central and western Oklahoma. Tornado probability with any thunderstorm that can remain alone is high. However, we're in a general lull right now, and we really hope that will continue. We're going to watch things minute by minute here. Still a kick of energy that's on the way. And any storm that can form, the biggest of the big, will have have some large hail along with it. Now, this is tomorrow early in the morning. A couple showers and sprinkles. Central Oklahoma quickly pushing off to the east. So by the afternoon, we'll actually have clearing skies. Morning clouds, but clearing skies later on. 7-day forecast looks like this. 60 degrees, 79 for low temperature tonight, 79 for tomorrow. The morning and rain ends and will eventually get to be mostly sunny. But then a stormy and wet pattern comes in here starting Wednesday, especially in the afternoon. Thursday and Friday, more rain, more thunderstorms. Temperatures from the 80s down to the 70s there. And a quick look at next weekend. Middle 70s, nice weather after a couple days of rain and thunderstorms. And we'll be right back.